Chapter 81 God's Forbidden Zone, Gene Lock, that's good. Feeling Zhao Ziyan's firmness, Yang Mo didn't persuade her anymore. Later, look at the other researchers in the office, immediately ordered. Start the Mandui chip implantation experiment from now on. Now, the third round of trials has entered the 23rd day. Soon, the fourth round of trials will follow. They must take advantage of the rare gap period to analyze the truth about the Mandui chip. That night, Dai in the laboratory, Zhao Ziyan, whose head was shaved, was lying on the experimental table, with various testing instruments attached to her body. Closely monitor her physical changes. Are you ready? A medical staff member in a white coat walked toward her with an anesthetic needle. Zhao Ziyan took a deep breath. He nodded solemnly. As the anesthetic entered her body, her consciousness gradually became blurred. Vaguely, only a few researchers were seen surrounding her, seemingly performing a chip insertion operation. 3 hours later, the operation is completed. Her brain was successfully connected to the Mandui chip. 6 hours later, her eyelids trembled slightly, and she gradually regained consciousness. She is about to wake up. Hurry up, monitor all physical data. The researchers were excited and stared at each monitoring instrument intently. Above, all the parameters of Zhao Ziyan's body are clearly displayed. In addition to the most basic body temperature, blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing. It also includes brainwaves, blood flow speed, hematopoiesis speed, targeted genes, cell strength, etc. Hiss. Her statistics are soaring like crazy. Soon, everyone noticed the abnormality and couldn't help but gasp. In the instrument, the data displayed have doubled in a short period of time. The researchers did not dare to neglect and quickly recorded all the data. 9 hours later, experiment bench. Zhao Ziyan fully regained consciousness and looked at the ceiling blankly. How do you feel? Yang Mo's face came into view. I feel, my thinking is particularly active. Zhao Ziyan felt it carefully and was quite surprised. My memory has become clearer than ever before. I can even remember everything about my birth clearly. After waking up, she found that there were many strange memory fragments in her mind. In these memories, she could even see the faces of the doctors and nurses who helped deliver her when she was born. Indeed, the sensory domain, perception domain, attention domain, memory domain, thinking domain, reasoning domain, and judgment domain monitored by her brain all show signs of superactivity, far exceeding the normal state of 7 times. The researchers on the site exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. Brain monitoring shows Zhao Ziyan's brain seems to be being redeveloped at an alarming rate. I see. No wonder the Book of Mountains and Seas records that the sacred wood Mandui can make people holy and wise. Yang Mo's expression moved slightly, and he vaguely reacted, holy wisdom. In fact, it refers to loading a biochip for brain redevelopment? Dean, we have made a major discovery. At this moment, several researchers hurried into the laboratory with a lot of information. His face turned red, breathing heavily, but the look on his face was one of ecstasy. We resequenced Zhao Ziyan's DNA and found that in her DNA double helix structure, a large number of new genomes were added to the long chain of deoxynucleotides connected. No, to be precise, this is not a brand new genome, they are all unexplored genetic sequences in the human body. They have it in their hands. It is the sequencing map of the gene sequence. While Zhao Ziyan was in coma, they drew blood from her body many times and conducted NDA analysis and testing. Not only her brain, her genes are being fully developed? After hearing this, Yang Mo's pupils shrank sharply, reacted instantly and not bad. Several researchers looked at each other and became more and more excited as they talked. The Mandui chip seems to be a key. Under its action, 10 of Zhao Ziyan's body 20,000 gene sequences are being opened at an alarming rate. Hear this, Yang Mo couldn't help but gasped and looked at Zhao Ziyan excitedly. Comprehensive genetic development, he didn't expect it. The virgin Mandui cultivated from 12-sided crystals is actually the key to the human body's genetic treasure house. Dean, what are you talking about? Zhao Ziyan, who was lying on the experimental table, was confused and asked with a confused look on her face. Congratulations, you have received a great blessing. Yang Mo turned around and looked at her with a smile. For now, the implantation experiment of Mandui chip has no side effects. On the contrary, its function is extremely powerful, and it has secretly developed the 120,000 gene sequences in Zhao Ziyan's body. What destiny! Zhao Ziyan blinked her eyes and became even more confused. I just feel that my thinking has become clearer, and nothing else seems to have changed. You should be able to feel it when the chip is fully functional. Yang Mo smiled, and then explained to Zhao Ziyan what gene development is. As the name suggests, there are 120,000 gene sequences in the human body. The data information is so vast and complex that even the storage devices on the entire planet cannot complete the storage, but such complex genetic sequence information is all stored in the small DNA in the human body. Zumeru incorporates mesons and nothing more than that. The 120,000 gene sequences contained in DNA determine all the characteristics of the human species. It's just, only 1% of DNA is controllable, the remaining 99% has been solidified and is responsible for carrying the appearance, shape, organs, bones and other characteristics of the human body. That's why human reproduction will only give birth to humans, not sudden mutations like pigs. Somewhere it seems like there is a locked 99% of the genetic sequence. Americans are used to calling it God's forbidden zone, and researchers from various countries then call it gene lock. The gene lock is opened, which is equivalent to various restrictions being broken. Yang Mo looked at Zhao Ziyan and continued, "You will no longer be bound by the upper limit. Thinking, physical fitness, reaction, consciousness, 5 senses and other fields will be greatly improved. Cell potential and brain wisdom will also be developed in all aspects in the future." Actually, you can often see the news about opening genetic locks. For example, a certain mother caught her daughter who fell from a building. She had never trained and her speed exceeded that of the sprint champion. An old man lifted the truck to save his grandson, and so on. It's just that they happened to break the genetic lock restrictions in a critical situation. It is not permanent. In Zhao Ziyan, the gene lock in the body was opened by the Mandui chip in an unknown and mysterious method. He will also become the first person in global history to permanently open the genetic lock. Chapter 82 Yaoqi Biotechnology Cultivation Base. 8 hours later, inside the laboratory. A burst of cheers broke out. 100%. 120,000 gene sequences, all unlocked. After gene sequencing analysis, the DNA genes sampled from Zhao Ziyan's body were finally permanently unlocked, including Yang Mo. Everyone focused their attention on Zhao Ziyan. "How do you feel now?" Yang Mo smiled and asked curiously. I don't seem to be human now." Zhao Ziyan carefully felt her own changes and said with some uncertainty, "Her vision, hearing, perception, and other abilities have undergone earth-shaking changes. The whole world in front of her eyes. It seemed like a new look, extremely clear." She looked at Yang Mo and others. "It's like humans looking at ants, looking at another species. Quick, come with me to draw a few tubes of blood." The researchers on the side saw this and hurriedly stepped forward, dragged Zhao Ziyan into the blood collection room for DNA sampling and analysis. At the same time, other scientific researchers have also prepared various testing instruments. Pull Zhao Ziyan, conduct tests on strength, reflexes, thought conduction, nerve transmission, etc. That afternoon, the detailed data after the gene lock was opened was sent to Yang Mo's desk. The degree of brain development has reached 20%. The thinking logic and brain calculation capabilities far exceed Einstein's. The ability to survive and fight has awakened, and the visual perception. Looking at these reports, Yang Mo reluctantly he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. My heart was shocked. This is where the genetic lock is opened. This is obviously a small jump in the level of life. No wonder Zhao Ziyan feels that she is no longer a human being. This is what Queen Mother she really wants. Yang Mo took a deep breath, with a cold light shining in his eyes. So far that he finally determined the true function of the Hollywood Mandui. In the classic of Mountains and Seas, the Queen Mother of the West is a demon clan who comes in the late stages of the civilization trial. There is no doubt about its strength. Only a chip that can open the gene lock is worthy of him living in Kunlun Mountain to study and cultivate. It's just, what he can't understand is, the Queen Mother of the West is a demon clan. Why does she want to study the human race's gene lock opening method? And among the many miraculous plants cultivated by the Queen Mother of the West, Mandui is just one of them. Other plants, what are the functions of flat peach, jujube, and pear? Never mind this for now. Yang Mo shook his head and forcibly dispelled these thoughts. Lower your head. He looked at the report on the table. A crazy idea emerged in my mind. Although the technology of this chip is very complex, it cannot be copied at China's current technological level, but he can definitely imitate the Queen Mother of the West. In turn, monsters are used as nourishment to mass-produce Mandui chips. Just think about it, when every Chinese researcher unlocks the gene lock, beyond the limits of the human body, the brain is fully developed, and the wisdom far exceeds that of Einstein. I need a lot of Mandui chips. Yang Mo clenched his fists, picked up a pen and paper, and quickly wrote down a brand new plan on the table. Even if you know that the mastermind behind the 12-sided crystal is the Queen Mother of the West, but he had no choice. The civilization trial becomes more terrifying as it goes on. China seems to be doing well now, but in fact it is full of crises. He must try every means to improve China's overall strength as soon as possible. Yen Jing. In the conference room. The United States has absorbed so many scientists again. Several leaders frowned, with a hint of worry in their expressions. These days, the United States is frantically attracting top talents from around the world, and its population has expanded by tens of millions. Let them always have a sense of crisis. Although China has achieved good results so far, there is no guarantee that it will not be overtaken by latecomers from the United States. Chief Dean Yang from the Institute has sent a piece of top-secret information. At this moment, the guard opened the door and walked in. Information? Several leaders looked at each other, somewhat delighted. Did Dean Yang make another breakthrough? Let me see. Wang Yu took the documents and opened them in front of everyone. The other leaders stepped forward one after another. On the file, what catches the eye? There are 10 big characters. Yaoqi Biotechnology Cultivation Base. You want to build a new base? Wang Yu couldn't help but be stunned and continued to read with doubts. Looking at it, he discovered that what Yang Mo wanted to build was not a simple base. It is a part of the science fiction heavenly plan. It's just that the two country-killing weapons are different from the Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror. Its positioning is not combat-oriented. It is a research and development and cultivation based. It is used to develop the Hollywood Mandui recorded in the Classic of Mountains and seized to achieve a jump in the life level of the whole country. Hiss. After reading the plan, everyone's pupils trembled slightly and they took a breath of air. In this information, Yang Mo revealed many secrets, including the true identity of Xingmu Mandui, which is actually a type of biochip. 5,000 years ago, the Queen Mother of the West once fed the ancient ancestors with the fruits of the immortal tree, and those immortal people became nutrients, and then cultivated miraculous plants such as the sacred wood Mandui. The real function of the Mandui chip, it is to open the human body's genetic lock and achieve a small jump in life level. Therefore, Yang Mo plans to imitate the Queen Mother of the West and build the legendary Yaoqi, using the 12-sided crystal as the core and monster corpses as nutrients to cultivate the sacred wood Mandui in batches. Preliminary budget. At least 50,000 monster corpses are needed as fertilizer. 50,000. The military leader was the first to come to his senses and smiled bitterly. This plan of Yang Mo, that's crazy. Where can he get 50,000 monster corpses for Yang Mo? That's not necessarily the case. Wang Yu suddenly raised his head and said, we don't have it in our country, but the situation in many surrounding countries is not optimistic. Although they have been providing Demon Mirror assistance services, but the national power of these small countries is really too weak. There is no way to completely suppress the monster. Under the infection of 001 undead, the number of monsters has increased a lot. You mean to go abroad to help them exterminate monsters? The military leader frowned, but in this case, for my Chinese soldiers, there may be a lot of casualties. No need for soldiers to take action. Wang Yu shook his head and reminded, I remember that Yang Mo reported it not long ago that the energy system of the Book of Life and Death weapon has been upgraded. Its coverage is no longer limited to China. After initially digesting the controllable nuclear fusion technology nowadays, a new generation of technological revolution has been launched in various fields in China. Book of Life and Death. The energy system of this country governing device has also been upgraded and can radiate to neighboring countries not far away. Just use this weapon, there will be as many monster corpses as you want. The leaders looked at each other, still hesitant. After all, Book of Life and Death, a strategic country-level weapon, puts a heavy load on China every time it is used. Aren't you just worried that the United States has absorbed a large number of scientists from various countries this time? Wang Yu took a deep breath and reminded, Dean Yang's information clearly states that the Mandui chip can unlock the human body's genes and allow the brain to be developed like never before. Opening the genes, the wisdom of those who lock themselves will be far greater than anyone in human history. Chapter 83. The Body Kingdom is in danger. China takes action. The words just fell. The expressions of several old men brightened and they came forward again, looked carefully at the information in Wang Yu's hand. As expected, attached is the detailed data of Zhao Ziyan, the first experimenter in China to unlock the gene lock. If this is true, everyone is like a dragon. It is really possible for China to make everyone like a dragon. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology was trembling. Unable to conceal the excitement in his heart, the rest of the old people, the same face was full of shock and could not calm down for a long time with this moment. They finally understood why Yang Emo launched the Yachi Biotechnology Cultivation Base plan. Planting the sacred wood mandui is imperative. I agree with Dean Yang's plan. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology took a deep breath and was the first to express his stance. Immediately afterwards, the other old men nodded one after another without any objection. We in China have more than 10 neighboring countries. Which one is in the most critical situation now? First of all, excluding the Bangzi country and the Sakura country, even if we are short of monster corpses, it's impossible to help them. Everyone, have you forgotten that the country has a population of 300 million, and the situation is also very critical now? Yes, it's Pakistan. After repeated discussions, a few people looked at each other. Eventually, the target of assistance was determined to be the Pakistan Iron Country. This country borders the southwest border of China and has always had a very good relationship with China. That year, when China got rid of a century-old history of humiliation, it was the Batigo who was the first to stand up and recognize China. Work closely with China. The relationship continues to this day, has always been a solid ally of China. If you want to select aid targets from neighboring countries, other countries have to step aside. At the same time, Batigo, with the alliance of monsters from the 3 tribes, the officials of Batigo are already extremely busy. More than 10 cities fell, more than tens of millions of people are controlled by monsters and become blood food. Military. Several attacks were launched in an attempt to rescue these people and regain control of the city, but all failed. The number of monsters is constantly rising. Military Office, Minister, the Intelligence Department estimates that the total number of monsters in the 19 cities that our country has fallen will soon exceed 100,000. Faze listened to the report from his men. A sad face. Monster. No longer satisfied with hiding in the dark, it is speeding up its development crazily. I won't take back those 19 cities again. The number of monsters will increase exponentially until tens of millions of people are transformed into monsters. At that time, the situation will be completely out of control. The 3rd level undead and the 2nd level loudspeaker are too difficult to deal with. He sighed, looking a little desperate. As the head of the military, he has directed no fewer than 10 counterattacks, but they were all blocked by the combat power of these top monsters. The military strength of the Body Kingdom is not very strong. It barely ranks among the top 50 in the world. As for the research on extraordinary beings, they lack scientific and technological background and have only given birth to 10 extraordinary beings so far, and they are all 1st level. Thankfully, China has always provided them with Demon Mirror assistance, which enabled them to uncover domestic 002 imitators. Otherwise, the situation will get out of control faster. How about launch another counterattack? He gritted his teeth and prepared to try again. Just at this time, a subordinate hurried in, looking extremely excited. Minister, the Chinese official has sent a notice that can help our country solve the monster crisis. Hear this. Faye's eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly grabbed the shoulder of his subordinate, asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" China said they can take action to help our country solve the monster crisis, but all monster corpses killed must belong to them. The subordinate said excitedly with his face flushed. China takes action? Faze took a breath of air and was so shocked by this huge happiness that he could not react. The price, just all the monster corpses. Give it to them, as long as they can help us, we can give us anything we want. His eyes were red, like a drowning man grabbing the last life-saving straw. At this moment, compared with the continuation of the race, everything seems insignificant. One day later, Badi Kingdom. Airport. An armed transport plane from China landed slowly. Faze, along with all the senior leaders of the Pakistan Iron Kingdom, welcomed the Chinese reinforcements in a grand manner. As the hatch opens, Zhang Yangguang walked down with the people from the demon hunting team. On sight, thunderous cheers suddenly sounded. Everyone, including Faze, looked at Zhang Yangguang and others as if they were looking at a savior. Well, when will our large army arrive? Faze stepped forward and asked with concern, a large army? Zhang Yangguang was stunned for a moment. What a large army? Didn't China say that it would send troops to assist our country? A large follow-up force. Faze blinked and reminded tactfully, the number of monsters in our country has climbed to 100,000. And the situation is very serious. Severe, said. He glanced at the demon hunting team behind Zhang Yangguang calmly. Only 100 people, obviously these people are the vanguard of China. There is no follow-up force. Zhang Yangguang laughed and explained, our country sent our demon hunting team here. You guys? Faye swallowed, looking a little confused. Although China is powerful, the position belongs to the most powerful country in the world, but their hundreds of thousands of standing troops of the Body Kingdom failed to suppress the monsters in the country. China, just send 100 people, are they really not here for tourism? How about, you go back and ask your superiors for instructions and send more people over? Faye smiled bitterly and advised tactfully, no need. Zhang Yangguang waved his hand, subsequently glancing at the surprised Faye. He explained, from now on, we will deal with the monsters in your country. You just need to prepare transport planes and large ships to transport the corpses of these monsters. Just ship it to our country. Finished to ignore everyone's suspicious looks, immediately took out the satellite communication equipment and contacted the country. Everyone stared at him with big eyes. Look at me, let me look at you. Suddenly I felt at a loss. Is China going to use that weapon? Faye's heart trembled, and a thought flashed through his mind, but, as far as he knows, that mysterious weapon seems to have geographical restrictions and can only be used within China. Could it be that? Can I still choose any area to kill monsters? At the same time, Northern Frontier Book of Life and Death Research and Development Control Base, start. Song Gaoyun received the highest order from Yang Mo and immediately entered his authority. After more than 10 complicated procedures, the ground throughout the base quietly trembled along the long border of China. Tens of thousands of brainwave base stations are in action. A vague dragon roar, quietly echoing in the sky. 10 minutes later, Book of Life and Death is fully revived. Under the intertwined vibrations of thousands of brainwave base stations, the locked range was shifted to the southwest border. This is where the Bady Kingdom is. Chapter 84 Mom, who is Huaxia. Next, all abnormal brainwave frequencies in the country are captured by thousands of base stations collected into the core database of Book of Life and Death. Except for the 002 imitators, the brainwaves of 001 Undead and 003 Loudspeaker are all recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Erase. Song Gaoyun took a deep breath and entered the final command I in the database. A series of corresponding commands were issued. Emitted from the Wanzhou brainwave base station. IT turned into bursts of dragon roars, remote and clear. Bataigui Capital Airport. No, sonic attack. Accompanied by an exclamation, the entire airport was on alert, and everyone looked to the sky in horror. At this moment, a clear and long sound came from the east, faintly visible. It seems like there is nothing. Could it be that the loudspeaker has broken through to the third level? Faye's pupils shrank sharply, subconsciously thinking of monsters. A first-level loudspeaker whose sound waves can penetrate a kilometer range. A second-level loudspeaker whose sound waves can penetrate a range of 10,000 meters. The third-level loudspeaker. He gritted his teeth and looked extremely ugly. Are these crazy monsters planning to attack their capital? Don't panic, General. Zhang Yangguang noticed the strangeness of everyone and explained, this sound is not made by monsters, but by me, Huaxia, who activated the Book of Life and Death. The words just finished throughout the airport. The senior officials of Pakistan Railway State showed shocked expressions. Faye swallowed and couldn't help but ask, that weapon of yours can really radiate abroad? This weapon, all the nations have heard of it, but not much is known about it. He never thought about it. China can actually control this weapon and use it against monsters from other countries. Not bad. Zhang Yangguang nodded with a smile, his face full of pride. The Book of Life and Death is the weapon of our country to control the country, and its power cannot be limited to the country. In the words of the Dean, this is only version 2.0 of Book of Life and Death. After China's technological level is fully upgraded, the scope of Book of Life and Death radiation will no longer be limited to neighboring countries, but will cover the whole world in the future, even radiating all the heavens and all realms, determining the life and death of all living beings with just one word. Now, all the 001 immortals and 003 loudspeakers in your country should have been wiped out. Then Nutty looked at Faye, who was stunned on the spot, and reminded, you can prepare and start to recover the 19 fallen cities. The monster, so quickly dead? Faye, who was still in shock, took a breath and showed an expression of disbelief. All the time, they only heard the legend of the mysterious weapon in China, but no one has ever come across it. No one knows how to kill monsters. Come when he wants. At least do this first, then that. And finally this, instead of casually wiping out a country's monsters in such an understatement. Minister, there is an urgent military situation on the front line. At this moment, the liaison officer from the Military Intelligence Department hurried over, out of breath. In Kashmir City, the monsters suddenly died suddenly. In Sin City, all the monsters died mysteriously. Khyber City, A series of 19 frontline battle reports, the content is surprisingly consistent. The monsters that invaded the city and enslaved the people all died suddenly. This Fei's heart trembled and he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yongguang and others. This moment. He finally understood why China only sent more than 100 reinforcements. Not arrogant. It's completely unnecessary. The monster that made them miserable is really vulnerable in the eyes of China. At the same time, Kashmir City. This is a city of 2 million people. Since being invaded by monsters, the entire city was shrouded in the fear of death. Monsters break into residential buildings every day, killing and devouring them in front of the survivors. There are also people assimilated by monsters. Their consciousness has been wiped out, and they have become fellow monsters. In this city, the figure of the monster everywhere. But at this time, some people were surprised to find that the monsters roaming unscrupulously outside suddenly stopped moving. The monsters are all asleep? The frightened people carefully looked at the monsters outside through the windows. A bloody person, he even picked up weapons such as rocks and kitchen knives and threw them at the monsters. And no matter what actions they made, the monsters lying on the ground remained motionless. It's like dead. The monsters, will they all be dead? A thought emerged in the minds of every surviving citizen, but no one dares to really get close to these monsters, and no one knows whether the monsters are pretending to be dead until, as military transport vehicles drove into the city, military broadcasts rang in the streets and alleys. Dear people of the Badi Kingdom, with the help of China, all the monsters in Kashmir City have been confirmed to be dead. Kashmir City has been recovered. After hearing the broadcast, the survivors all walked out excitedly, feeling the joy of surviving the disaster welling up in their hearts. Many people cried with joy, standing on both sides of the street, welcoming the arrival of the military. Mom, who is Hua Xia? Did he avenge his father and kill these monsters? In the crowd, a little girl of only 5 years old asked curiously, innocent and childish voice. Soon he was lost in the crowd. A woman trembled, squatted down, and held her 5-year-old daughter in her arms, eyes red, but he still said warmly, China is another country. They send people to save us. The people of China are so powerful. The little girl clapped her hands and said with admiration, yeah, they have always been great. The woman stroked her daughter's forehead and said softly, China, this is a name that has been passed down in her country from generation to generation from her ancestors, ever since she can remember. I have heard too many stories about China, brilliant culture, long history, profound heritage. The ancestors mention China. The look on his face is full of yearning. This is China. The woman looked at the corpse of the monster not far away, feeling bitter in her heart. Obviously 70 years ago, the strength of our two countries was almost the same. For nearly 300 years, China once fell to a low point, failed to recover, and was bullied by other countries. The national power is similar to them, but this magical country has been catching up in the past 70 years. That speed it once terrified the whole world. The gap between their two countries, it is also getting bigger and bigger. The former became a global superpower. Their national strength is still around 50 in the world, and she has studied abroad and met many people from China. They are low-key and humble, but the pride and confidence in their bones cannot be hidden at all. Everyone seems to have an obsession. China should not be second to others, it should be first. Even now it's not. In the future, it will definitely be the case. Chapter 85 shocked the whole world. Two countries that have not changed in 1,000 years. The United States, Department of Defense. After China sent troops, the Intelligence Department reported the news to Jobs, all middle and high-level executives in the United States. They are all paying close attention to China's developments. What? It's over? Hearing the latest news from the intelligence agency, Jobs sat up in shock. Half-day only. All the monsters in the Badi Kingdom are suspected to be dead. All 19 cities that fell were recaptured by the military of the Badi Kingdom. Hua Xia used that mysterious weapon again. Nothing more. The scope of use this time is no longer within China, but the neighboring countries surrounding China. China's weapon can actually choose its range. Jobs clenched his fists, feeling a chill in his heart. This weapon, American scientists have studied it repeatedly, but so far they have not been able to understand its principle. But scientists in the United States have made speculations. This weapon can kill all monsters in an instant, and it can certainly kill all humans in an instant, always. Everyone thought that China's forbidden weapon had distance restrictions and could only be used within China, but now it seems they were wrong. Big mistake. With this weapon, China can easily wipe out any country on the world map if it wants to. Hiss. Think of this. He took a breath of air and his face became even more ugly. Since these days, they recaptured two fallen cities one after another, and suppressed domestic monsters under the leadership of Steve. The number of monsters killed to IT reached more than 8,000 heads. Everyone, including him, felt that the United States was about to overcome the monster crisis within its borders and catch up with China. Even as long as we work harder and clear out the monsters in the country, it is not impossible to obtain a perfect SSS level rating. But this time, China sent troops to Bataigua, but it once again poured cold water on him, let him fully understand the reality. China probably saw that we were in the limelight some time ago and deliberately demonstrated to the United States. Jobs smiled bitterly inside. Obviously, China will not send troops without reason. This move, the IT, must be aimed at their country, the United States, taking the opportunity to show their strength and beat them at the same time. Minister, the latest information is that China is suspected of mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology. At this time, the FBI staff handed over another piece of urgent information. What? Jobs' eyelids twitched and his heart skipped a beat. Received the information. He flipped through quickly. In terms of intelligence, China is suspected of mastering the super energy technology of controllable nuclear fusion within this month. And IT has been quietly applied to various fields. IT has set off a nationwide technological change and has surpassed the United States in many fields. Song. After reading the information, Jobs slumped down in his chair. His face was ashen. The confidence that I finally regained completely collapsed at this moment. Since the third round of trials, they have made progress, and China has also made progress. It's just, they are relatively high profile and attract global attention, but China has chosen to develop in a low-key manner and secretly develop innovative technologies. The gap between the two countries, not only has it not narrowed, it has actually grown larger. Sure enough, the previous leaders of the United States had a far-sighted vision, and they were absolutely right. The existence of China IT is the biggest threat to their United States. At the same time, the news that China sent troops to help the Body Kingdom and suppressed all the monsters quickly spread throughout the world, alarmed all countries, especially those big countries that have just participated in the nuclear bomb cleaning operation under the leadership of the other 4 permanent members. In this operation, they have benefited greatly and have also recruited many top talents. Americans eat meat, they followed and drank the soup, and Huaxia, ever since it wiped out all the monsters on the first day of the third round of trials, it has been extremely low-key. It closed the country. No dealings with any country. Their countries are following closely behind the United States, almost ignoring China, until, are you sure all the monsters in the Body Kingdom have been killed? That weapon from China can actually be used against other countries. China is too low-key. Obviously it has this strength, but it has not created any international prestige. This is called low-key? If you ask me, China has no sense of responsibility as a big country. With this kind of strength, why is it helping other countries now? It is strongly recommended that China activate that mysterious weapon to help our Sakura country kill all the monsters in its territory. Shocked, people from all over the world reacted and realized the power of China's weapon. On the web. He even openly shouted, asking China to take the initiative to assume the responsibility of a major country and save other compatriots on the earth. In Sakura country and Bangzi country, both in Asia, are the most vocal. They are also neighboring countries of China. Seeing Huaxia helping Batigo almost gave them pinky ye. Oh no, their domestic situation is no easier than that of the Pakistan Iron Kingdom. Even, it is much more serious than the Badi Kingdom, and their national power ranks among the top 20 in the world. In terms of strategic value, it is much stronger than the Badi Kingdom, which ranks around 50. How to see they are all worthy of China's action. Yanjing, cabinet room, the old man from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs took 2 documents and threw them on the table, sneered and said, when the United States launched the nuclear bomb cleaning operation, they were the ones who responded most actively. They flattered my country and criticized China. Now they actually have the nerve to apply for Book of Life and Death, weapons assistance from our country. These 2 documents. It was the letter of request sent from Sakura country and Bangzi country, requested the Book of Life and Death to assist them in cleaning up the monsters in the country, and expressed their willingness to form an alliance with China. In the future, only China will follow its lead. The ancients are absolutely right, frontier barbarians and lowly people have no bottom line. Wang Yu also snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain and contempt. Also located in Asia, the ancients of China had long seen through these 2 neighbors next to them. Fang Xianling once complained about Bangzi country, saying that it was a frontier barbarian and a lowly class, not worthy of benevolence and righteousness, and not worthy of common courtesy. Sima Guang also described the cherry blossom country, saying that it knows small etiquette but no great righteousness, sticks to trivial matters but does not have great virtues, emphasizes trivial matters but neglects integrity, fears power but does not harbor morality. The strong will be bandits, and the weak will be humble. Facts proved, even after 2,000 years, these two countries have not changed at all, still so shameless, without any so-called shame. On the other hand, look at the United States. Although the methods are not bright, at least they will not be as bottomless as Sakura Country and others. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs would like to make a statement and respond. The old man sitting in the first place spoke slowly. How to reply? The old man from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was stunned for a moment and asked hesitantly, after all, it is a response from the state, so you have to pay attention to the tone of the wording. Let them go. The old man sitting at the head was silent for a moment and said, Chapter 86 Queen Mother Xi's backup plan is a sign of the reopening of Jixia Academy. Hear the words. The other old men were slightly stunned, but soon a smile appeared on their faces. Deal with this kind of behavior of pushing your nose and face. It should be simple and direct. If you say it too tactfully, the other party may not understand it. By the way, the total number of monsters in the Batty Kingdom has been counted. There are 112,983 in total. Then, everyone began to discuss recent domestic matters again. After China sent troops to the Batty Kingdom, it shocked many. Xiao. Invisibly, the international status has also been unprecedentedly improved. Batijia has not broken its promise and is using the country's transportation capacity to transport the 110,000 monster corpses to China. Dean Yang has already started launching the Yaoqi project. Wang Yu nodded, his eyes shining with anticipation. Following the Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror, Science Fiction Heaven project is launched again. This battle may not be as big as the Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror, but once it's done, it will lay the foundation of China and truly have the qualifications to compete with the 5 races. Kulu Mountain in a certain low peak. At the same time that China was sending troops to the Batty Kingdom, Yang Mo rushed here with the scientific research team of the institute. After surveying the terrain, a temporary base was quickly established and equipped with various equipment. 30 large cultivation warehouses were moved. In these 30 cultivation chambers, 30 12-sided crystals are cultivated every moment. There are people who are responsible for feeding monster corpses, closely monitor the growth of the 12-sided crystal. The previous Mandui plant was also transplanted here, and was also fed with a large number of monster corpses. In the office, Yang Mo took out a pen and paper and started writing. First, study the growth process of the Hollywood Mandui, and analyze the principle of growing chips and plants. Second, determine the growth cycle of the Mandui chip. Third, decipher the 120,000 gene sequence maps, and independently master the technology of unlocking gene locks as soon as possible. Fourth, closely monitor the situation of those who have unlocked gene locks, and beware of any of them the backup left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. Fifth, research. It didn't take long. The key research topics were listed by Yang Mo. Yaoqi Biotechnology Center is not just about planting trees. The point of it relies on biology, genetics, medicine, and other means. Comprehensively analyze the Mandui chip in order to strive to independently master the gene lock technology. The third round of trials is almost over. After writing down the plan, Yang Mo looked out the window with his hands behind his back. The eyes are faint. Now, the third round of trials has reached the 27th day. It's coming to an end, but this is the cruelty of the civilization trial. It only gives a 3-day gap period. 3 days pass, the next round of monsters will follow. All civilizations have only 2 roads: either break out in desperate situations or perish in despair. The first 3 rounds are all monster races. If nothing unexpected happens in the 4th round, other races should appear. Yang Mo murmured, thinking in his mind. In previous lives, he has experienced 12 rounds of civilization trials. Learn some rules of the civilization trial. The monster races in the civilization trial are changed every 3 rounds, and their number and strength far exceed those in the first 3 rounds. 001 Undead in the first round, 002 Imitator in the second round, and 003 Loudspeaker in the third round. They are all from the Demon Clan. The 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds will rotate to other races. That's it. I don't know which of the 4 tribes it is: God, Spirit, Witch, or Ghost, under the butterfly effect. The future has become uncertain, and the information he, the Reborn, possesses is increasingly limited, but he did not panic. On the contrary, after the first 3 rounds of trials, he became more and more convinced that China would never make the same mistakes again. The Science Fiction Heavenly Plan, which is a collection of the wisdom of past generations of China, will eventually suppress everything and lead the whole country of China to ascend. Dean, there is an emergency report from Lindsay Base. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan quickly walked into the office, interrupted Yang Mo's thoughts. What happened? Yang Mo glanced at Zhao Ziyan. He found that Zhao Ziyan's temperament became colder and colder after opening the genetic lock. It gives people a feeling that strangers are not allowed to enter. Same, her work ability has also been greatly improved. All the affairs of the institute were handled by her in an orderly manner and without leakage. The people at the Lindsay base said that the energy storage seems to be almost completed, and the mysterious stone tablet has shown slight abnormalities. Hear this, Yang Mo's expression suddenly lit up, revealing a look of joy. Half a month ago, Huaxia took the lead in building a controllable nuclear fusion energy station in Lindsay with the help of the controllable nuclear fusion technology he brought out from the stone monument. Although the overall project is not completely completed, but the core nuclear fusion energy transmission channel has been established. All the energy generated by the energy station is given priority to the mysterious stone monument. I'm going to Lindsay right now. Yang Mo pondered for a moment and told Zhao Ziyan, "You don't have to follow me. Stay here and cooperate with researchers to continue to explore the potential of gene locks." Zhao Ziyan was stunned for a moment, looking a little aggrieved, but still nodded and said, "I will cooperate fully." As Yang Mo's secretary, she knows very well the importance of genetic locks. Whether it can be popularized is related to the future of all China. As the only person in the country who has unlocked the gene lock, she needs to cooperate with a large number of research and tests to provide accurate gene lock information. Plus, it is very possible that Queen Mother Xi's backhand is hidden in her body. Don't be too nervous, the Queen Mother of the West may be just a guess. Yang Mo noticed that Zhao Ziyan was depressed and comforted her. 5,000 years have passed. Maybe this 12-sided crystal is just a research initiated by the Queen Mother of the West, and there is no so-called backhand. Please rest assured, Dean, no matter what happens, I will never betray China. Zhao Ziyan raised her head and took the initiative to meet Yang Mo's gaze. Eye in the eyes, there is an indescribable determination. Yang Mo's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but think of the sassy woman who died with the monster in his previous life. He nodded. He explained softly, "While we are cooperating with the research, if you are bored, you can study more of the classic of mountains and seas and try to find the secrets in it." Zhao Ziyan has already opened the gene lock. In terms of brain development, he is the first person in the world. Perhaps you can find some new discoveries in the civilization trial manuals of the ancestors. Lindsay Base. A huge stone monument stands here, below it. The massive nuclear energy from the controllable nuclear fusion energy station is gathered here and disappears on the surface of the stone monument like a mud cow entering the sea. A critical mass seems to have been reached. A month later, the silent stone monument trembled again. The dark stone surface, there is a faint layer of light. Jixia Academy. Yang Mo rushed here and saw various strange phenomena in the stone tablet, and the precursor to the opening of the first stone tablet, exactly the same. On the front of the stele, the 4 words, Jixia Academy, are outlined in a running stroke, and on the back of it, there are also 4 other words that are so powerful that they bring a sense of ancient vicissitudes to the face. Chapter 87 Surprise, Heart, Mountain Leader, China Yongchang. Yang Mo stared at these 4 words. I am becoming more and more curious about the origin of this stone monument. It seems to be inextricably linked to China, but it was given out as a reward for the civilization trial. He was puzzled. Boom, as he thought about it, the stone tablet trembled more and more. The surface of the stone tablet shines brightly. Vaguely. It was as if an invisible passage opened, pulling his consciousness towards the inside of the stone monument. Dean, the researchers next to him saw this and rushed forward anxiously. Country Road. Yang Mo came back to his senses and looked around. Hurry up, the mountain leader is going to give a lecture. 2 scholars dressed in ancient costumes looked anxious and passed by Yang Mo running towards the mountainside not far away. Both sides of the road, golden farmland where wheat is grown. The air is fresh, the scenery is beautiful, but Yang Mo had no intention of admiring the scenery. Instead, he looked at the backs of the 2 scholars in ancient costumes. He remembered, the first time I entered the inside of the stone monument, I also met these 2 people. Same scene, the 2 of them seemed late again. Is it a coincidence? Yang Mo frowned slightly. Following up to the 2 of them, they took the initiative to say hello. My lord, Yang Mo, what do you call me? The 2 people in front couldn't help but pause when they heard this. One of them turned around, looking at Yang Mo in surprise. His face was full of shock. Look at your attire, you also came to the academy to study, and you actually have a surname? Which country are you from? Yang Mo was stunned. For a moment, I don't understand why the 2 people reacted so loudly. Isn't it normal to have a first name and a surname? Second brother, don't waste any more time. The mountain leader will give a lecture soon. If you go late, you will be punished. Another person pulled the man's sleeve and urged anxiously Road. The man reacted suddenly. A slap on the forehead. He bowed his hands to Yang Mo and said, I'm surprised. This is my third brother named Zhong. The mountain leader is giving a lecture soon. We have to go to the academy as soon as possible. Finished. That he pulled another person and ran away, surprise and heart, one-word names? Yang Mo watched the two people leaving and silently remembered these two names, later, looked at his attire and the Jisha Academy token around his waist, also rushed towards the mountainside. Not long after, then he rushed to Jisha Academy, and the old man who was responsible for guarding the gate of the academy also noticed Yang Mo. Boy, the mountain leader is about to give a lecture, why are you still standing there? The old gatekeeper raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Did you bring the academy token? Bring it. Yang Mo quickly took out the token from his waist and handed it to the old man. After the other party checks, he waved his hand, move him to hurry in. After passing through the long corridors, he soon arrived at the lecture hall of the academy in a white square. There are dozens of students below, everyone has their hair tied and their crowns tied up, sitting on the futon. The two people he met at the foot of the mountain before, at this time. An old man at the front was slapping his palms with a ruler and wailing, the bell has rang 3 times, and you are becoming more and more lazy in your studies. The old man looked angry and glared at the two of them. After today's lecture, I will punish you to copy the encouragement to learning 100 times. Chief, listen to our explanation. We, Jing and Zhong looked at each other, and their expressions instantly fell, no need to say more. The old man snorted coldly, rolled his sleeves and said, Go back to your seats. The two sighed. In front of all the students, I returned to my futon. In the square where the lecture is held there were whispers of gloating, quiet. The old man in front glanced down, and the scene fell silent. Huh? The old man was about to give a lecture. Suddenly he noticed Yang Mo not far away, showing surprise, a new student is here today? Come here. Br Yang Mo took a peek at the dejected Jing Hezhong and walked forward slowly. He remembered, the last time I came here, although Jing Hezhong was late, it was not so miserable. Could it be, it was because he stopped the two of them this time that they made the mountain chief angry? It's your destiny to join my academy for the first time. Do you have any questions to ask me? The old man looked at it for a moment and then asked slowly. Ahem, Chief Shan, I've been here once before. Yang Mo was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but remind him, have you been here? When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but sneered, although I am old, I am not old yet. I know the appearance of the disciples in the academy clearly. There has never been anyone like you. When did you come? Last time, half a month ago, right here, I asked you about controllable nuclear fusion technology. Yang Mo's eyes widened and he pointed to a meter away, absurd. The old man's face was ashen and he said coldly, I have never seen you before, let alone answered the technical questions about controllable nuclear fusion. This, Yang Mo quietly looked at the other party and felt that something was wrong. This old man, it seems that he has no memory of what happened before. Could he be suffering from amnesia? Okay, if you have nothing to ask, just find your seat and sit down. I'm going to start teaching. The old man snorted coldly and urged, Wait a minute, I do have something to ask. Yang Mo spoke quickly. It was not easy for him to enter the stone monument again. He could not waste this hard-won opportunity. Oh? Seeing this, the old man's expression softened a little. He stroked his beard and said, Are you asking about controllable nuclear fusion technology? This technology is relatively low level. I happen to know a thing or two about it and can answer it for you. Looking at the old man's confidence full of looks, Yang Mo swallowed. An old man in ancient costume dressed in a costume from 2000 years ago explained in front of him about controllable nuclear fusion. This scene. It's so inconsistent. I would like to ask, does the old gentleman know about the civilization trial? Yang Mo took a deep breath and asked the question he was most concerned about. This trial, inexplicably pulling the entire Earth into it, monsters are coming one after another, leaving all civilizations teetering on the edge of extinction. For the civilization trial, China knows very little now and can only look for clues from the Book of Mountains and Seas. He felt. This mysterious old man even knows about controllable nuclear fusion, and maybe he will know the secret behind the civilization trial. However, after he finished asking, the smile on the old man's face suddenly froze. What? What exactly is the civilization trial? Who initiated it and why the trial was initiated? Yang Emo took a deep breath again and asked everything he wanted to know, but he didn't know anything about it, shaking his head blankly. The confidence I had before was gone now. After a while that he blushed and said with shame, "Well, why don't you change the question? I really don't know what this civilization trial you were asking about is." Chapter 88, Drinking Wine. You don't know about the civilization trial either? Looking at the old man's reaction, Yang Mo was a little disappointed. Obviously, the level of the civilization trial was much higher than he imagined. The old man, who was familiar with controllable nuclear fusion technology, had never heard of the civilization trial. "I really don't know about the civilized trial." The old man looked a little confused and coughed dryly, "But the wine sacrifice may know." "The wine sacrifice?" Br Yang Mo was stunned for a moment. "That's right, sacrificial alcohol has a thorough knowledge of hundreds of schools of thought and knows everything." "Maybe I know the question you asked." The old man nodded. "How is his knowledge better than yours?" Yang Mo swallowed and asked tentatively, "Before I started studying, I saw wine being sacrificed, like a frog at the bottom of a well watching the moon in the sky." The old man glanced at Yang Mo and sighed quietly. "After I studied, I saw the wine sacrifice again, but it was like a mayfly seeing the blue sky." Mention the wine sacrifice, his face was full of reverence and admiration. "Where is the sacrificial wine now?" Yang Mo listened, his expression became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't wait to ask. The old man's face darkened. A little sullen, he scolded, "The sacrificial wine is the master of our Jisha Academy in Chi State. Isn't it something you ordinary students can see if they want to? Then, what should we do? Only then can we see the sacrificial wine?" Yang Mo did not give up and continued to ask. The old man looked deeply at Yang Mo. He said lightly, "If you want to see the sacrificial wine, you must be a disciple of my academy. You must be proficient in hundreds of schools of thought, have profound knowledge, and pass the exam of my academy." "Big test?" Yang Mo swallowed, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. To meet Jisho Academy's wine offering, ancient examination, he didn't know anything about the tests. "You can't pass the big exam." The old man glanced at Yang Mo and then said, "Let me change the question. Except for this, I can answer you all other questions." Yang Mo sighed softly, temporarily gave up the idea of meeting the sacrificial wine, and slowly raised his head. "I want to learn genetic technology." "Gene technology?" The old man seemed to be relieved when he heard this. Confidence returned to his face, smiled and said, "This is simple, I happen to know a thing or two about it." Yang Mo finally got in once. Since he cannot ask the truth about the civilization trial, he must bring a disruptive technology out, and currently China has launched the Yaoqi Biotechnology Research Center to carry out research in the field of biological genes. Most urgently needed. It happens to be the technology of genetics. Once it can be mastered perfectly, it will no longer be a luxury for all people in China to unlock the gene lock. But genetic technology covers many types. Which genetic technology do you want to learn? The old man paused slightly and suddenly asked, "Is there any classification?" Yang Mo was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I want to learn it all." The old man's face darkened, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times, and he said angrily, "I can only answer you one question. This is the rule of the academy. The rules are dead, and people are alive. If you don't want to be accommodating," Yang Mogan coughed and said shamelessly, but talking that he discovered the old man's face became increasingly ugly. There was a tendency to walk away that he quickly stopped and said, "Well, it's not impossible to learn one. May I ask, Mr. Sean, what does genetic technology include?" "Gene sequencing, gene coding, gene amplification, genes." The old man spoke expressionlessly about many technologies in the genetic field. Every item, they are all super technologies that China has not yet mastered, and Yang Mo was very excited when he heard them. After thinking carefully, he gritted his teeth and said, "I choose gene sequencing technology." Lindsay Base. A certain ward. "Dean, you are finally awake." Yang Mo slowly opened his eyes and saw concerned faces. Consciousness returned to the body. "How long have I slept?" He rubbed his forehead and looked at a researcher next to him. "It has been 24 hours since the phenomenon of the stone tablet broke out, and you have been unconscious for 24 hours. 24 hours again? Yang Mo was a little surprised. The time I entered the stone monument this time was exactly the same as the last time I entered the stone monument. It's all 24 hours. No more, no less, just right. This seems to be the rule for entering the stone tablet. You can only enter with consciousness each time and become a student in Jixia Academy. The time you stay there is only 24 hours. You guys go out first, I want to be alone. Yang Mo raised his head and said to the researchers around him. Soon, everyone left the ward one after another. Only Yang Mo was left, leaning on the hospital bed in my mind, but he was thinking a lot, recalling what he had experienced in Jixia Academy. Gene sequencing technology. He murmured softly, his eyes flashing, same as last time. This time, he also brought out an epic-making technology from Jixia Academy. This technology is different from the basic sequencing methods currently mastered by China. It targets all the tiny fragments in the 120,000 gene sequences, sequencing and analyzing the code of life as vast as the Milky Way. Relying on the improved memory of the entire population. He firmly memorized all the difficult breakthroughs and directions of gene sequencing. Technology taught by Shan Chang with the harvest is not small, but what made him more curious was actually the sacrificial wine who had never shown up. According to the mountain chief, it is very possible for Jizhou to know the truth about the civilization trial. The next time you enter, you must find a way to see the sacrificial wine and understand the truth about the civilization trial. He took a deep breath and silently thought about it in his mind. Half a day later, Kunlun Mountain Yaoqi Biotechnology Research Center. After Yang Mo regained consciousness, he returned here, convened all researchers in the fields of biology, genetics, and medicine in the Yaoqi base. Emergency meeting started. At the meeting. He handed over the gene sequencing technology he obtained from Jixia Academy to everyone. Give you a new task, quickly digest this technology. Just started. Everyone was still a little stunned, but after opening it, everyone's eyes widened, revealing a look of ecstasy. Excited. In the past few days, they are all immersed in studying the 120,000 gene fragments carried in the Mandui chip, trying to decipher them, but the 120,000 gene sequence information seems to be only 120,000. But each gene sequence contains countless fragments, which are as vast as a sea of smoke and extremely complex. They lack effective means. You can only use the stupidest method to sequence step by step of the ideal situation. It will also take 3 years to completely decipher it and grasp the function of each gene fragment. But now, with this epic-making complete and mature gene sequencing technology, the time for deciphering will be greatly shortened once they have mastered all 120,000 gene fragments of the human body. So for China, the human body will no longer have any secrets. You can even retest the function of the Mandui chip and analyze the various tricks left by the Queen Mother of the West. Eliminate all hidden dangers. Chapter 89. Generous rewards. The upper limit of the lifespan of the whole people is increased. How is the development of GeneLock going? After handing over the gene sequencing technology to everyone, Yang Mo started to ask again. Below. A researcher stood up and said excitedly, in the past few days, we have conducted a comprehensive analysis of the gene activity, dispersion, and developability of Zhao body, and selected 2 key development directions. Yang Mo raised his eyebrows. I heard the other party continue to say, first, brain function development training. Secretary Zhao's brain area is now fully open, but it has only been developed to 20%, and there is still huge room for improvement. In fact, although the brain areas of ordinary people are also running, they are only responsible for the most basic work. The frontal lobe, brainstem, right brain, left brain, and other areas only bear normal functions of vision, hearing, reading, thinking, imagination, logic, and other functions. It is precisely because of the existence of genetic locks. As a result, these functions of human beings are extremely ordinary, far inferior to those of monsters and extraordinary beings. But, since the genetic lock was opened to Zhao has begun various brain development trainings, and various functions have undergone earth-shaking changes. Second, physical training. Secretary Zhao's cell strength and potential exceed that of normal humans by more than 20 times. After training, her actual combat ability has been unprecedentedly improved. In terms of unarmed combat ability, it has been its number 1 in the country. Yang Mo heard this. He nodded slightly, think for a moment, then he asked, has the Queen Mother of the West's backhand been found in her genetic sequence? Not found yet. The researcher shook his head and added, but as long as we digest this complete set of gene sequencing technology, we can resequence Secretary Zhao's genes, capture all the fragments, and find all the abnormalities. Yang Mo nodded. Just as he was about to ask about other research progress, a majestic voice came from the sky echoing throughout the Kunlun Mountains. The 3rd round of civilization trials is officially over. The performance of various civilizations in the 3rd round of trials is now settled. Chinese civilization has successfully eliminated all monsters in the country and performed extremely well. It is rated SSS level and the upper limit of the lifespan of the entire population has been permanently increased by 100 years. Ba Tiejia has successfully eliminated all monsters in the country and performed extremely well. It is rated SSS level and the physical fitness of the entire population has increased by 98%. American civilization has successfully killed 8,645 monsters, and the number of remaining monsters in the country is 234. The performance is quite excellent, and the evaluation is SS level. American people will permanently receive a 50% physical bonus. Gaul civilization successfully killed 2,431 monsters, and the remaining monsters in the country were 9,762. The performance was average, and the evaluation was A level. The people of Gaul will permanently receive a 10% physical bonus. The civilization of Sakura Kingdom has successfully killed 2,227 monsters, and the number of remaining monsters in the country is 21396. The performance is average, and the evaluation is A level. The people of Sakura Kingdom will permanently receive a 10% physical bonus. The civilization of Bangzi country successfully killed 874 monsters, leaving 37,479 monsters in the country. It performed very poorly and was rated D. The people of Bangzi country will permanently receive 1% physique. All remaining civilizations have lost their sovereignty and will no longer receive rewards in future trials. That's it. Shrouded in the sky of the earth, there is invisible power falling from the 9 heavens are covered in every country. America, the sound of the great road, like a bell and a bell, also echoed over the country with the arrival of invisible power. All Americans, both received a 50% physical bonus. Department of Defense. When Steve Jobs heard the results of the third round of trials, his expression was extremely ugly. The upper limit of the national lifespan has been increased by 100 years. Is this the reward for perfect evaluation? He clenched his fists and stared at the gray screen in the sky. The expression is extremely complicated. There is both envy and jealousy, but more importantly, unwillingness and anger. Obviously, this time the United States tried their best to suppress the monsters, killing all the monsters in the country until only 234 were left. But the rules of the civilization trial require that only by clearing monsters can one obtain a perfect SSS level evaluation, only one grade. The rewards are worlds apart. In this round, China has achieved an astonishing increase in the lifespan of the entire population, which has increased by 100 years. What made him most angry? It was the Body Kingdom. That small country was actually ranked above their American country. This settlement is in progress. The United States actually fell to the 3rd position. This bullshit civilized test. It's not fair at all. You can actually get rewards for cheating. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he raised his head and glared at the sky. Now, but he really wanted to find out the person behind the civilization trial and ask why this kind of bug still exists. It's okay to be overwhelmed by China. The United States is now being suppressed by that little trash country. Oh no, their first round of trials in the United States was rated A level, and they were rewarded with a 10% bonus to their original physique. The second round was evaluated as S level, and a 20% bonus to the original physique was awarded. The third round of evaluation was SS level, and a 50% bonus to the original physical fitness was awarded. 3 rounds add up. The physical fitness of the entire population has only improved by 80%. Keba Iron Kingdom. The evaluations in the first and second rounds were all D level, and they received a total of 2% physical bonus for the entire population, but they directly received a perfect SSS rating in the third round, achieved a 98%. Physical bonus in one fell swoop. The total bonus exceeds that of the United States, and is equivalent to China, reaching 100%. Minister, please calm down. The assistant next to him saw this and quickly handed over a cup of coffee. Get out. In anger, Jobs threw the water glass to the ground with his backhand, his eyes blazing with anger. The assistant swallowed, hide in the corner shivering. After a while, Jobs just finished venting and gradually calmed down. The eyes were cold, with a hint of determination. He said in a deep voice, inform the scientific research department to cultivate 4th level 002 imitators as soon as possible at all costs. Hearing this, the assistant's expression changed slightly, and he reminded in a low voice, but the scientific research department said that the strength of the 4th level imitators is terrifying, and it is very likely that they will become uncontrollable. We can't control that much. Jobs gritted his teeth and looked a little crazy. In the next round, we must rebuild the glory of the United States. Now the Ministry of Science and Technology has been unable to analyze China's Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror, since it is impossible to copy China's success. So they can only hope to have the fourth level chosen one, who can use their absolute strength to suppress the monsters in the country and completely clear them out. And 3 days later, the fourth round of trials begins, and new unknown monsters will follow. At the same time, the solemn settlement sound of the civilization trial echoed synchronously over the earth, shocked countries around the world. On the one hand, I am extremely envious of the generous rewards China has received this time. On the other hand, the results of this round of settlement in Pakistan are full of shock and confusion. The civilization trial blind. In this round of trials, the body kingdom won every step of the way, and it was actually able to get a perfect SSS rating? Dr. 90 Yaoqi Biological Research Center. This is the method of the gods. Now that the civilization trial has been conducted for 3 rounds, there are only more than 50 surviving countries in the world, and this body kingdom, it happens to be ranked in the 50s, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is currently at the bottom, but it happens to be such a small country, crushed the world, destroyed the 4 permanent members including the United States, and obtained a 98% increase in the physical fitness of the entire population. Let all countries around the world be disgraced. What are the rules of the civilization trial? Don't you care about this? Batigua is blatantly cheating. Protest. Damn. Our country's national strength is even greater than that of Batigua. Be stronger, work hard, get D-level evaluations for 3 consecutive rounds, and now we are at the bottom? Sure enough, good work is not as good as good relations, it is nepotism. In other words, you can also get rewards for eating soft food, right? After listening to the settlement, people from all over the world were furious and looked at the gray curtain in the sky, venting his dissatisfaction. They fought hard to survive the result. 3 rounds accumulated. The physical bonus of many countries did not exceed 10 points, but the country of Batigua, which is at the bottom, relied on China's nepotism to achieve enlightenment by one person, and the chickens and dogs ascended to heaven. This is unacceptable to all countries. My own failure is heartbreaking, but it is particularly heart-wrenching to see the bottom-placed Batigua succeed. For a while, various voices of angry protest are rising one after another in various countries, but the voice in the sky disappeared without a trace. Since the settlement, nothing happens. Batigua.as The invisible power spread. The 300 million people in the Badi Kingdom felt the changes in their body's strength, reaction, speed, endurance, memory, ability in all aspects. Quietly, it doubled. His speed is far greater than that of Usain Bolt, and his strength is far greater than that of the weightlifting champion. Everyone was shocked and looked to the sky excitedly. At this moment, they all thought of a country invariably. It is precisely because that country took action to help them solve the domestic monster crisis that they were able to obtain such a magical creation. Fortunately, our eldest brother followed well. 300 million people were filled with emotion, extremely lucky, and full of gratitude to China. If there is no China, with their weak national power, 19 cities are controlled by monsters, and now they are probably completely out of control, and now there are no more monsters in their country. It is the only safe country in the world. Next, what they have to do is to guard against the import of foreign monsters, and the pressure will be much less. A moment, they found that they seemed to have found a shortcut to pass the civilization trial. China, the sound of settlement of the civilization trial also broke the tranquility of this land. Invisible power spills out. Everyone just feels that their body is much lighter than before, as if a lot of vitality has been injected into it. Those elderly people feel it most obviously. The gray hair on the temples slowly turned black. Wrinkled skin is no longer sagging. The loose skeleton has also become like that of young people. Many elderly people in their 70s and 80s are walking as fast as flying, glowing with a second round of new life. After noticing these changes, more and more people flocked to the official live broadcast room of the Monster Research Institute and started communicating excitedly. Damn it, this reward seems a bit outrageous. My mother has been in bed all day, and she just suddenly ran out to play soy sauce. Good guy, the upper limit of lifespan has been increased by 100 years. In other words, we have a chance to live to be 200 years old? Well, if you calculate it this way, 90 years old should be equivalent to the prime of life. I am 19 years old this year. Isn't it equivalent to children? At Zaya, should our country's minor standards be raised? It is strongly recommended that everyone under the age of 36 is a minor. In the live broadcast room, the barrage surged and was overwhelming. People were pleasantly surprised to learn that they could live to be 200 years old. The cheers continued. In China from now on, wishing others a long life is no longer a good thing to say. Instead, it turned into a curse word. The elders in their family have sufficient longevity and can live for another 100 years. It is possible for 8 generations to live under the same roof in the future, but soon not in the live broadcast room. Someone realized a series of other problems that might arise. Wait a minute, brothers, don't be too happy too early. If the minor standard is raised, the retirement age may also have to be raised. I'm afraid I won't be able to retire at 65. Hiss. 90 years old is considered the prime of life. Does it mean that I have just walked on the ground and have to go to the factory to drive screws again? No way. If we really counted as doubled, wouldn't that be true? You can't retire until you're 130? It's over. My 104-year-old great-grandfather is in danger. While chatting, the smiles on the faces of netizens gradually disappeared. When I think about myself, I will have to attend classes for more than 100 years, everyone sighed, scowling. It's better to live in other countries and live to be 70 or 80 years old, not like them, living to be 100, 17, or 80 years old is not necessarily a good thing. Yanjing Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. Dean Yang, I am Lin Shuiyan, formerly affiliated with the organization's propaganda department, and I am now reporting to you. A woman stood in front of Yang Mo and introduced herself. From now on, I will be responsible for assisting you in your daily work and life. While speaking, looking at Yang Mo secretly, his eyes rolled quietly. Yang Mo nodded, ignoring these small actions of the other party. He said, "You are responsible for the maintenance of the live broadcast room first, and at the same time, you are familiar with the daily affairs of the Institute." Zhao Ziyan is currently staying at the Yaoqi Biological Research and Development Center to cooperate with the comprehensive development of gene locks. His side, there happens to be a shortage of assistant secretary jobs. After the cabinet discussion, he transferred Lin Shuiyan here. Yes. Lin Shuiyan saw that Yang Mo had no intention of continuing to talk to her, responded, started to work. Unexpectedly, the third round of SSS level rewards is actually an increase in the upper limit of the lifespan of the entire population. After Lin Shuiyan left, Yang Mo walked slowly to the window, looked out the window, and murmured in his heart, "In the past life, China has gone through 12 rounds, and the one that has received the most is the SS level evaluation. Never received a perfect SSS rating." After his rebirth, he created the science fiction heavenly plan to truly suppress a country's monsters. One perfect reviews time and time again. The rewards in each round are also extremely generous. First, it was the 100% improvement in the physical fitness of the entire population, then the mysterious stone tablet, and now it is the increase in the maximum lifespan of the entire population. Based on the preliminary test results of Yaoqi Biological Research Center, the cell potential of the Chinese people has been increased invisibly, and the metabolic stages of birth, old age, illness, and death have been broken, and the upper limit of body functions has been stretched out of thin air. This method. It's not like it's caused by technology, but more like the legendary power of the gods. The way is even more magical. It is impossible to explain it with China's current technological level. There are still 3 days of free time. Which family of monsters will come next? Yang Mo gathered his thoughts and started to think about it again. D1. Both are fallen people from the end of the world. Although China's current strength is improving rapidly, but if you can know the information about the monster in advance, you can prepare early and be more confident. The beginning of the third round of trials, the United States discovered the secret of the advent of the Zhujian race in advance. Wait a minute, Zhujian race? I almost forgot about him. Yang Mo patted his forehead and suddenly thought of someone. Institute, exclusive prison. Door. Several researchers looked around the room reluctantly. He said to Yang Mo, "Dean, we have already detained the person you want. After you finish interrogating him, remember to return it to us." The corner of Yang Mo's mouth twitched a few times. Later, entered this airtight prison specially built for imprisoning Zhu Jian. I saw a scene where a young man was tightly bound by 18 alloy chains, his whole body. Injuries caused by research and experimentation are everywhere, even a kidney was lost by the researchers. It looked extremely miserable. Isn't it time to get off work? What else do you want to do? The young man realized that someone had walked in and roared at Yang Mo, and the pupils full of anger and grievance. "Ahem, I won't do research today." Yang Mo touched his nose and said with a strange expression, "I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer them truthfully, you will have a day off tomorrow." The words have not yet finished. The young man changed his arrogant and violent attitude and said with a smile, "You ask, as long as I know, I will cooperate with you." Yang Mo looked at him deeply. I vaguely remember, when I first caught this monster, he was unruly, violent, and perverse. I didn't expect it would only be 1 month, the edges and corners have been smoothed by society, so we cooperate. What is your name? He pondered slightly and spoke slowly. Shi Jian. The young man answered without any hesitation, your surname is Shi? Yang Mo half squinted his eyes. My real surname is Shi. The young man felt Yang Mo's gaze, his heart trembled, and he said quickly. Where are your Jian clan located, and how far are you from the earth? Yang Mo was silent for a moment and asked another question. At the same time observed Shi Jian's reaction carefully. Before he interrogated Shi Jian several times, wanting to know how he came to earth, but that seemed to involve the core secret of the civilization trial, which caused him to suffer tremendous mental pressure and did not dare to speak out. Therefore, this time he simply changed the question and bypassed the civilization test. We are in the demon world. Shi Jian seemed to have chosen to accept his fate and said honestly, to be honest, I don't know how far away from the earth it is. In the demon world, do all demon clans live together? Yang Mo thought. No. Shi Jian sighed and explained, the demon world is divided into 12 regions. Our clan is relatively weak and is located at the end of the world with the least resources and the thinnest energy in the world. Domain. Then do you know which race will come in the next round of trials? Yang Mo silently remembered this information and asked the next question. I don't know about this. Yang Mo raised his eyebrows. Shi Jian suddenly felt a chill rush into his heart, and said bitterly, I really don't know, I'm just an ordinary demon clan, and I can't come into contact with these things without any background. Br looking at Shi Jian, he looked aggrieved for a while. The corners of Yang Mo's mouth twitched a few times. He asked instead, can ordinary monsters survive being wiped out in our country's Book of Life and Death? Shi Jian's expression changed slightly. Simply shut his mouth, speak no more. It seems that you still prefer working overtime than taking holidays. Yang Mo shook his head and walked out of the interrogation room. Not long after, in Shi Jian's horrified eyes, several demonic researchers walked in. The United States, Department of Defense, secret prison, I don't know, I really don't know. Yan Xingyue kept rolling on the ground, veins on her forehead popped out, and she let out a painful wail. Her body is twisted. Fatally. To reveal the prototype, the true face of the Chu Ru clan was revealed. Minister, we have already given her more than 30 injections. A researcher in a white coat looked at Jobs and asked, do you want to give her more injections? Br Jobs frowned, looking down at Yan Xingyue, who was wailing in pain. She snorted coldly, give you another chance. What kind of monster will come in the 4th round of trials? I really don't know. Br Yan Xingyue on the ground kept moaning shrilly, obviously suffering great pain. 10 more shots. With a cold look on his face, Jobs ordered the research institute beside him, remember, control the amount, don't let her die. Yes. The researcher stepped forward and injected a large amount of liquid into Yan Xingyue's body. This liquid is the latest drug developed by medical institutions in the United States based on new materials such as blood and hormones and monsters. It can amplify neural pain sensation 10,000 times. It didn't take long, the drug takes effect. Yan Xingyue's whole body became more and more distorted, and the screams could not be heard. It seems that she really doesn't know. Jobs frowned slightly, a little disappointed. Subsequently, leave the prison. I told you a long time ago that I don't know. The struggling Yan Xingyue looked at the leaving figures of Jobs and her heart, filled with sadness and aggrievedness, physical torture far less than the regret in her heart. I knew it would be like this. When I escaped from China, I should have gone to the Sakura country, not the American country. This American, not human at all. He injected her with strange things every day, tortured her crazily, and even asked her questions she didn't know. Can she know this? Cousin? Cousin? At this moment, a wave of fluctuation came from the void. Yan Xingyue's expression perked up. He held his body in pain, glanced at the camera in the corner, and also used the secret technique of race. Soon, then he connected with the source of this fluctuation. Cousin, they are not human, she cried to the other party with grief and anger. Trapped in an American prison for so long, her only solace was to be able to communicate with her cousin using racial secrets. What's wrong with you? On the other side of the secret method, there was some confusion. Why are you still making strange sounds? Hiss, oh, Americans, give me an injection. The effect of the medicine hasn't worn off yet. Yan Xingyue's face turned red, and she forced herself to explain. Wait, where are you? Why are there strange sounds? She just asked this question. On the other end, there seemed to be some silence. After a while, then he gritted his teeth and said, Huaxia, you just forced me to work overtime. Work overtime? Cousin, aren't you in jail? Why are you still working within Huaxia? Yan Xingyue was stunned for a moment and asked excitedly just this sentence. The opponent seems to have broken through some defenses again. There was silence for a long time with resentment and hatred. He cursed, "Don't worry, China's good days are over. The next round of trials will come to the Eldar race. They are the civilization that has the most restraint on this technology. Whether it is China or the United States, they are all doomed. Let us endure the humiliation first, don't disobey them, be patient waiting for the arrival of the Eldar." Hear this. A glimmer of hope finally appeared on Yan Xingyue's desperate face. "Well, I have something to do today. I will update the next chapter in the evening. 2. The difficulty of the trial increases, and you'll be gone before you show up. The Eldar, it is the race that has the most restrained technological civilization and possesses many magical powers of natural disasters. Once they come, with the current technological level of China and other countries, it is absolutely irresistible. Time flies. 3 days later, die in the sky above the earth. The voice that was cursed by all countries for being unfair appeared again, like Hongzhong de Lu. Spread throughout the country. The fourth round of civilization trials has officially begun. The words just fell. I in the gray curtain covering the sky, bursts of space fluctuations appeared next. Countless monster figures emerged from the sky. They scrambled to be the first, become a shooting star, falling towards the borders of various countries. However, this epic and magnificent scene brought death and despair. The surviving people from various countries looked at the sky in horror, looking terrified. Many people have keenly discovered that the number of monsters descending this round is much greater than before. Every shooting star, they all represent an incoming monster, and this time, the number of meteors appearing in the sky is extremely dense. It's like a huge meteor shower. Among them, China and the United States have the most monsters descending on them, with the numbers exceeding 2,000 each. Of the number of remaining surviving countries ranges from 1,000 to 2,000. For a while, the top leaders of various countries have set their sights on the two most powerful countries in the world. Pay close attention to the trends of the two countries, wonder how they will deal with these menacing monsters. China Monster Research Institute. The Book of Life and Death has fully recovered. The Book of Life and Death database has captured the brainwave information of the alien race that has arrived this time. There are 2,487 of them in the territory. Book of Life and Death, a cluster of 10,000 brainwave base stations has responded and the erasure command has been initiated. The erasure is completed. A total of 2,487 monsters have been eradicated. Demon Mirror has been fully revived. The Demon Mirror database has not collected any signs of survival of alien races. Demon Mirror is being closed. The coordinates of the monster have been sent to various departments, and the monster corpse is being activated. Cleanup work. In the office, listen to the reports from various departments. Yang Mo didn't look happy at all, but looked out the window. The expression was a little solemn. Out the window, the full moon that reflects thousands of miles of rivers and mountains in China is quietly closing. Dean, have we passed this round of trials? Lin Xueyan swallowed her saliva and asked with some uncertainty. Everything it happened so suddenly. The fourth round of trials has only started for 10 minutes. She works as a secretary. Reported information was received from various departments of the two mysterious weapons that control the country in China have fully recovered, with an extremely tyrannical attitude. Locked all the monsters that came this round and implemented unreasonable long-range obliteration. It is really like the Book of Life and Death in Myths and Legends. The King of Hell tells you to die at the third watch, but will never leave anyone alive until the fifth watch. Book of Life and Death, obliterate, demon mirror, autopsy, cooperate with each other, intimate. The whole process was neat and tidy. There is no sloppiness at all. Of the more than 2,000 monsters that just arrived were killed before they even showed their heads. Don't be too happy too early. Yang Mo glanced at Lin Xueyan, who was delighted and excited, and said lightly, "We don't know anything about this round of monsters at the moment." Unable to determine whether he passed the test. Hearing this, Lin Xueyan was stunned, not understanding what Yang Mo said. The monsters are all dead. Doesn't it count as passing the trial? Can they still be resurrected? It's raining. Yang Mo pointed out the window. At this moment, the light rain is falling slowly from the sky, tapping on the window glass. Not long after, the rain became heavier and heavier, turning into a downpour. I brought an umbrella. Lin Xueyan subconsciously looked out the window, still not understanding what Yang Mo meant. You should make an announcement first to stabilize people's hearts and say that the monsters in the territory have been cleared. Yang Emo shook his head and smiled, and then ordered, "I'll go right away." Lin Shuiyan glanced at Yang Emo secretly, turned around and left the office with doubts. China, Lin Cheng. In a university dormitory, the fourth round of trials, the difficulty has actually increased so much. Wang Zichen was lying on the bed, scrolling through the videos on the YouTube channel. In the video, someone has counted the number of meteors that have landed in various countries compared to the first 3 rounds. The number of rounds this time is exceptionally large, which shows how difficult the trial is, but, as a Chinese person, he has no worries at all. "Brothers, guess how long it will take for our country to be rid of monsters this time?" In the dormitory, a roommate suddenly said, "How about we make a bet? I guess before tonight you can take care of the monster." Quickly another roommate joined in and pretended to analyze. "Last time our country took 24 hours, this time the difficulty has increased so much, I blindly guessed 8 hours. I bet $100, 10 hours. A red note hit the table. The roommates all spent their living expenses and started a hearty gambling game. "I'm coming too." Wang Zichen also became interested and just wanted to join in. On your mobile phone, I received a pop-up prompt. The Monster Live broadcast room he follows has updated the latest announcement, and the official claims that all monsters in the territory have been wiped out. Just solved? His eyes widened and he couldn't help but look at the time. Distance trial starts. It's only been 20 minutes. The country has already dealt with all the monsters that came this time. This speed, this efficiency, isn't it too outrageous? With shock, he subconsciously clicked on the live broadcast room and happened to see a very good-looking woman live broadcasting. It's just, this anchor is not the previous Zhao Yinran. It seems to be a new person. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Shuiyan from the Institute. Here, I would like to officially inform you of the news. Through the efforts of relevant departments in our country, it has been confirmed that all the monsters that came this round have been killed." After a brief introduction, Lin Shuiyan solemnly announced a piece of news. It shocked the entire live broadcast room. This time, countless netizens like him posted a series of question marks in the barrage. "That's outrageous. The monsters this round were too weak, weren't they all wiped out in less than 20 minutes? The country is taking action faster and faster. At least let me feel the fear of the monster coming. Hey, this trial is not interesting at all. Let me tell you, I will get the SSS level perfect reward again. If this continues, I feel like I will be ruined by the country." While shocked, netizens have discovered that their country's strength seems to have risen to another level. I still remember the third round. It took the country a full day to get rid of all the monsters, and this time, the time is greatly shortened. Keep going like this. They are worried that the monsters in the next round may be killed in the air before they even land on the ground to complete their. Chapter 93, Husbands, if you see it, your city will be flooded. In the bedroom, Wang Zichen told his roommates the news. The roommate's reaction was exactly the same as his. "With a big mouth, can swallow an egg. Our country is too low-key. Really, it's all developed quietly. Even our own people don't know about it." A few roommates smiled bitterly and couldn't help but complain. Judging from the speed of killing monsters, obviously the 2 weapons that control the country have been unprecedentedly improved and strengthened. Whether at home or abroad, there is no news at all. Forget it, don't think so much. It's a great day today. Why don't we go out for a big meal to celebrate? A roommate suddenly suggested. There is a restaurant near our school. It's a small restaurant. I heard that there are delicacies cooked with the ingredients of the 001 Immortal, smuggled from abroad. It's really delicious. The supply is limited every day. If you go there late, it will be gone. The words just finished, several people became interested instantly and got up to go out. It seems to be raining heavily outside. Wang Zichen pointed out the window and poured cold water on several people. A few roommates just noticed. Unknowingly, it was already pouring rain outside. At the same time, globally, China's announcement was quickly learned by officials from various countries. They originally planned to learn China's response methods. They were all unusually silent. This time, No1 questions the authenticity of Huaxia's announcement. I just felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They wouldn't be able to copy China's method. In desperation, all countries had no choice but to turn their attention to another big country again. After all, in the last trial, the United States also achieved an SS-level evaluation, second only to China and the Body Kingdom, the United States Department of Defense. China's Book of Life and Death is becoming more and more terrifying. When Jobs listened to his subordinates' reports, The fear on his face became more intense. The fourth round of trials started less than an hour ago. Huaxia activated the mysterious weapon in a tyrannical manner and killed all the monsters in the territory. Without a doubt, in this round of trials, China once again excelled, leading the rest of the world. Minister, someone in Florida reported that a man-eating monster was discovered, which is suspected to be a new monster coming this cycle. At this time, the intelligence department of the FBI quickly reported received a message. Jobs looked excited. Think for a moment. Immediately ordered, notify the local military to establish a blockade to prevent this monster from escaping. In addition, inform the Chosen Legion to send a small team to capture this monster. Monster, remember, I want to live. After copying China's previous rounds of measures, the United States has now established a complete reporting mechanism. As long as someone finds traces of the monster, you can get a reporting reward of 100,000 meters, and the monsters in this round seem to be a little different from the monsters that developed in the early stages of the first 3 rounds, he remembered. The monsters in the first 3 rounds must develop for at least a week before they dare to reveal their whereabouts. Is it possible? The monsters that descended this time are so powerful that they don't need to be cumbersomely developed. Why did it suddenly rain so heavily? After deploying the operation, Jobs suddenly looked out the window. I don't know when it was pouring rain. Suddenly, huge raindrops were beating on the window glass crazily. A storm is coming. Half a day later, Department of Defense. In the rainstorm, a monster that was 3 meters tall, shaped like a white deer, and had 4 giant horns was escorted in front of Jobs by Steve and others. Is this the monster that came this round? Jobs stared at the dying giant monster at his feet and frowned. Steve is indeed very strong, but he thought it would take a day at the earliest to catch this new monster. I didn't expect that just half a day the monster was caught and brought over. It should be, but his combat power is a bit weak. Steve nodded, also a little surprised. When we arrested him, he only knew how to run and never fight back. I have no strength at all. Roar! The monster on the ground struggled and roared when he heard Jobs and others talking about him. Be honest. Steve snorted coldly, and the terrifying electromagnetic power blessed the monster. It collapsed to the ground instantly, unable to move. His appearance is very different from the monsters in the first 3 rounds. Jobs was a little surprised, and he keenly noticed that this monster was unusual. The first 3 rounds, whether it is the 001 Immortal, the 002 Impersonator, or the 003 Loud One. Their looks, they all have human faces and animal bodies, but the monster in front of him has no so-called human face, and its appearance is completely animal body. The only special one. That is, he is as big as an elephant and looks like a white deer, plus he has 4 huge horns. Think of this. He quickly took out the Classic of Mountains and Seas and started reading it quickly. After repeated comparisons, finally locked the identity of the monster at his feet. The Classic of Mountains and Seas Zhongxi Sanjing. It was recorded, there is a beast on the mountain of Aoan. It looks like a white deer with 4 horns. It is called Fu Zhu. When it is seen, there will be great floods in its town. Husband. Jobs' eyes sparkled and he said in a deep voice, yes, the monster coming this time is Fu Zhu. In this record. In addition to describing the appearance of this monster in detail, its abilities are also pointed out. Everywhere you go, county floods. Jobs' pupils trembled slightly, and he suddenly woke up staring at the white deer at his feet. He said in disbelief, is this heavy rain caused by monsters? Compared with the monsters in the first 3 rounds, the monsters in this round are obviously more magical, possessing strange powers and seeming to be able to control the weather. Check where it is raining in the country now. He turned around and quickly gave instructions to his assistant. Soon, the meteorological department reported the recent weather conditions in the 50 states in the United States. There are more than 2,000 cities in its territory. At this moment. It's all pouring rain. His Jobs took a breath of air. Combined with the number of monsters that came this round, he vaguely understood. The monsters coming this time are hidden in more than 2,000 cities, and there is one in each city. His eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth and said, they are using their abilities to quietly change the weather, in an attempt to launch a flood, submerge our country, and destroy our civilization. Hearing this, the expressions of Steve and others on the side changed drastically. Staring at the monster at his feet, he became more and more afraid of it. Stronger than Steve, I also felt my scalp was numb and the hairs on my back were standing on end. Although his combat power is astonishing and he can be called level 3 invincible, he is still human after all. If a flood comes, the United States was flooded, and he could not survive alone. Steve. Jobs took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, from now on, you will lead the chosen army to quickly go to more than 2,000 cities, look for traces of husbands, and kill everyone you find. we can't let the heavy rain continue any longer. Now the trial has just begun. Fortunately, with China's Book of Mountains and Seas as a guide, they discovered the monster's identity and abilities in advance. Everything. There's still time to stop it. Chapter 94 Shocking news: the heavy rainfall cannot be stopped. China Monster Research Institute. Lab. The corpse of a monster that looked like a white deer had been cut into pieces, disassembled into dozens of parts. Dozens of researchers are conducting comprehensive research and experiments on the monster's corpse. Everyone, he looked a little excited. Even Shi Jian, who usually liked to study the most, was given a few days off and put back in the prison cell. Everyone, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the fourth round of monster research. In front of an experimental bench. Liu Fuyuan, a top professor in the field of particle research, looked at the four giant horns that had just been disassembled, looked surprised, thinking, the dean asked me to focus on studying these four giant horns of Fuzhou. What is so magical about them? When the monster corpse was transported to the laboratory. The dean came once, just one glance, then he recognized the identity of the monster. Then, after explaining many matters, he left in a hurry, among them extra care, and let him focus on studying these four giant horns. Let's conduct basic energy flow, particle flow, and electrification tests first. After Lu Fuyuan pondered for a moment, he ordered the two researchers behind him. He buried his head in research. Yanjing, cabinet meeting room. Several old men looked happy and were discussing matters. The Book of Life and Death, developed under the leadership of Dean Yang, is truly a weapon for the country. The old man in the military chuckled, grinning from ear to ear, between words full of praise for Book of Life and Death, that in this round of trials, Huaxia's soldiers once again wiped out all the monsters in the territory without losing a single blow, saving the casualties of military officers. If facts proved, the science fiction heavenly plan proposed by Yang Mo was extremely far-sighted. It is simply that the benefit lies in the present and the merit will be in the future. The future. As China's technological level improves, the Book of Life and Death will also be continuously updated and iterated until shock the heavens and become the supreme artifact that shocks the past and the present. Yeah, I think it's time to ask for credit from Dean Yang. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology pondered for a moment and then suggested, previously, the monster crisis was coming fiercely, and Dean Yang has been busy. It's rare to have time now. Everyone looked at each other. They all nodded. Indeed, now the fourth round of trials has just started, but all the monsters have been wiped out. Chinese crisis is lifted. Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror have both come out. Yaoqi Biotechnology R&D Center is also on the right track and is starting the work of decrypting the gene lock. It's time to reward the meritorious officials. Tuk. At this time, a guard came in and reported to everyone, Chief, Dean Yang from the institute is here. The old man in charge looked at him, hurry and say, please soon. Under the leadership of the security guard, Yang Mo walked into the conference room. Wang Yu stood up first and said with a smile, Dean Yang, you came just in time, we are planning to show your merit. The old man in the military nodded. The expression was full of appreciation and affirmation. Dean Yang deserves the most credit for China's current achievements. I don't know, however, Yang Mo's next words made everyone's smiles freeze. The current situation in China is very urgent. The words just fell. Every old man, including Wang Yu, looked at Yang Mo in surprise. A puzzle was written on his face. Today, the situation in China is excellent. As soon as the fourth round of monsters arrived, they were completely wiped out by China. Why suddenly? Is it an emergency again? This is the information about the monsters coming this round. Yang Mo took a deep breath, took out a document and handed it to everyone, said in a deep voice, the epicycle monster is named Fuzhou in the Shanhai Jing. It belongs to a type of spiritual race. Its ability is to cause large-scale precipitation wherever it goes. Next. He also took out a weather map of various provinces and cities across the country. The above clearly shows that it is raining heavily all over the 9.6 million square kilometers of China. 24-hour rainfall exceeded 250 mm. A heavy rainstorm level has been reached. What? The leader of the old man was suddenly startled and quickly flipped through the documents submitted by Yang Mo. The expressions of the other old men also changed slightly. They all came forward looking at the national weather map. A chill came to my heart, but we have wiped out all the monsters. Logically speaking, this heavy rain will stop soon, right? The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology was the first to recover from the shock and analyzed and deduced. Everyone heard this, focused on Yang Mo again. At the same time, as the fourth round of trials proceeds at countries around the world, they are all trying their best and using all means to search for the unknown monsters that have descended on the country. Just when various countries thought that this time the monster was going to grow obscenely again. A fourth round monster. Research report released by the U.S. Department of Defense shocked the world. In the report, the United States stated that it has locked the true identity of the monster in this round, and it is the Fuzhou recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Its combat power is limited, far inferior to 001 Immortal and 003 Loudspeaker, only comparable to 002 Impersonator, but wherever this monster passes, there will be heavy rainfall. The United States recommends that all countries in the world take the lead in investigating areas with heavy rainfall in the country. There must be husks in places with abnormal climate. As soon as the news came out, global shock. High-level officials from various countries did not dare to neglect and quickly contacted the meteorological department to check the weather conditions in the country. The result, without exception, it is raining heavily in all countries. The top leaders of various countries were horrified. I quickly reacted and realized the horror of the fourth round of trials. Obviously, in this round of trials, the real threat to human civilization is not those monsters. It's the heavy rainfall they cause. As long as the heavy rain doesn't stop, it won't be long. Natural disasters such as flash floods and mudslides will occur in various countries. Even the whole world will become a vast ocean. We must find the husbands in each city as soon as possible, eliminate them at all costs, and stop the rain across the country. After realizing this, countries quickly made decisions. The state machinery was activated, the military and extraordinary people came out in full force and rushed to cities across the country to find those hidden husbands. Yanjing, Cabinet Room. Heavy rainfall has already formed. Even if all the husbands are killed, the rainfall cannot be stopped immediately. Yang Mo looked directly into everyone's eyes and said something shocking again. This is why he rushed to the cabinet as soon as he discovered Fuzhou's identity. Husband Zhu. One of the Eldar clan have unique abilities. The weather can be modified to create a heavy rainfall climate centered on it. Once this kind of weather forms, even if they are killed, the rain will continue for a month, equal to the cycle of a civilization trial. It's just one thing he didn't think about was that in his previous life, Rifuzu clearly only appeared in the 7th round, but in this life, their clan actually arrived in the 4th round. He always felt that someone was paying attention to the Earth's civilization trial and secretly modified the difficulty of the trial. Chapter 95 Weather Type Space-Based Weapons, Thunder God and Lightning Girl. Quietly, the difficulty of the 4th round has been raised to the standard of the 7th round of normal trials. The rain will not stop? The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology shrank his pupils and subconsciously looked out the window of the conference room. It rained heavily, falling from the sky. It has been going on for several hours and shows no sign of stopping, and they in China obviously wiped out all the husbands as soon as they came. This is the latest data from the Meteorological Bureau, a map of the country's weather forecast for the coming week. Yang Mo nodded and took out another piece of information from the documents he carried with him. See this? A few old men came forward again and saw that all the provinces in the country on the map were red. Heavy rain disaster, covering all provinces, even desert areas are experiencing heavy rain. Hiss. The pupils of the leader's old man shrank, and his face became extremely ugly. Obviously, Yang Mo's words are not based on speculation, nor are they scaremongering. If the heavy rain continues, the disaster brought to China will be devastating. To note, extremely heavy rains that last for only one day can cause various natural disasters such as flash floods, landslides, and mudslides. Last for 7 days. It will also cause reservoirs to burst, rivers to overflow, seawater to rise, and submerge the ground level. Dean Yang, do you have a way to break the situation? Wang Yu took a deep breath and looked at Yang Mo with expression. With a hint of hope, the other old men also focused their attention on Yang Mo again. They all know it, this disaster is different from the past, but it is more terrifying than the death threat posed by the monster. Yes. Yang Mo met everyone's gaze and nodded solemnly. There is a link in the science fiction heavenly plan I proposed before that can solve China's crisis. Hear the words. The old men from various departments looked at each other. They all thought of that grand and huge plan, and their hearts beat faster. Whether it is Book of Life and Death, it's still Demon Mirror, or the Yaoqi Biotechnology R&D Center that is currently being launched is all born out of that incredible dream plan. Yang Mo stepped forward. Didn't sell it, he revealed the plan. Weather-based space-based weapons, thunder, and lightning. The words just finished, the old men in various departments were shocked. With glints in their eyes, Wang Yu looked the most excited and couldn't help but murmured, in myths and legends, those two gods in heaven? Not bad. Yang Mo held his head high and said solemnly, in the heaven, although the god of thunder and the mother of lightning are minor gods, their duties happen to be to move clouds and rain, and control the weather in the world, so they can perfectly cope with it. This disaster In Science Fiction Heavenly Plan, Thunder God and Lightning Mother, this meteorological space-based weapon was specially conceived for the 7th round of Fu Zichu Dai in the past life. Fu Zhu, who came in the 7th round, brought heavy rain that lasted for a month. Countries are helpless, countless people died in this heavy rain, the world's population has dropped by 1/5 out of thin air. The same is true for China. After learning from the pain, Chinese scientific researchers studied day and night, and then came up with the concept of Thunder God and Lightning Mother. It possesses unparalleled power and is responsible for good weather in good weather. It can artificially control all celestial phenomena within the territory and reverse the abnormal weather caused by Fu Zhu. Just enter the corresponding instructions in the background. It can select a range and freely adjust any climate within that range. In the conference room, everyone couldn't help but be fascinated while listening to Yang Mo's story. Mortal body, control the power of the gods, what a shock! Then how can we develop it? The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology was not as optimistic as others and asked in a deep voice, such a transcendent weapon. Obviously, it is not so easy to develop. To develop Thunder God and Lightning Mother, 3 prerequisite technologies are needed. Yang Mo took a deep breath and said solemnly, first, sufficient energy and power support. At this point, our country has been satisfied. Last month, Huaxia is frantically digesting the controllable nuclear fusion technology he brought from Jisho Academy. Controllable nuclear fusion technology has been initially mastered, and in Linzi, the first nuclear fusion energy station was built, bringing a revolution in the energy field. Thunder God and Lightning Mother. The problem of massive energy consumption required to transform the celestial phenomena has been solved. Second, it requires extremely strong computing power. Hear this, the old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology had a thought in his mind and said, our country's Zhejiang No. 3 and Zhuchengji No. 2 can be transferred to Leigong and Dianmu. These 2 supercomputers, they are China's masters in the field of computing power in recent years, and they have all entered the ranks of quantum computers. Its running speed is billions of times faster than a classical computer. One of the core components of the Book of Life and Death is a Chinese super quantum computer. However, Yang Mo shook his head and sighed, it's not enough. The computing power of Zhejiang No. 3 and Zhuchengji No. 2 is too weak. Different from Book of Life and Death, Thunder God and Lightning Mother, weather weapon needs to collect all information within the area, including moisture, temperature, humidity, wind speed, sunshine, dust, particles, internal circulation, monsoon alternation, etc. The principle, it is somewhat similar to the butterfly effect. On the other side of the ocean, a butterfly flapping its wings in the rainforest can trigger a tornado on a distant land. Use 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Control the celestial phenomena within the territory to make them run according to preset procedures. This is doomed. Thunder God and Lightning Girl needs a larger database to handle the nearly infinite calculations and find the butterfly. And Zhejiang No. 3 and Zhuchengji No. 2. Although it is a quantum computer, it is only the preliminary application of quantum information technology. Rely on them to calculate. It may take hundreds of years to find that butterfly. Then, the old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology frowned. He didn't expect it. The Zhejiang No. 3 and Zhuchengji No. 2 computers that China was proud of could not keep up with the computing needs of Leigong and Dianmu. So, we must promote the computing upgrade of quantum computers and master the real quantum computing technology. Yang Mo looked up at the crowd with a somewhat urgent expression. Today, it is raining heavily in various provinces in China. The longer it takes, the disaster will become more terrifying. The advent of Thunder God and Lightning Mother is imminent. The top quantum computer is a key point that cannot be avoided. The core components of many of the country's most important weapons in Science Fiction Heavenly Plan require the support of terrifying computing power. As for how to obtain quantum computing technology, in the previous life, Chinese researchers discovered from a certain monster of the Protoss in the 10th round that its abilities were similar to quantum computing, but, in this life. By chance, China obtained the mysterious stone tablet. There is a more convenient way. He can wait until the stone tablet is fully charged and then enter Jisho Academy again to ask the mountain chief for advice on this technique. Chapter 96, Natural disaster sweeps across, people are panicked. It's only 1 month, is it too late? Wang Yu and others couldn't help but ask, suppressing the shock in their hearts. Quantum technology. It is divided into 3 fields in total, namely quantum computing technology, quantum communication technology, and quantum transmission technology. For now, modern scientific and technological civilization has just entered into the research of quantum computing technology, and the research level in the other 2 fields is only superficial. Within 1 month, the difficulty of upgrading Zhejiang No. 3-inch and Zhuchong number 2 to the top quantum computer level can be imagined, you have to do it even if you can't do it. Yang Emo took a deep breath and said in a low voice, if Thunder God and Lightning Mother comes out as soon as possible, it will save the lives of tens of millions of people. This trial. It's different from the past, the appearance of Fuzhou has brought about abnormal climate, and natural disasters are approaching step by step. Although Huaxia has killed all the husbands. 1 month later, the climate will gradually return to normal, but this month is enough to flood every city in China and bring about many horrific chain disasters. Previous lives. He had experienced the scene personally and witnessed countless compatriots being buried in this natural disaster. You only said 2 things just now, what about one more? The old man who led the group was silent for a long time, and then suddenly asked. Yang Emo paused, slowly spoke. The third technology is the high-energy particle remote hedging device, which blasts away the energy residue of the husband. 3 days later, the United States Department of Defense, under the leadership of Steve, the Chosen Legion, went to various states and achieved remarkable results. Within 3 days, the number of Fuzhou killed reached more than 30. Everyone in these places is obviously dead, but the heavy rain has not stopped yet. Looking at the information from the Meteorological Bureau, Jobs felt extremely heavy. It stands to reason. Fuzhou, possessing magical power, can change the sky, create heavy rains, and produce floods. The husbands and princes of more than 30 cities were all beheaded. The rainstorm should stop. It can be based on the forecast of the Meteorological Department. Heavy rains in these cities will continue for at least 20 days. Minister, all states have reported that heavy rains have caused water accumulation on roads, urban flooding, and skyrocketing river water levels. The secretary hurriedly walked into the office and sent the latest summary of the situation in each state. Rainstorm. It has been going on for 3 days. River water levels are generally rising in all 50 states in the United States. Hundreds of cities have experienced disasters such as landslides and mudslides. Hydrological expert estimates. If the rainfall continues, the next step will be for lakes to burst, their banks and reservoirs to burst, causing widespread flooding. Requests came in from every state. Apply the Chosen One to intervene and help them eliminate the monsters lurking in the state as soon as possible. Even if it is cleared, it will not stop the heavy rain. Jobs put down the information, shook his head and sighed. This round of trials, it was much scarier than he expected. Killing husbands will not stop the heavy rain disaster, but if it is not erased, it is highly likely that the heavy rain will never stop. Minister, what should we do next? The secretary asked in a low voice. Notify Steve to speed up the progress. Husband must not stay. Jobs took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, in addition, for those who have been obliterated, Fuzhou City activated artificial rain control methods to forcibly disperse the heavy rain. At the same time, globally heavy rain continues, shrouding cities in various countries. After 3 days of research, senior officials from various countries have realized the special nature of heavy rains. Behead all husbands. It doesn't stop the rainstorm. After learning the truth, senior officials from various countries were extremely horrified. A team of experts was quickly dispatched to study the principles of how Fuzhou changed the weather. After research, the expert team found that after the arrival of Fuzhou, the climate composition within a certain range was invisibly changed, forming a precise and continuously circulating whole. Use this principle. Water vapor from the ocean is continuously mobilized and turns into a downpour. Therefore, as long as this continuous cycle is broken, theoretically, the heavy rain can be stopped. So, countries follow the example of the United States. Many artificial cloud intervention plans have been launched one after another. Dry ice is spread into the clouds through aircraft, rockets, and other equipment in an attempt to break the overall cycle. By various means, it has indeed achieved certain results. Those areas where there was heavy rain cleared up for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes later, countless amounts of water vapor condensed again, and heavy rain came again. No, there are forces left behind in the sky above these cities. Expert teams from various countries discovered in horror that there is an invisible force above the cities to drive again. It also transports water vapor from the ocean and turns it into torrential rain. No matter how many times they intervene manually. As long as this power does not dissipate, the heavy rain will not stop. For a while, an atmosphere of pessimism and despair has once again enveloped the more than 50 surviving countries. China Monster Research Institute, live broadcast recording. Room Lin Shuiyan looked at the camera and was conducting a national live broadcast. The scene, it was also synchronized to various local satellite TV stations. After research and analysis by our institute, the basic habits of the fourth round monster Fuzhou are now understood, and its number is named 004, codenamed Rainmaker. As soon as they arrived in China, they used their racial abilities, released special energy groups, locked a certain area, transformed the atmosphere, and formed a climate of continuous heavy rain. This energy group will last for 1 month after Fu Zhu's death. For a long time in the future, extremely heavy rainstorms will continue. Please pay attention to your own safety and beware of major associated disasters. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the number of people online has reached more than 60 million. After hearing the official explanation, a massive barrage of comments flooded in. What? The heavy rain will continue for another month? The door of my house has been flooded, and now I can't get out. What are you talking about? I live in my hometown in the countryside, and the first floor has been flooded. The whole family lives on the second floor now. If it doesn't stop raining, we won't have anywhere to run. Damn monster, it won't let anyone live in peace. My corn will be soaked to death. Although my physical fitness has improved, I can't swim. Is this trial too difficult? The heavy rain lasted only 3 days. The water level began to rise crazily, which not only made travel difficult, but also flooded countless crops. Everyone, both are feeling heavy. I no longer have the optimism I had when facing monsters. Listening to the heavy rain outside and watching the rising water level every day brings unimaginable stress. Death it is oppressing everyone's nerves. Although they have received a 100% physical bonus and a 100-year lifespan increase, this does not mean that they will not die in the face of natural disasters. Human beings looks too small. P.S. It has been confirmed that it will be put on the shelves at the end of the month. The specific day will be confirmed by the editor's notice, and it will be launched on the day of release. Chapter 97. The water level surged and the river burst its banks. Don't panic, everyone. The country has stationed disaster prevention headquarters in various places to focus on rescuing trapped people. Looking at the screen full of bullets at the end of the scene, Lin Shuiyan quickly appealed, "The trapped people, please wait patiently, please believe in the country, we will not give up on anyone." As the heavy rain continued, disaster relief centers have been established across China, extremely well equipped in all aspects. Countries are following suit, everyone is trying their best to rescue the people trapped in the heavy rain. The abilities of these monsters are becoming more and more incredible. After the live broadcast ends, Lin Shuiyan took off the live broadcast equipment and sighed softly. Until now, she finally understood what the dean said before the monster dies. It does not mean the crisis is over. The mess left by 004 rainmakers has now made the world troubled. China is no exception. The heavy rainstorm continues, and artificial rain driving methods fail. Those low-lying countries are now probably reduced to a vast ocean. People who had no time to retreat can only be buried in the flood, and this is only the 4th round, and there are still 200 rounds of monsters that have not yet come. Every time I think of this, her mind was trembling, and she was full of curiosity about the ancestors who had passed the customs. How far did they go to be able to pass the level perfectly, and left a civilization trial instruction manual for future generations? Time passes slowly. Heavy rain raged, ruthlessly sweeping through every city in every country. The 7th day of the 4th round of trials, the first wave of derivative disasters finally broke out in a chain. The water levels of rivers in various countries have risen wildly, overflowing their banks, changing their courses, and flooding into nearby farmland and residences. Backing area, disasters such as flash floods and mudslides are coming one after another. A horrific natural disaster really shows its power. In some low-lying areas, water accumulation has become a vast ocean. The people could only scatter and flee towards higher altitudes. Monster Research Institute, confinement room. Zhijian, who was bound by 18 alloy chains, was leisurely closing his eyes to rest. The mood is quite pleasant, since the 4th round of trials came. Those devils gave him a holiday. So much so his days. He stayed in this dark prison cell every day, although there is no freedom, but compared to before, I am not much happier. The more they don't study me, the more it means they are too worried and unable to escape. Zhijian sneered, guessing in his mind, obviously the coming of the spirit race this time has brought a great threat to China. I just don't know which spirit race is coming. He shook his head. The spirit clan is powerful and not weaker than the demon clan. He came before the 3rd round. I heard the elders of the clan say that the next 3 rounds will be a relay of the spirit clan, striving to destroy all civilizations on Earth as soon as possible. What a pity that he is now trapped in a prison cell and cannot get any information. By the way, let's chat with my cousin. Boring. Jian had a thought in his mind and used his spiritual thoughts to use the secret method of the race. After more than 10 breaths, I contacted my cousin who was also captured by humans in the United States. Cousin, the day is not far away when we will be out of trouble. As soon as he got in touch, he couldn't wait to say, Huaxia is very busy now. If you wait for a while, I will find a way to escape from prison. The other party seemed to be in a low mood and did not reply for a long time. Cousin? What's wrong with you? Jian was stunned for a moment and asked with concern. After a while, a voice came from the other end, saying weakly, No, the people from the United States tortured me again just now and asked me to explain how to deal with the Fu Zhu clan. Fu Zhu clan? Jian's eyes lit up, and he was immediately ecstatic. I didn't expect that the Fu Zhu clan that came to you along the way. Ha ha ha, it's just God helping me. China is destined to be destroyed this time. Wait. Subsequently, he reacted and couldn't help but ask, Did you just say that the United States has been tortured to extract confessions from you these days? Hearing this, on the other side, Yan Jinyue burst into tears and her voice was choked with sobs. Since the beginning of the 4th round of trials, the Americans have interrogated me 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. I obviously don't know anything. But they think I know everything. I can't even maintain my human form now. Woo. Jian, listening to my cousin's cry, his mood suddenly became complicated. Should I be lucky or unlucky? Fortunately, I did not fall into the hands of the United States. Unfortunately, he was arrested as soon as he arrived in China. What a disgrace to the Demon Clan, the United States, Department of Defense. Damn monster, you have such a tough mouth. Jobs looked livid and slapped the table hard. Since the 4th round of trials, he has been interrogating the 002 imitator day and night. 7 consecutive days. I didn't get any information, and now a torrential rain has caused the situation in the 50 states of the United States to deteriorate. Hundreds of cities have been flooded, and people are being forced to move to higher ground. Minister, according to statistics from various states, about 970,000 people died and were missing yesterday. Hearing the secretary's report, Jobs' mood suddenly hit rock bottom. Under heavy rain, the water in many cities has risen to several meters high, although they initiated emergency measures immediately. But, in the face of the power of natural disasters, the power of technology still seems too small. Countless people have been killed in floods, far more every day. Continue this trend, tomorrow. The number of casualties is very likely to exceed 1 million. Urgent information. A rapid voice came, interrupting Jobs' contemplation. The water level in the middle and lower reaches of the Mississippi River has increased sharply. Just now, it has burst its banks. The words have not yet finished. Jobs was suddenly startled and stood up suddenly. A chill come to mind. He quickly gritted his teeth and deployed. Hurry up and ask the people in the middle and lower reaches of the Mississippi River to evacuate immediately. Send additional military support, deploy hydrological experts, and do everything possible to prevent the spread of floods. Soon measures were promulgated one after another and quickly sent to all cities in the middle and lower reaches of the Mississippi River. The river It is the largest river in the United States, ranked 4th in the world. The flow of water is extremely amazing. Once the embankment breaks, at least 9 states in the United States, and more than 80 million people will suffer disaster. By the way, where is China? How are they doing? After the deployment, Jobs looked at the secretary behind him and asked, Today, under heavy rain and floods, the situation in various countries is becoming increasingly critical. Even if Huaxia wiped out all the husbands, they were not spared. The water level in China is also rising sharply, and the Yangtze River has also burst its banks. The secretary said quietly. Chapter 98 New Discoveries in the Field of Particles, China. Jiangnan City Fire Squadron. The sharp and urgent assembly bell rang. Heavy rains have caused the water level of the Yangtze River to rise, and a small section of the embankment has collapsed, located in our city. Lu Zuomin, the squadron leader, stared at the firefighters in front of him with a solemn expression. Sharp eyes, said in a deep voice, We are now receiving orders from our superiors to send additional squadrons to go quickly to rescue the trapped people. Now the Yangtze River burst its banks, and Jiangnan City bore the brunt. It also affected hundreds of cities in the rear, and the affected area spans several provinces. Permanent residents of Jiangnan City, under the arrangements of other departments, emergency evacuation is underway, but some residents are still trapped in the flood. Let's go. After a brief mobilization, Lu Zuomin shouted at the top of his voice, Yes. All 50 of his firefighters responded in unison. No unnecessary movements. They drove a professional fire truck, braved heavy rain, and waded into the water toward the direction of the embankment breach. At the same time, assault boats, rescue boats, helicopters, and other equipment are ready to go. A vigorous rescue operation began at the same time. The news that the Yangtze River broke its banks shocked the whole country. TV stations and news media rushed to report on it. A large number of people poured into the official website of the Monster Research Institute and logged into the live broadcast room. Crazy-eyed Yang Mo and Lin Shuiyan asked about the situation of the Yangtze River embankment breach. Did the embankment really break? It's only been 7 days, and this heavy rain is terrible. I live on the edge of the Yangtze River, and the water level of the river has already surged by more than 10 meters, so scary. I heard that the section where the embankment collapsed was in Jiangnan City. How is the situation now? At Dean Yang, can we survive this trial crisis? The overall atmosphere of the live broadcast room, they are all a little depressed. Negative, the high spirits of the previous rounds are no longer there. The heavy rain and natural disaster lasted for 7 days, constantly consuming their energy. The rain from the sky keeps falling, as if it will never stop. Or especially, at this moment, countless people were panicked when they heard that the Yangtze River had burst its banks. Everyone, please calm down first. Lin Shuiyan appeared in the live broadcast room and said to the camera, "The dean has been busy with other things recently." As for the Yangtze River bursting its embankment, she pursed her lips. After a pause, he said solemnly, "According to the inferences of our country's hydrology experts and geographers, if a section of the Jiangnan City embankment completely breaks, billions of tons of water will flow into the 5 provinces. All departments have responded urgently and organized people to evacuate. At the same time, people in these 5 provinces are also asked to evacuate in advance. People in low-lying areas in prefectures and cities are asked to relocate as soon as possible and flee to higher ground. This heavy rain will continue for a while. People in all provinces, please stay away from landslides, reservoirs, rivers, sluices, flood areas and other areas, and protect themselves as much as possible. Stay safe, maintain communication, and follow the instructions of relevant departments." Lin Shuiyan's broadcast tone quietly echoed in the live broadcast room, but when tens of millions of netizens heard this, they became even more panicked. The land of 5 provinces, in other words, this embankment breach affected the lives and property of hundreds of millions of people. How does this make them calm? My mother is in these 5 provinces, nothing will happen to her, she is still young. We have just gained 100 years of life. And suddenly this kind of disaster comes again. This damn civilization test, is it intentional? I'm just a landlubber, I can't swim, so improving my physical fitness is of no use. It's only the 4th round, we won't be able to survive it, right? For a while. A pessimistic atmosphere permeated the live broadcast room. Heavy rain disaster always provoke their tense nerves. In the news, from time to time, people can be seen being swept away by floods and buried in mudslides and landslides. In just 7 days, the death toll in China exceeds the sum of the past 3 months. Under the accumulation of various emotions, various negative emotions have enveloped the hearts of the people. Everyone, please don't panic, we will definitely be able to get through this crisis. Lin Shuiyan saw this and could only keep calling. It's just, no matter how she persuaded her, the effect was minimal. Laboratory. Dean, I found it. Lu Fuyuan held a giant horn in his hand and looked at Yang Mo excitedly. Among the 4 giant horns of 004 Rainmaker, there are really it contains strange power that can activate the flow of particles and release them explosively. Under the guidance of Yang Mo, after 7 days of non-stop research, the particle research team he led finally made a certain breakthrough, discovered the strange power in 004 Rainmaker's horn. It happens to be similar to the particle field. How long will it take to master this finished product technology? Yang Mo took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "This technology happens to be a key part of the Thunder God and Lightning Mother plan, beamed by particles, then it releases a controllable flow of high-energy particles, completely destroying the remaining power of more than 2,000 cities within the territory. It will take at least 3 days." Lu Fuyuan calmed down and estimated. "Hurry up, we don't have much time." Yang Mo looked at Lu Fuyuan, feeling a little impatient. This scene of the Yangtze River bursting its embankments. He has experienced it in his previous life. Because of this, he knew better how many casualties this disaster would bring and how heavy a blow it would inflict on China. It was also this incident that plunged many Chinese people into despair. Morale is low, failed to recover. This time, he must never let this happen again. At the same time, Jiangnan City, with the close cooperation of various departments, This city with a permanent population of 800,000 is evacuating as quickly as possible. Eye in the sky, the heavy rain is still pouring down. Reinforcements from various places also arrived along the Yangtze River one after another. 200,000 people from 17 units of the military, carrying 875 vehicles and equipment of various types, quickly advanced towards the embankment breach and upstream. The military's broadcast resounded amid the heavy rain. Take orders from superiors. All affairs in Jiangnan City are now taken over by our army. Firefighters from all over the place immediately carry out search and rescue operations for scattered people. The rest of the personnel, please cooperate with me immediately. The army participate in the repair and consolidation of the dam, and must not allow the dam failure to continue to expand. A group of flood control experts and professors made emergency arrangements, start the first level plan, taking into account local conditions. A plan to strengthen the embankment was quickly formulated, block piping, dredge roads, and guide rivers. An order was given. The first batch of 200,000 military officers to arrive rushed to the front line of the embankment breach, use various drainage equipment, organize flood drainage and rescue operations, build arc-shaped cofferdams, and try to establish a line of defense to regain control of the horrific floods. Live broadcast room. As time goes by, more and more people flocked to it. The number reached more than 60 million. The tense atmosphere also intensified. Chapter 99. Those who wish to save the world, please take a step forward. Everyone is asking about the situation of the embankment collapse in Jiangnan City. Live broadcast. There is a live broadcast. Suddenly, netizens discovered that the fixed scene in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. On-site rescue footage from Jiangnan City actually appeared. A reporter was riding in an assault boat, live broadcasting the scene simultaneously. The troops of the two divisions have been on the front line, trying to save the section of the embankment that collapsed. At the same time, local satellite TV stations across the country are also broadcasting the rescue scene simultaneously, fighting on a 12-kilometer-long defense line. A few hundred meters away from them, there was a monstrous flood, which could collapse a large area of the embankment at any time. The country is taking action. See the scene. The people in the live broadcast room felt warm and felt a sense of security. Aerial view. The soldiers fought on the defense line and carried out various operations such as reinforcing dams and clearing piping surges. The scene is extremely spectacular. Their nervous and restless hearts finally stopped being restless, just watching the live broadcast quietly for a while. There are much fewer barrages. Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. Can it be successful? Yang Mo looked at the rescue scene and murmured in a low voice, previous lives. The 7th round also suffered this breach of fighting. Measures have also been taken trying to strengthen the embankment and repair the broken section of the embankment to stop the monstrous flood, but it failed in the end. Although the people evacuated in a timely manner, it still caused huge casualties and economic losses. No, why is the water level rising so fast? Through the live broadcast from a high altitude, Yang Mo suddenly noticed the changes in the water level. The expression on his face changed slightly. The water level, which was originally rising slowly, has increased a lot faster. Based on past life experience, it is very likely that a large reservoir or lake on the branch line suddenly burst its banks. This is bad. His heart sank. Jiangnan City, temporary command post. Commander Sun, the first reinforcement of the 12 kilometers of defense line has been completed and the second round of reinforcement work is being started. The arc-shaped cofferdam project in the breached embankment section has been completed. All large trucks and ships carrying wood and rocks are being mobilized to fill the area, and the engineers and local firefighters have built the prototype of the cofferdam. The latest progress is reported here. After hearing the news, Sun Hongyi's tense nerves relaxed a little. Let's all work harder to complete the cofferdam work as soon as possible to stop this flood. He took a deep breath and still did not dare to slack off. Compared to strengthening the dam, the arc cofferdam is the top priority. IT will shoulder the important task of blocking the flood in the broken embankment section and plug the gap again. Otherwise, as long as one section is lost, all the dams along the line will collapse under the impact of the flood. Not good. A flood control expert looked pale and his lips could not help but tremble. 30 kilometers upstream, the embankment suddenly burst and a large amount of lake water flowed into the river. The current water level is starting to rise again. The words just fell. In the entire command post, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The house leaked and it rained all night. They had just made some progress in fighting floods, but they encountered this unexpected situation again. At the current rate of water level rise, the pressure in the breach section will reach its peak in 19 hours. The flood control expert slumped in his chair, looking a little desperate. Once the peak is reached, all their previous efforts will be in vain. The dike was destroyed, the torrential floods in the river will gallop across the land like wild horses running wild. Ark Cofferdam. Sun Hongyi stared at the expert, with his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, if our army successfully builds the ark-shaped cofferdam within 19 hours, can it stop this surge of water? The expert was stunned for a moment, smiled bitterly. He nodded and said, theoretically, it is possible, but the embankments along the line need at least 6 rounds of reinforcement. The reason why he said theoretically this is because the water pressure in the breached section is getting bigger and bigger, floods are rushing out of it crazily, and the water level in the cofferdam operation will also rise 0.10 meters high. The difficulty of underwater operations has increased exponentially. It would be extremely difficult to complete the construction work of this 2-kilometer-long arc-shaped cofferdam within 19 hours. Is it as difficult as climbing to the sky? Sun Hongyi smiled miserably, but his eyes suddenly flashed with light. He turned around. We walked to the military radio at the temporary command post. He announced in a deep voice, soldiers fighting on the embankment, here I want to tell you some bad news. The embankment burst upstream and the lake water poured in, causing the water level to skyrocket. Soon, the monstrous flood will destroy the levees, and the water difference of tens of meters will roll back, destroying the city behind us, as well as several provinces behind us land. His sad voice echoed along the 12 kilometers. Everyone, they raised their heads in unison, the military, firefighters, water conservancy personnel, engineering teams from Jiangnan City, volunteers from other cities. Everyone pursed their lips and listened to the radio in silence. Heavy rain slapped them in the face mercilessly. Everyone's mood is extremely heavy now. People on the defense line, no matter where you come from or which department you belong to. Those who are willing to save the world, please take a step forward. Report to the command post. On the radio, Sun Hongyi's hoarse voice came out again, intertwined with heavy rain, but it fell in everyone's ears very clearly. Next, along the 12 kilometers, one person stood up one after another, straightened the back that was bent due to long hours of work, take a step forward, move forward. Eye in the eyes, with perseverance and determination to give up on others. Sun Hongyi's last words seemed to light a fire that was almost extinguished by heavy rain that lasted for several days. No. To be precise, this fire is in the heart of every Chinese person. As long as China is not extinguished, it will never be extinguished. The sky is turning. At this moment, temporary command post, Sun Hongyi put down the radio channel, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Sit down quietly, anxiously waiting for the results. Not long after, the people under my command reported the situation along the 12 kilometers. There were not just 1 or 2 people who responded to him, but countless. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Although human beings are ants, they also have the courage to compete with the sky. He stood up suddenly, endless pride welling up in his chest. Outside the embankment, the monstrous flood no longer seemed scary to him at this moment. China has this, definitely prosperous forever. Inform them to gather at the broken embankment section quickly. He took a deep breath and walked out of the command post. Not long after, the first batch of responders all rushed to the work site of the arc-shaped cofferdam. At this time, the water level is rising, and the base part of the cofferdam has been submerged by the rising water level. Trucks and ships were sunk into it, filling the main body of the cofferdam. But in addition to mechanical engineering work, most of the cofferdam projects require manual work. Give me the tools. The crowd responded. A middle-aged man wearing a firefighter's uniform roared, took working tools and jumped into the flood below. Chapter 100. Everywhere in the mountains and rivers, there are people who move people. Speed of shore operations. It is far faster than working in the water, but the same thing, working in water is also more dangerous. Who is this person? Sun Hongyi's pupils narrowed and he couldn't help but look into the water. He seems to be the captain of a fire squadron in Jiangnan City. His name is Lu Zuomin. The deputy behind him said. Sun Hongyi nodded and silently remembered the name, but then, plop! Behind him, among the people who responded, another person jumped into the flood, braving the heavy rain. The whole person was soaked in the water and doing homework. Which department is he from? Sun Hongyi's heart trembled and he asked quickly. He is. Before the deputy had time to reply, he heard another pop sound. Plop plop, more and more people jumped into the water and assisted the others in water operations. They have received a notice from the command post and learned that this 2-kilometer-long arc-shaped cofferdam must be built within 19 hours. Sun Hongyi's throat rolled, but it seemed as if something heavy was pressing down on him, making him unable to speak. The scene in front of you, his heart was shocked like never before. He discovered there are too many people diving, they were all unfamiliar faces, and he didn't recognize any of them at the same time. The scene in Jiangnan City was also synchronized to the whole country with the reporter's report. In front of the TV and in the live broadcast room, all over the country, the people in China were all watching the people who jumped into the flood. It felt like something had been knocked over in my heart. I feel inexplicable. Those who dive come from different departments, and their working methods may be unfamiliar and unskilled, but everyone is following orders. As per the engineer's requirements for that 19-hour goal, work hard. You must pay attention to safety. The flood is so deep, don't be washed away. Is it too late? It took 19 hours to build such a large cofferdam. Can we hold back the flood? Don't jump, you can still work on the shore. In the screen, every time a person jumped into the water, the hearts of the Chinese people trembled. Facing the torrential floods, they jumped in with firm faces and no fear of natural disasters. Obviously he is immortal. His frail body seemed to contain immense power, can hold back thousands of armies, can suppress world-destroying floods. Don't let anything happen. The eyes of the Chinese people were red, they clasped their hands and murmured softly. What they can do now, just pray silently for those on the front line to return safely. Monster Research Institute. Dean's office, turning the sky, Yang Mo stared at the people who jumped into the flood and repeated these 3 words. And now the floods are raging. The angry dragon of the Yangtze River may break out of its trap at any time and wreak havoc on the land of China. The sky is about to fall, but these people in Jiangnan City are trying to save this disaster. Challenge the power of nature, try it with your bare hands, mending the cracks in the sky. It is beyond the power of one person to turn the sky upside down. He took a deep breath and murmured in a deep voice, in the past life, countless people came forward one after another, rushing to stand up. But, in the end, Huaxia barely managed to survive the 12th round of trials. The trials of civilization are extremely cruel. One round after another. No chance to stop and recuperate it all. Therefore, before the destruction of China in the previous life, I learned from the pain and found the path of science fiction heaven. In a desperate situation, the whole country is advancing in science and technology. With its great power, come and suppress the monsters from the 5 tribes that descended during the trial. Thunder God and Lightning Mother, this meteorological space-based weapon is enough to suppress most of the Eldar in the early stage. Dean, there is news from the Lindsay base that the charging of the mysterious stone tablet is almost completed. Lin Shuiyan quickly ran into the office. It's finally done. Yang Mo stood up suddenly, and his frown finally relaxed a little. In this heavy rain disaster, it seems that the military and personnel from various cities are guarding the front line, fighting desperately against the floods, but others in the scientific research department and engineering department have not been idle. In the institute, the research team members are working overtime to break through the high-energy particle beam transmission technology. Lindsay Base, a controllable nuclear fusion energy station, provides backup energy support to the whole country. In the Yaoqi Biological Research and Development Center, the 120,000 genetic information in the Mandui chip is being deciphered rapidly. In the Thunder God and Lightning Mother Research and Development Base, various basic supporting facilities have begun to take shape. There are still countless people in their respective fields. They work hard and stick to it silently, trying to save the day. Now, just waiting, the advent of quantum computer technology and high-energy particle beam transmission technology. Prepare a special plane, I want to go to Lindsay. Yanjing. Cabinet. Several old men also received urgent messages from Jiangnan City. I am getting old, and my tears are low. One Yu took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Look around. He found that the others had the same reaction as him, with their heads lowered, as if there was sand in their eyes. The more disaster we face, the more touching the mountains and rivers of China are. The old man in the lead side, full of emotion these days, they received reports on the situation in cities across the country. When facing heavy rains and floods, there are countless unknown people who stood up to protect everyone. They may have different positions, maybe the salary varies, maybe the identities are different, maybe, but when China was facing disaster, they all sprung up like mushrooms after a rain and went forward one after another, resolutely guard this land. Mountains and rivers are full of people who move people. Nothing more. Jiangnan City, as the largest flood disaster area, attracts special attention. I think it is necessary to hold a press conference. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology stood up and looked at everyone. Recent heavy rains have continued, and people's morale has been sluggish. But the more and more at a time of crisis, the cohesion of a country and a civilization can be more clearly demonstrated. This was the case with China 100 years ago, it is the same today. Hear the words, they all nodded, agreed with the suggestion of holding a press conference to mobilize and rally people's hearts. Let Dean Yang preside over it. The leader of the old man pondered and suggested. Dean Yang is presiding over the Thunder God and Lightning Mother project. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology shook his head and replied. Then, everyone looked at each other. Eventually he looked at Wang Yu, who recommended Yang Mo. Then let me. Wang Yu touched his nose and did not refuse. The cabinet meeting ended quickly. He went straight to the press conference and launched the press conference that mobilized the hearts of the people across the country. At the same time, globally, in order to stabilize the sluggish and restless public sentiment, the United States, Gaul, Sakura, and other countries are also holding press conferences. Chapter 101. The weapon that governs a country is never a dead thing, but ourselves. Scenes of press conferences in various countries. The issues that the public are concerned about are explained one by one. Current natural disaster. People from various countries who have experienced several rounds of monsters are now on the verge of collapse. It rained heavily. Floods of various sizes have been brewing, destroying countless houses and homes, and causing a large number of casualties. Economic losses. There are countless more, but the heavy rain brought by the fourth round of Monster Fuju has a stubborn unknown energy group lying across it. With current technological means, it simply cannot be destroyed. Countries can only do their best, just like China, to move people to higher ground. Hopefully, the heavy rain will stop on its own after this round of trials. Sakura Country Emergency Department. China is also going to hold a press conference? When a senior executive heard about this, he sneered, I thought China was so strong, but it was dragged down by the flood and the people's morale was in chaos? In words, with a little schadenfreude, others also shook their heads and quickly started the live broadcast of Huaxia's press conference. Our country has held 7 press conferences, but they have had no effect. I want to see how China will fool those stupid people. Another short executive sneered, looking like he was watching a show. Since China blatantly refused to support the mysterious weapon, they have a lot of dissatisfaction with China, hold a grudge, but I dare not speak out in anger. After all, China's national power is no longer what it was 100 years ago and can be crushed by them. Now China has crushed them in all directions. In terms of military strength, it is even more difficult for them to catch up and cannot be easily offended. Gaul Disaster Response Center. China's press conference? After hearing the news, the middle and senior management of the response center quickly gathered in a conference room. It's not that they want to see China's jokes, I just want to learn some methods from China's press conference. As the fourth round of trials proceeds, there have been a large number of suicides among the people in Gaul, instead of facing the monster. These people who believe in Christ Jesus would rather rush to heaven to pray for God's blessing. The people are panicked, incredibly fragile. They held press conferences one after another to call on the people to cooperate with the migration, but to no avail. America, Department of Defense, Huaxia, have you found a way to defeat the mysterious energy group? Looking at the upcoming Huaxia press conference on the screen, Job's eyes flickered. Not long ago, the Mississippi River burst its banks in the United States, causing millions of people to go missing and die. Only this wave it surpassed the number of deaths in the past few rounds of trials. In the face of natural disasters, the public sentiment in the United States is also on the verge of collapse. And their scientific research department is frantically researching ways to decipher the mysterious energy clusters above various cities. It is different from any substantial energy group and cannot be destroyed by the explosive energy of thermal weapons. Based on research, the most feasible way is for Steve to break through to the 4th level, use magic to counter magic. With the help of his powers, destroy the mysterious energy groups above these cities one by one. But the higher the realm, the more Vietnam breaks through. Steve has been stuck in level 3 for a long time. Want a breakthrough? Unless a 4th level 002 imitator is born from the Gu Raising Project, its crystals can be absorbed. China. Press conference scene. At this moment. A large number of reporters gathered in the hall aimed the camera equipment at Wang Yu, the host at the front. Can't wait, asked questions that concerned each other. Minister Wang, we in China had sufficient response strategies in the first 3 rounds of trials and quickly resolved the crisis. Why has this round of trials lasted for 8 days but failed to solve the heavy rain? Minister Wang, scientific research teams from various countries claim that there are mysterious energy groups in the sky above every city. Is it true? Minister Wang, can you announce the number of days that will be spent in these 10 days, the true number of deaths in China? Can we really survive this crisis? Under the lens, the footage from the press conference was simultaneously broadcast live to various TV stations across the country. Questions from reporters, they are all sharp aimed. These questions, IT is also what the Chinese people are most concerned about at the moment. Facing various doubts, Wang Yu took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will answer the questions that everyone is concerned about one by one. First of all, the monster crises in the first 3 rounds are all individual disaster, but this round of monsters has brought about derivative disasters. The 2 weapons developed by our country to suppress the country have unparalleled power in killing monsters, but they cannot eliminate the derivative disasters caused by monsters. But please don't worry. Under the leadership of Dean Yang, our country has launched another important national weapon to deal with such derivative disasters. Once it is completed, it can reverse the widespread heavy rains in the country. Speaking of this, Wang Yu paused and looked at the reporters at the press conference. He spoke slowly. As for the number of deaths that everyone is concerned about, so far, in the 8 days of heavy rain, a total of people have died. He just finished speaking, the cameras at the scene started filming like crazy. On every reporter's face, they all looked shocked. This is the first time since the 4th round of trials that the death toll in the country has been announced. Oh no, for the purpose of stabilizing public sentiment, foreign countries have never announced the deaths in the 4th round of trials, but everyone with a discerning eye knows it. The death toll from heavy rains and floods around the world in the 4th round of trials will definitely not be small, and China, I passed the first 3 rounds perfectly, but so many people died in the 4th round. Don't be too busy being shocked. Most of these people are ordinary people. They were scattered by the floods and were buried in the natural disaster. Wang Yu glanced at the crowd. He said in an extremely sad tone, but there are still disaster relief workers. He said. He turned around and motioned to the people behind him. On the big screen, disaster relief photos and videos from various cities appeared. Personnel from the military, firefighting, emergency, road administration, volunteer and other departments are running in various cities to rescue the trapped people. Heavy rain in Yunqing caused the reservoir to burst. 20,000 military personnel quickly moved in and evacuated the people from the dangerous area in an orderly manner within 12 hours. Liangcheng flooded and the streets were submerged. Due to manpower shortage, Liangcheng consciously recruited volunteers, the oldest of whom was 62 years old. Jiaozhou mudslide, college students ran around the streets shouting, carrying the old man fled the area of landslides and mudslides. Zizhou, Wang Yu's throat surged, the low voice echoed throughout the press conference. One after another. One piece at a time, the reporters present were all silent and couldn't help but put down their shooting machines. Actually, the weapon of the country has never been a dead thing like Book of Life and Death, or Demon Mirror, but ourselves. Chapter 102, Disaster, Not Worthy of Being Our Opponent. Wang Yu's words, IT exploded like thunder at the press conference. Not only did it shock everyone present, but it also spread to every corner of China through live broadcast, arousing resonance in the hearts of countless people there. They all seemed to be frozen at this moment. In front of the TV, in the live broadcast room, and in the sound of the radio, the Chinese people who have just experienced heavy rains and natural disasters are whispering this sentence. 4,000 years ago, we faced floods like the ancient Egyptians. 3,000 years ago, we thought about philosophy like the ancient Greeks. 2,000 years ago, we were fighting like the Romans. 1,000 years ago, we were as rich as the Arabs. Now, we compete with the Americans. For thousands of years, we have been on the world's poker table, but our opponents have changed many rounds. Wang Yu's voice was a little trembling, but it became more sonorous and powerful. Chinese civilization has been passed down for thousands of years, precisely because we do everything by ourselves, believe that man can conquer nature, and never place hope in the so-called gods, immortals and Buddhas. Disaster is coming. Stand forward, fight, and we will always be the ones who are willing to die. The conference site, Wang Yu's voice is still echoing, resounding in everyone's heart. Everyone's chest. As if stirred by an invisible force, his blood boiled, and his eyes shone with unprecedented light. So, compatriots, you don't need to be afraid. Wang Yu faced the camera with a steady voice. This is not the first time we have encountered a disaster, and we are not worthy of being our opponent. Our opponent will always be ourselves. China, Yongchang. Finished, Wang Yu bowed deeply to the camera. At the same time, all over the country heavy rain. It's still pouring, but the 1.4 billion people are already excited. Everyone, they were all completely ignited by Wang Yu's words. China, Yongchang. Countless people clenched their fists and couldn't help but look out the window, muttered softly to eye in the eyes, but it shined with unprecedented confidence. Everyone, they all remembered what Yang Mo said before the ancient ancestors passed the trials and left behind many myths and legends that now it will be their descendants who will write their own myths and legends. Sakura Country Emergency Department. After watching Huaxia's press conference, several president-level executives felt a little resentful, the expression on the face, somewhat ugly. The civilization trial is approaching fiercely, and the monster crisis has enveloped the world, but China actually shouted the slogan "Disaster is not worthy of being China's opponent" at this press conference. Even inside and outside the words. We are still making fun of countries around the world, intentionally or unintentionally. The only country that can compete with China now is the United States. I don't take these countries seriously at all. China is too arrogant. A senior official stood up with a pale face and cursed angrily. Then I sat back in my seat immediately. Atmosphere exceptionally peaceful. Goal: a disaster response center. I finally understand where China's outrageous self-confidence comes from. A senior executive sighed after watching the press conference. The smile was a little bitter. Since the start of the civilization trial, waves of monsters have descended, destroy all the small countries around the world. Right now, there are only about 50 countries left in the world. The countries at the bottom are all struggling. You may be destroyed by the monsters in the first 3 rounds at any time. Of course. Except for Pakistan, Iron Country, this time we encountered heavy rain and floods again, and the people of all countries suffered a devastating blow, but, in this case, China dared to say such confident words. The opponent is always only itself. This kind of national self-confidence, is the glory that is engraved in the bones, flowing in the blood, and inherited from the ancestors. Think about it carefully. China has really always been at the top of the world. Maybe at some stage, there are civilizations or countries that can rival them, but time has proven everything in the long history. Those civilizations and countries have long been annihilated and buried without a trace. Only China continued, still active in the center of the world, composing their wonderful stories. The United States Department of Defense. Jobs slowly closed the computer screen. The expression seems calm, but inside, there were already turbulent waves. He didn't expect in this desperate situation. Huaxia's press conference was still so inspiring and made people's blood rush. It's him. After listening to the press conference, I was so excited that I couldn't help myself for a long time. The resilience of this nation is so terrifying, he murmured in a low voice with a complicated look on his face. In his opinion, the scary thing about China is not other things, but their resilience. No matter how many disasters we encounter, how many blows have I received, they can always rise again and stand at the center of the world stage again. That's all for thousands of years. No other country has been able to match it. Minister, the National Migration Plan has been formulated. Will it be implemented immediately? At this moment, the secretary came in and interrupted his thoughts. Execute. Jobs pondered for a moment, then nodded. National Migration Plan is a plan to deal with the 4th round of disasters that they formulated after research by experts from all walks of life in the United States. To avoid floods, abandon the existing city, the entire population migrated to higher terrain. By the way, how many heads has 004 Rainmaker killed? Subsequently, he looked at the secretary again and asked. In these 8 days, a total of 193 were killed. The secretary turned over the memo in his hand and reported the report. Let the chosen one hold on tighter. Jobs' brows were full of worry, and then he warned, in addition, the cultivation of 4th level 002 imitators cannot be slacked off. We are in urgent need of 4th level combat power to smash those special energy groups. As long as we have at 4th level combat power, they can solve the heavy rain crisis in certain areas and gain a breathing space. Otherwise, as the heavy rain continues, it won't be long. Transportation, communications, and other aspects will be affected. Plants cannot grow, and chain reactions such as food crises occur. The accumulation of many serious diseases will inevitably drag the United States into an abyss of eternal destruction. China, Lindsay Base. In front of a dark stone monument. It's done. Yang Mo stared at it, suppressing the joy in his heart. Since last opened, after nearly 10 days of continuous energy storage, the stone tablet once again had strange phenomena, shocking. The 4 characters Jixia Academy on the front of the stone tablet shine brightly. It turned into a terrifying pulling force, pulling Yang Mo's consciousness into the dark stone tablet. After the world turned upside down, Yang Mo opened his eyes again and found that he was standing at the foot of a mountain wall. Around it is an endless stretch of fertile farmland. The breeze comes slowly, the sun is shining brightly. Hurry up, the mountain leader is going to give a lecture. Two scholars dressed in ancient costumes looked anxious and passed by Yang Mo. Chapter 103 Quantum Computing Technology, High Energy Particle Beam Technology, it's them again. Yang Mo looked at the backs of the two people with a somewhat surprised expression. The scene, it was exactly the same as when he entered Jixia Academy twice before, but China is now in a critical situation, and he has no intention of talking to the two of them for the time being. Follow the two quickly. We arrived at the gate of Jixia Academy on the mountainside. Meet the teacher. Jing Hezhong bowed and saluted the old man guarding the door. After the wooden door is opened, he hurried towards the square where the lectures were held. Boy, the mountain leader is about to give a lecture. Why are you still standing there? The old man at the gate of the academy noticed Yang Mo and pretended to be angry. Bring the academy token. Same words, interrupted Yang Mo's thoughts. He nodded, handed over the token on his waist. This token was automatically bound to his body after his consciousness entered the stone tablet. It seems it is the certificate for entering Jixia Academy. Later, the old man stepped forward, took his token. He waved his hand and motioned for him to hurry in every scene. They are exactly the same as the previous two times. Chief, I'm afraid you don't remember me again. Yang Mo shook his head and walked into Jixia Academy, came to the square where lectures were given. This time, Jing Hezhong, who entered the academy before him, was already sitting on the futon. Ha! The old man who was giving a lecture noticed Yang Mo's appearance and suddenly showed surprise. A new student came today? Come here. The old man waved his hand with a kind face. It is your destiny to enter my academy for the first time. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask me? Yang Mo eyes twinkling. Think briefly. He said, I would like to ask about quantum computing technology. Lindsay Base. A certain ward. Dean, are you awake? A group of researchers looked at Yang Mo with concern and surprise. After the experience of the first two times, they all know the function of the mysterious stone tablet, which will make Dean Yang unconscious every time it is opened. But after waking up, Dean Yang can bring back an epoch-making technology. What a pity, every time the steel is charged and turned on, it requires a huge amount of energy. With the energy technology currently mastered by China, with continuous charging, it will take 10 days to open the steel. Quantum computing technology. Yang Mo slowly closed his eyes and recalled what happened in Jixia Academy. The mountain chief really didn't recognize him. Whether it is surprising or heartfelt that he is still the old man guarding the gate, or the mountain leader giving lectures, it's all the same. No memory of him at all. Look for another opportunity next time to explore Jixia Academy. This is the third time he has entered Jixia Academy, but the more contacts he has, the more he feels that there is something behind Jixia Academy. What secrets are hidden? Why does Hua She Yongcheng be written on the back of the mysterious stone tablet? Why does the mountain chief of Jixia Academy know such advanced scientific knowledge in modern times? Why don't people in Jixia Academy recognize him every time? Shocked, heartbroken, the old man guarding the gate, and the mountain chief, do they really exist, or are they an illusion? He shook his head. Forcibly dispelled many conjectures in his mind. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to create the weather weapon, Thunder God and Lightning Girl, once it comes out. No matter what incredible abilities the Eldar have in the next 2 rounds, China can deal with it easily and get a chance to breathe. Have enough time. Go to other layouts. Qinling, Lei Gong and Dian Muarandi based in the deserted mountain forest, a huge steel building complex spanning 1,000 meters stands quietly. It is the prototype of Thunder God and Lightning Mother, jointly created by the Research Institute, Science and Technology Department, and Engineering Department. China's most advanced Zhejiang 3 quantum computing prototype. Located in the very center of the complex, and the outside of the building. It is equipped with thousands of small particle collision devices. In the rainstorm of the most authoritative researchers in the field of light quantum in China are standing at the gate of the base, looking forward to it. Dean Yang is here. After seeing Yang Mo arrive, everyone looked happy. Braving the heavy rain, he took the initiative to greet him. Notify everyone that the meeting will begin immediately. Yang Mo quickly walked into the base holding an umbrella, without any pause. Go straight to the conference room. Soon. An emergency meeting was held quietly. Yanjing, Monster Research Institute. Laboratory. Boom. 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 Collision experiments of high-energy particles are continuing. Liu Fuyuan stood outside the experimental device, staring straight ahead. On the forehead. A thin stream of sweat emerged. Teacher, with the latest data, we seem to have succeeded. A young researcher quickly walked up to Liu Fuyuan with the results and said excitedly, 2000 simulation experiments, confirming that the particle burst operation method we analyzed from the 004 Rainmaker horn is feasible. Quick, show me. Lu Fuyuan snatched the data with one hand and started flipping through it quickly. Looking at it, the eyes become brighter and brighter. My body couldn't help but tremble. High-energy particle flow automatically forms a beam. This will be a major breakthrough in the field of particle science. 10 days. He led his particle science team to study in the laboratory for 10 consecutive days, every day, only slept for 2 or 3 hours. Fortunately, after improving their physical fitness, each of them can sustain such high-intensity research work. Finally, the technology that Dean Yang requested was analyzed. With this technology as the core, China will achieve new breakthroughs in the fields of weapons and industry. Particle beam weapons mainly consist of energy, particle sources, particle accelerators, target recognition, tracking, automatic scanning systems, and command and control systems. The key part is the particle accelerator that generates high-energy particle beams. This is exactly the step. It has stuck modern civilization, making it impossible for particle weapons to be truly applied. The high-energy particle automatic beam forming technology they developed can accelerate the electrons, protons or photons generated by the particle source to nearly the speed of light, and use a magnetic field to gather the particles into a dense beam, directly or after removing the charge. It is launched to transmit a huge amount of energy to the target in a very short period of time, causing it to be destroyed or disabled. Quickly, inform Dean Yang of this good news. He took a deep breath and said quickly to the researcher, Xinling Mountains, Ligang Diamu R&D based in the conference room. Give me some time. How long will it take to complete the update and iteration of 9 Chapter 3? Yang Mo asked in a deep voice as he scanned the people present. Below, researchers in the field of light quantum are staring at a copy of quantum computing technology on the table. It's fascinating to watch. Everyone's face was full of shock. This technology is far more advanced than the optical quantum computing technology used by the Zhejiang 3 prototype. It can be called the ceiling in the field of quantum computing. Zhejiang 3 is one of the most advanced quantum computers in the world, capable of manipulating 255 photons at the same time and performing optical quantum information operations. But the technology brought by Yang Mo can manipulate 200,000 photons at the same time to perform calculations. There are some private matters at home today, so the update is a little late, and there will be a chapter later. Chapter 10 for the idea of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Compared to traditional computers, quantum computing is a new computing model that follows the laws of quantum mechanics to control quantum information units for calculations. After years of research breakthroughs, China's master of quantum computing is Zhejiang No. 3. It uses the principle of quantum superposition. The number of operations that can be performed exceeds the limits of human imagination. In terms of speed alone, 9 Chapter 3 only relies on 255 light quanta to calculate the most complex sample in 1 microsecond, which would take 20 billion years to complete if replaced by the world's fastest supercomputer. And Yang Mo brought this technology to it. Already belongs to the ceiling of quantum computing, which can accommodate 200,000 light quanta for calculation at the same time. This technology is so ahead of its time. An old professor in his 70s smiled bitterly, with a somewhat complicated expression. With our country's foundation in the field of quantum computing, it is impossible to use it in a short time. 9 Chapter 3 foot iteration to accommodate 200,000 light quanta at the same time. His name is Sun Changqing. Is a leading domestic leader in the field of optical quantum computing. He was in charge of the research and development work of 9 Chapter 3. Then with today's technology, how many light quanta can be iterated at most? Yang Mo frowned and asked. He knows it too. The integrated quantum computer can calculate the sky, the earth, and the infinity of the universe. Actually, many scientists on Earth have speculated that once humans fully master quantum computer technology, the development of intelligent life will not be far away, and one of the science fiction heavenly plan. It includes the concept of mechanical life and creates the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 100,000 heavenly generals to protect China. Up to 2,000. Sun Changqing pondered for a moment and gave an upper limit number. There was a pause. He added, although there are only 2,000, the calculation speed of the iterated 9 Chapter 3 will be increased by 8 million times, which should be enough to carry out the task of running the deduction of Thunder God and Lightning Mother. As one of the participants in the project, he has already seen the detailed Thunder God and Lightning Mother plan, and he knows very well why Yang Mo insists on updating Iteration 9 Chapter 3.9. Chapter 3 is very awesome, but the operation of Thunder God and Lightning Mother involves a large amount of data deduction. The amount of calculation is huge. Chapter 9 to 3 cannot be completed at all. 8 million times is indeed enough. Yang Mo's expression moved slightly and he nodded. 0.8 million times to I. In other words, Zhejiang number 3 needs to calculate and deduce 90 days of data, and it only takes 1 second to complete it after iteration. Its computing power to IT will refresh the limits of global science and technology and make it beyond the reach of other countries. How long will it take to complete the iteration? Yang Mo looked at Sun Xiangqing and asked again. Sun Xiangqing's eyes became solemn, as if he was quickly calculating the timeline for resource allocation and technology implementation in his mind. After a while, then he slowly spoke. The iteration work is complex and delicate. From hardware upgrades, algorithm optimization to system integration, it will take up to 7 days to complete the entire iteration process. 7 days? Yang Mo frowned, a trace of eagerness flashed in his eyes. 7 days. He's been waiting, but the people of China may not be able to wait any longer. The iteration of quantum computers is different from the rush of infrastructure projects. Sun Xiangqing sighed and explained, 7 days is already the fastest speed. He also knows that now the situation in China, all over the country, is flooding, seriously endangering people's safety, but 7 days, this is the maximum time he can give. Actually, he suddenly looked up at Yang Mo and comforted, Dean Yang, you don't have to worry too much, our compatriots are not as fragile as we imagined. Yang Mo was stunned for a moment. Look. Sun Xiangqing took out a copy of the latest news report and handed it to Yang Mo. After participating in the Thunder God and Lightning Mother project to ensure the safety of the plan, all their electronic communication equipment was turned over, but every day, a special person will send important news reports that happen in the country to the base to let them understand the situation in the outside world. The embankment broke, we held it. Yang Mo took the report with a surprised expression. These days, he has been busy with the Thunder God and Lightning Mother project and has no time to pay attention to domestic trends, but he remembered in the past life, the seventh wheel of husbands came, and the dam also burst under the heavy rain. That time, the whole people also persisted, but failed. The raging flood swept across 5 provinces, causing a large number of casualties, but this time, in the same situation, a miracle happened more. Then 2,000 people from Jiangnan City jumped into the flood and worked in the water. It took 2 days and 2 nights to build an arc-shaped cofferdam. When the lake burst its banks in the upper reaches, residents nearby joined the military to dredge the rivers overnight and blasted open flood diversion roads. People in the 4 downstream counties voluntarily became flood discharge areas. Volunteers from all provinces have come forward to help Jiangnan City. There are more than 100,000 people. Sun Xiangqing pointed to the report, his face flushed. The more I spoke, the more excited I became. We are not the only ones who can turn the world upside down. This morning, after seeing the news that the embankment breach was repaired successfully, he, as well as the other researchers, almost jumped with excitement. Their compatriots, they are not flowers in a greenhouse. Facing a desperate disaster, countless people stick to their posts, trying to save the day. Although he has been staying at the base, but he could imagine it now in China. The whole country is chanting, and 140 million people are chanting, China will always be prosperous. I was wrong. Yang Mo looked at these reports. My heart was shocked and I nodded silently. His compatriots are stronger than he imagined. In this land, miracles often happen. 2 hours later, the meeting is over. As soon as Yang Mo returned to the temporary office, he received good news from Lu Fuyuan of the Monster Research Institute. Great, the technology of automatic beam formation of high-energy particles has also been developed. Yang Mo was overjoyed. Quickly mobilize personnel, deploy tasks, and concentrate on developing high-energy particle pulse devices. The principle of the Thunder God and Lightning Mother project is to use particle technology to interfere with the climate conditions in China. With the help of the butterfly, it can freely control the celestial phenomena within the territory at the minimum cost. Also, although the 004 Rainmaker has been wiped out, mysterious energy still remains in the sky above 2,400 cities in China. It is their existence, the rain will continue. The high-energy particle pulse device can destroy this mysterious energy by crushing energy at the particle level. Everything is ready. After doing all this, Yang Mo took a deep breath. Next, all you need to do is wait patiently and wait for China's third national weapon, Thunder God and Lightning Mother, to come out. Sorry, things were delayed today and the update is late. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. In addition, it has been confirmed that it will be released on the 31st, and 30,000 words will be updated on that day. Chapter 105, Suspense in the United States, Visions over the Qinling Mountains, Time, slowly moving. 3 days later, the fourth round of trials was on its 13th day. Heavy rain disasters are getting worse. A series of chain reactions broke out one after another. Countries around the world, all modern civilized cities are soaked in stagnant water and turned into water cities. Transportation was blocked. The material supply chain is broken. Telecommunications took a heavy hit, plants cannot grow and large numbers of herbivores die. The food chain is in short supply at the same time. Affected by the continuous rainfall, various associated disasters followed one after another: tsunami, typhoon, flood. There is a doomsday scene everywhere. Long-term exposure to a dark environment causes many people to suffer from emotional breakdown, suffered great mental damage. More and more people place their hopes on the afterlife and choose to commit suicide to seek God's blessing. Officials in various countries are extremely busy. We had to temporarily abandon those modern cities and move the people to higher areas. News conferences were held one after another in an attempt to stabilize the scattered public sentiment. At the same time, to stop the heavy rain, the extraordinary powers reserved by various countries came out in full force, constantly searching for traces of 004 Rainmaker. The Scientific Research Department is doing crazy research, find a way to crack the mysterious energy mass. America, Department of Defense. In the office, China has been too peaceful these days. Jobs frowned as he looked at the intelligence from China. He noticed this seemed exactly the same as before the Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror came out. However, China's confidentiality is very good, and their FBI intelligence department has not detected any clues at all. Today, heavy rains have triggered many chain disasters. All countries, including China, are implementing measures such as relocation, rescue, and protection of their people. But Huaxia gave him a different feeling, despite the seriousness of the situation. But in all areas, he is orderly and unusually calm. For example, the United States has cleared out the high-altitude areas within its territory, abandoned its original homes, built new cities, and prepared for a protracted war. The White Bear country activated several nuclear bombs and created a huge artificial lake to dredge the floods. Sakura country, however, China is only rescuing people and relocating them to high-altitude areas. There are no other measures. It's like, it won't be long, the rainstorm disaster will be solved. No, they must have found a way to stop the rainstorm, Jobs said to himself, tapping his fingers on the table, his tone becoming more and more certain. Something went wrong, there must be a demon. If a solution had not been found, it would be impossible for China to be so calm. You notify the FBI and ask them to repeatedly screen all public and non-public information in China. He took a deep breath and told the secretary behind him, especially the recent results of the Monster Research Institute's scientific research trends. Even if we can't find a way to stop the rainstorm, we still need to find out what China is doing recently. Yes. The secretary nodded and acted quickly. Later, Jobs looked at the researchers at the Scientific Research Institute behind him and asked, to what stage have the 4th level 002 imitators been trained? 920 death row inmates have been fed. The researchers looked at the experimental data in their hands and reported, according to their research, there are 2 ways to advance monsters: they can cultivate on their own, or they can devour flesh and blood. The former has a slower cultivation speed, the latter only requires enough flesh and blood to quickly complete the advancement. But the 12-sided crystal in the body of the 002 imitator contains the important energy needed for the chosen one to advance. Steve has been stuck at level 3 for a long time. To break through to the 4th level, the fastest way is to absorb the energy of the 4th order 12-sided crystal and hit the bottleneck. Call Steve back and sit in the laboratory. Jobs took a deep breath and warned in a deep voice, once the monster is successfully advanced, kill it on the spot and never appear again. Accident. Coup raising plan. It comes with risks, but it also comes with huge benefits. If Steve can break through to level 4, the mysterious energy group can be shattered, and then the method of artificial rain driving can be used to disperse the thick clouds over more than 2,000 cities in the United States. Then the heavy rain stopped. Also, the 4th level combat power is the best in the world. The speed and efficiency of clearing monsters will also be greatly improved. 2 days later. Dean, we have found an anomaly in China. The FBI intelligence officer hurried into the office, holding a photo in his hand. frequent thunderstorms have been discovered near the Qinling Mountains in China, and white lightning often hovers in the sky. Processing Jobs, who was on official business, was stunned for a moment. He quickly looked at the photo. In the photo, amazingly, a continuous mountain range was photographed, with several thick white chain lightnings lingering in the sky above the mountain range. The reflection is thousands of miles away, incredibly bright, according to local news reports in China. In addition to white chain lightning, huge roars can be heard from time to time, just like thunder. The intelligence personnel then reported, local residents suspect that there is a hidden master who is going through the tribulation. Overcoming the tribulation? Jobs was a little confused. Transcending tribulation is a Chinese saying, which comes from ancient myths and legends. In order for a mortal to become an immortal, he must first go through the process of transcending tribulation. After becoming an immortal, he can live forever and coexist with the world. The intelligence officer continued to explain it. Jobs, he was silent for a moment, and then handed the photo to the secretary behind him. He explained, "Let people from the Scientific Research Institute analyze what causes these white chain lightning and thunder roars. I'll go right away." Secretary, he nodded and quickly walked out of the office. It didn't take long. The preliminary analysis information on white chain lightning was placed on Jobs' desk. According to preliminary analysis by researchers, the chain lightning is not of natural origin. It is accompanied by a large number of high-frequency point-induced phenomena and should be artificially created. China, why are they making these lightnings? Jobs frowned, becoming more and more confused. Actually, artificial lightning technology is not very difficult. Many countries have already mastered it, using the high-frequency resonance principle of the Tesla coil transformer and using the thunderstorm energy in the clouds. Super lightning of 500,000 volts can be released. What he didn't understand was China has nothing to do. Why are we creating these lightnings in the Qinling Mountains? At the same time, Qinling Mountains, Legungdianmu RND base, boom. 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 In a majestic steel building complex, several giant devices erupted with roars. In the sky, several thick lightning bolts burst into dazzling white light. The entire Qinling Mountains are illuminated extremely brightly. Successful. The trial operation of the high-energy particle beam pulse device was successful. A burst of cheers and celebrations broke out from the periphery of the device. Chapter 106. On the 17th day, the Thunder God and Lightning Mother appeared, including Yang Mo. All researchers are happy from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, over the Qinling Mountains, thunder roars and lightning leaps, just like a scene from myths and legends. I guess no one will believe it. These actually came from their hands. After the breakthrough in particle technology, they began to integrate the new technology into the already prepared particle collider, particle accelerator, magnetic field generator, particle pulse, high-precision positioning system and other devices, then use the controllable nuclear fusion energy equipped in the base. Drives these devices. This time, the wonders in the sky are caused by the trial operation of this composite device. High-energy particles automatically form beams, accelerating the electrons, protons or photons generated by the particle source to nearly the speed of light, and focusing them into dense beams through a fixed magnetic field, then transmitted to the specified target. Its external manifestation is the thunder and thick lightning in the sky. Huge power transmission. Every lightning bolt, the energy equivalent to the explosion of 10 nuclear bombs concentrated on one point. The radiation has a diameter of 3,000 kilometers and can cover the entire China. And due to the high-speed trembling of high-energy particles, its temperature can reach 20,000 degrees Celsius, which is several times higher than the temperature of the sun's surface. It can not only be used to destroy the mysterious energy left by 004 Rainmaker, alright, as a weapon, it can bring down divine punishment on the target. 5 thunderbolts. Once the target is locked, whether it is the demon race, the spirit race, or other races, as long as they have not reached the 5th level, they will not be able to withstand the precise targeted strikes of Thunder God and Lightning Queen, just like the god who carries out thunder. Punishment on behalf of the sky in myths and legends, coupled with the precision computing capabilities of quantum computers. Since then, in China, everyone below the 5th level is an ant. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Mo looked at everyone with a smile on his face. This is the first country defending weapon owned by China that can attack a single target. Its capabilities, not inferior to the Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror. If you encounter an enemy that cannot be defeated by the Book of Life and Death, you can directly use physical means to overcome the opponent. Now, there is only the last step. He took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the laboratory in the base. There it is the Light Quantum research team led by Sun Changqing who updates and iterates the Zhejiang 3 area day and night. At the same time, the vision over the Qinling Mountains also alarmed the nearby Chinese people, local news media, compelling reports. During the heavy rain, 9 thick lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky over the Qinling Mountains. The Meteorological Bureau has not yet explained this. The thunderstorm lasted for 3 hours, and it was suspected that someone was going through the catastrophe. There are various theories about mysterious celestial phenomena. What is hidden behind the Qinling Mountains? It didn't take long, someone recorded the scene over the Qinling Mountains into a video and posted it online of the 9 lightning bolts, as thick as giant dragons, intertwined and shuttled in the dark cloudy sky. Every roar seemed to be the wrath of the gods, shocking the soul. The video was widely forwarded. It has attracted the attention of people across the country, and countless people have focused their attention on the Qinling Mountains, but soon people in China discovered again that the strange phenomenon over the Qinling Mountains disappeared after 3 hours. For a while, various speculations are rampant. 2 days later, Lei Gong and Dianmu R&D Base, Core Laboratory. Dean Yang, Chapter 3 has been updated and iterated. Sun Changqing pointed at the complex codes and simulation results on the screen, his eyes shining with excitement and pride behind the huge screen. Standing quietly is a giant equipment 9 meters high, 8 meters wide and 7 meters long. It is the updated and iterated 9 Chapter 4 quantum level computer. After technological updates, it stores 2000 light quanta inside and operates at extremely low temperatures less than 1 degree from absolute zero. Its computing power has reached the highest peak in human history. Its computing power is 8 million times that of the previous generation Zhejiang 3 quantum computer. 9 chapters number 4, it will be the most proud work of my life. Sun Changqing's body trembled slightly, and his emotions were unprecedentedly excited. The look in the eyes of 9 chapter 4. It's like looking at a perfect piece of art. The physical and mental fatigue caused by 7 consecutive days of hard work all disappeared at this moment. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Mo patted Sun Changqing's shoulder and looked at 9 Chapter 4, slowly walked towards the console. The finger gently swiped across the touchscreen and started the test program of the Zhejiang number 4 quantum computer. In an instant, the entire laboratory fell silent for an instant, and only the slight hum of the equipment could be heard, as well as the subtle echo of data shuttled between ultra-high-speed processors. The cooler in the computer's main cabin is running wildly, producing a low temperature close to absolute zero, which continuously cools down the high heat caused by light quantum operations. On the big screen, a series of complex data streams twinkled like stars. Near-Earth satellite monitoring data from the skies over China, network data from various weather stations, and actual measurement point data are all gathered into the database in the base. Just seconds. 9 Chapter 4 will finish processing these vast and unknown data. On the screen, the geographical location annotations of 2,400 cities appeared. Surprisingly, it is the location of the mysterious energy groups left by 004 Rainmaker. All departments are preparing. Thunder God and Lightning Mother is about to be activated. Yang Mo took a deep breath and pressed the base's internal communication button. A moment, his voice echoed throughout the base. At their respective positions. After receiving the order, the relevant person in charge looked ecstatic and responded quickly. 2 hours later, Yang Mo walked into the high authority control room and entered the activation command. Jiangnan City, the streets of this city, which almost suffered a dike burst, were covered with water more than 1 meter deep. In the sky, the heavy rain is still pouring down, as if it will never end. Thick dark clouds shrouded the place, making the sun dull and dark. The residents in the city, under the organization of relevant departments, have all evacuated and moved to the nearby mountain areas. Only the military, firefighting, material supply, and other important departments are left behind, despite frequent disasters. But the people here have never given up hope and are trying their best to persevere and contend with heavy rains and floods. Jiangnan City Fire Squadron. Captain, some people called the police. There is an old man on the southeastern hillside who did not have time to evacuate with the large troops. A firefighter hurried to Lu Zuomin and reported. Lu Zuomin nodded, about to lead a team to rescue. I happened to see a white light flash across the sky, illuminating the entire Jiangnan city. Lightning? Lu Zuomin raised his head subconsciously and saw a lightning as thick as a bucket. The white light is dazzling, like a giant dragon, galloping in the clouds. Chapter 107 Thunder and lightning disaster shook the world. Next. In the clouds, thunder resounded throughout the sky. Deafening boom, the dull sound of thunder exploded, breaking the alternative tranquility under the heavy rain. Strong lightning bolts emerged one after another, each one is thousands of meters long, swimming among the clouds to it tore holes in the sky. The terrifying power of God descended over Jiangnan City. Thunderstorm? Lu Zuomin's face changed slightly and his heart sank. These days, heavy rains continue, causing many disasters, typhoons, tsunamis, mudslides, etc. When he saw lightning and thunder in the sky, his first reaction was a disaster. Quick, speed up, rescue all the remaining people in Jiangnan City to a safe area. He took a deep breath and said to the other firefighters, later, there is no pause. We braved the abnormal thunderstorm in the sky and traveled retrograde in the heavy rain. At the same time, across China, above 2,400 cities, there was a surprising scene, with lightning flashing through the clouds like a giant dragon. Thunder exploded from time to time, shaking the people into panic. Between heaven and earth, the it seemed like only the sound of thunder was left. As powerful as prison, suppressing every city. People were panicked and quickly logged onto the internet to inquire about the cause of the celestial phenomenon. Monster Research Institute official website live broadcast room. In a short period of time, the number of people who flocked to the live broadcast room because of the thunder in the sky once again reached tens of millions. It's so scary. I live on a hillside, and suddenly I saw white chains appearing over the flooded city at the foot of the mountain. Is the disaster escalating? Thunderstorm, this is definitely a thunderstorm phenomenon. Everyone must pay attention to safety and don't stand in open areas. Is it really a thunderstorm? It seems that there are large-scale thunder and lightning over many cities now. At Monster Research Institute, can you come out and explain? After communication, people soon discovered that thunderstorms were not just in their city. To be precise, the same scene appeared in the skies over 2,400 cities in all provinces across the country. Thunder and lightning, the mythical scene not only shocked people's hearts, but also made them more and more uneasy. In front of the thunder and lightning disaster, human beings are becoming smaller and smaller. This ultimate expression of the power of nature far surpasses all other natural disasters. Plus, it appeared out of thin air, covering the whole country, full of unknowns. Let the people of China become more and more confused. Sakura Country. As an island country facing China, since the fourth round of disaster broke out, it has been silently paying attention to China. Emergency Department. A chain of thunderstorm natural disasters occurred in China? A short, unspectacular middle-aged president sat up in shock and stared at the real-life photos sent by the intelligence department. Taken a breath of air. Thunderstorm. In the photo, the sky is full of thunder and lightning. Even through photos, he could also feel the violent thunder power over the Chinese city, as well as the terrifying sense of oppression. After a while, he just recovered from the shock and murmured, "Could this be a new derivative disaster?" His eyes flickered and he thought quickly, such a terrifying thunderstorm phenomenon must be related to the heavy rain and the descending monsters. It is very likely to be a derivative disaster. It's just, thunderstorms have occurred in all countries around the world, only in China. This is very strange. Could it be that this is the new ability that 004 Rainmaker has mastered after he advanced? He swallowed and guessed again. The monsters that descend will all advance. Once advanced, it is possible to master new abilities. For example, 001 Immortal can have the ability to infect and assimilate after advanced. Now, countries around the world are focusing on culling 004 Rainmaker, but there is not enough precise research to show what new abilities 004 Rainmaker will have after it is advanced. But didn't Huaxia say that it has wiped out all the monsters in the fourth round? He frowned, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Exclude the possibility that your guess is wrong. So, there is only one possibility left. China is lying. Maybe they actually didn't clear the monsters in the fourth round at all. Gall, Disaster Response Center. What a terrifying thunderstorm. A person in charge looked at the video above a certain city in China. Unknowingly, his back was soaked with sweat. What is the reason that caused a sudden nationwide large-scale thunderstorm in China? Will this happen in our country soon? He murmured, looking increasingly flustered. This kind of disaster obviously exceeds all previous derivative disasters. Large thunderstorms contain terrifying energy. If it is really caused by a monster, it will be a disaster for the surviving people. A thunder came down, can easily kill thousands of people. There is no hiding, nothing to hide. Notify everyone to prepare for a meeting and prepare for the upcoming thunderstorm disaster. He took a deep breath and ordered the assistant beside him. The United States Department of Defense. First over the Qinling Mountains, and now across the country? Jobs looked solemn, staring at the latest information submitted by the Intelligence Department. 2,400 cities in China, everything was covered by the terrifying thunder and lightning frenzy, blocking out the sky and the sun. The low Earth satellites they deployed also sent back pictures of China at this moment. On the land of 9.6 million square kilometers, white light bloomed, becoming extremely bright. The scene is extremely shocking. 2 days ago, a thunderstorm also occurred in the Qinling Mountains. His eyes flashed with wisdom, and he instantly connected the two. Last phenomenon. He asked researchers from the Scientific Research Institute to analyze it and found that they were all artificial lightning, but this time, lightning and thunder are all over the sky over 2,400 cities in China. Let researchers in related fields such as meteorology, lightning physics, and cloud stratigraphy come to my office. He pondered for a moment and gave the order. Not long after, 8 researchers came in a hurry. Look, are these thunderstorms man-made or natural? He looked at the crowd and asked in a deep voice. The 8 people looked at each other, quickly analyze and communicate on videos, photos, and high-altitude aerial images from near-Earth satellites. Half an hour later, after repeated demonstrations, one of them stood up and replied, "The information is too limited for us to make an accurate judgment, but what is certain is that it is definitely not naturally formed." Naturally formed lightning disaster, along with many causes, there are traces to follow, but this nationwide thunderstorm in China appeared completely out of thin air without any warning. That means, it was really man-made? Jobs felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 108, The Second Stage, Reconstructing the Ecology and Reversing the Celestial Phenomenon. We can't say for sure. The 8 people looked at each other again, hesitating to speak. Actually, the latter is even more incredible than the former. It is indeed not difficult to create artificial lightning. You only need to use the appropriate natural environment to do it, but to create a nationwide thunder and lightning disaster out of thin air is like a fantasy. This kind of fairy-like power, they simply cannot imagine how it can be achieved through human means. By the way, we just compared these pictures and found that the thunder and lightning over every city in China are not chaotic. Suddenly a researcher stood up and pointed out, "These are as thick as buckets. The thunder and lightning seems to be attacking a fixed area. Look here." Hearing this, Jobs' pupils narrowed and he quickly came forward, looking at a certain photo. In 9 thunderbolts that looked like horned dragons were born out of thin air, and their impact points accurately stayed in a certain area in the sky several times. "Attack these areas," he frowned, looking hesitant and a little confused, but soon he woke up and exclaimed, "China is using thunder and lightning to attack the mysterious energy group left by 004 Rainmaker. So this thunder and lightning disaster will appear over 2,400 cities in China. It is definitely not a derivative disaster caused by heavy rain. And the territory of China has long been cleared of 004 Rainmakers, and these thunder and lightning cannot be brought by Rainmakers. The only possibility, that is, China has really found a way to destroy the mysterious energy group." China, Xia. After figuring this out, Jobs gritted his teeth. "The more I think about it, the more frightened I feel. Always, countries are studying ways to destroy energy clusters, but there is no practical technology. Those energy groups are invisible and qualityless, and conventional thermal weapons cannot cause any damage to them, and electromagnetic weapons, sonic weapons, and so on. It can indeed cause some damage to the mysterious energy group, but the technical methods of various countries are not mature. And the results are very little. The United States, they also used the second-generation electromagnetic pulse cannon to try to destroy the energy group, but in the end, the plan was abandoned. I didn't expect that China was able to think of using lightning to destroy it in a desperate situation. This way, China is already a long way ahead of them in the progress of the 4th round of trials. Minister, the laboratory has made a major breakthrough, and a 4th-level 002 imitator has been cultivated." Suddenly, the secretary hurried into the office and reported another news. What did you say?" Jobs was stunned for a moment, looking overjoyed. The shadow on his face disappeared instantly. China, Qinling Mountains, Ligungdiamu Arandi Base, Core Control Room. Yang Yimo and Sun Changqing stood side by side, staring at the huge screen in front of them. On the screen shows the magnitude of the release of high-energy particle beam pulses over 2,400 cities in China. This time, with the full recovery of Thunder God and Lightning Mother, the mountains in this area of the Qinling Mountains are trembling slightly, like an earthquake. The vast energy, emitted from the high-energy particle beam pulse device, under the precise positioning of 9 Chapter 4, all mysterious energy groups were locked, almost. Yang Yimo glanced at the screen and spoke slowly, "It's almost done." Sun Changqing nodded, looking quite excited. After the baptism of thunder and lightning, the mysterious energy group above these 2,400 cities has been exhausted and nothing left. Next, the operation of Thunder God and Lightning Mother will also enter the second stage, reversing the celestial phenomenon. 9 Chapter 4 Calculate how to end the heavy rain in the country. Yang Mo took a deep breath and gave the voice command. After a while, on the big screen, a massive flow of information data flashed, sparkling like stars in the vast universe. Monitoring data of climate-related factors from all over the country are gathered here, and complex deduction calculations are performed. 10 seconds later, on the screen, more than 30,000 steps to reverse the weather appeared. Each step is a tiny butterfly. Once changed, it will cause a nationwide climate chain reaction, although slight, but if 30,000 butterflies change at the same time, the effect will be enough to shake the entire climate ecology. Start. Yang Mo stepped forward and used his supreme authority again. The second stage of Thunder God and Lightning Mother was launched. In an instant, the earth shook again. After receiving the instruction, the high-energy particle beam pulse device quickly released pulses approaching the speed of light. Run to the designated location, southwestern China. Hengduan Mountains. A large amount of water vapor condenses here and persists for a long time, forming large clouds with the sweep of a particle pulse. The violent particle flow instantly dispersed the cloud. A huge amount of rain flowing in all directions seems disorganized, but every cloud, water vapor, humidity, and temperature are all operating in a predetermined way. Northwestern China, Taklima Desert. It rained heavily. The originally dry desert has lost water and soil crazily, forming a vast ocean. In the sky. An invisible beam of light descended and particles scattered in all directions, permeated in the air. As a result, the temperature in the area is rising rapidly. At the same time, across China, each butterfly changes quietly. Pull one hair and move the whole body. Changes in each part cause an automatic cycle of the overall ecology. In silence, the destroyed climate ecology in China is being rebuilt under the operational deduction of Jiuzheng 4, Jiangnan City. On a certain slope, Lu Zuomin took several firefighters with him. Riding in a salt boat, we just rescued an old man who was trapped. Captain, look, the thunderstorm in the sky seems to be stopping. A team member pointed to the sky and said in surprise. Lu Zuomin was stunned for a moment. I raised my head subconsciously. Exactly. I saw the last flash of lightning disappearing in the sky. The oppressive thunderstorm stopped quietly. Come in a hurry. Go in a hurry. Just stop. Lu Zuomin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The thunderstorm covered the sky and the sun, which was really scary. If any bolt of lightning suddenly falls, the consequences will be disastrous. Captain, it seems that the rain has lightened up a bit. Another team member looked at the sky dreamily and suddenly exclaimed. The words just fell. Everyone trembled and raised their heads to look at the falling raindrops in the sky. This heavy rain, it lasted 17 days. The rainfall has always remained at its peak and has never decreased at all. The rain is really light. Lu Zuomin felt it for a moment and showed a look of disbelief. Chapter 109 Weather weapons exposed, causing global alarm. On the assault boat, the rest of the people also looked up at the sky and noticed the changes in the rain. My eyes widened. I suddenly thought of a possibility, and my heart beat faster. At the same time, China, the vast land, the originally pouring rain gradually stopped. Getting smaller and smaller. This scene, after being noticed by the Chinese people, everyone subconsciously looked to the sky. I saw the sky shrouded in thick clouds gradually cleared up, and the sun shone through the clouds and fell on the earth. Long lost joy climb up to the brow. This heavy rain that has lasted for 17 days seems to be coming to an end. The end is officially here. The state must have taken action. The same thought couldn't help but appear in everyone's mind. If not, this heavy rain will never stop so suddenly. Sakura Country Emergency Department. What? The rainfall in China is decreasing rapidly, and the weather is gradually clearing up in many areas? When the senior officials received an emergency notice, they suddenly stared at each other with big eyes. Thunder and lightning disasters in China did not last long. It didn't even cause any casualties, but the heavy rain is getting smaller and smaller quietly, and there is a faint tendency to stop. My previous guess was wrong. A short president sighed with shame on his face. It seems now the thunder and lightning disaster that covered the country was not caused by monsters, otherwise the heavy rain would be impossible to stop. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that China has found a way to break this disaster? The other senior executives looked at each other with shock on their faces and muttered, but how did they do it? According to satellite monitoring displayed in the territory of China, the amount of rain is decreasing rapidly. The sky gradually cleared up. It is not a certain area, but the entire territory spanning 9.6 million kilometers is sunny. This method, let them be surprised, it is not difficult to control the weather of a certain local area. The Sakura country can do it too, but controlling the weather across the country is equivalent to a magical method, civilized by modern science and technology. Can it really be done? Gaul at Disaster Response Center. A high-level emergency meeting is being held quietly. Weather weapons. A meteorology researcher stood up and said with certainty, the series of changes that China has seen show that they have mastered meteorological weapons, but control the climate within the territory. Hearing this, the rest of the people were silent, somewhat exhausted. 17 days have passed since the fourth round of trials, and 3/4 of their Gallic territory has been swept away by floods. The remaining people, all migrated to the mountains. The research team studied day and night, but could not find a way to stop the heavy rain. There has been no movement on the Big Brother side of the United States. Around the world, China was the first to break through again, ending the heavy rain ahead of schedule, and he also mastered incredible meteorological weapons, which reversed the celestial phenomena in a short period of time, making it generally sunny. I remember that our country also proposed the idea of weather weapons, but in the end, a senior executive pursed his lips and recalled, in the end, we got stuck on a few core technologies and let it go. The meteorology researcher nodded. Inside the Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror, created by China before, were so imaginative that they could not understand the principle at all, but various countries have done some research on this weather weapon. Because of this, they now know more clearly how difficult it is to actually build it. Energy issues, particle issues, computing issues, information interaction issues, all kinds of signs. It all shows that China is going further and further on the road of science and technology. The gap with them is getting wider and wider. China Cabinet meeting room. Several old men are sitting together, handling the post-disaster reconstruction work in various provinces. Everyone looked relaxed and in a happy mood. The brows were furrowed for half a month, finally relieved. The latest monitoring report from the Meteorological Bureau shows that in 2 hours, all provinces across the country will be completely clear. The old man tapped his fingers on the table with a brisk rhythm. Let all departments be prepared and strive to achieve the best results. Quickly clear the remaining floods, restore order, and help people rebuild their homes. This round of trials, the economic losses and casualties China suffered were undoubtedly the largest in the previous rounds. Urban waterlogging, river floods, mountain debris flows, coastal typhoons. Under various disasters, China is in desperate need of rebuilding its homeland and restoring normal order. But, after this disaster, China's gains are also huge. Under the pressure of disaster, the Thunder God and Lightning Mother meteorological weapon finally came out. The domestic weather can be adjusted. It will. Since then, the weather in China will be subject to artificial macro-control. No need to worship God. The weather will also be smooth. Also, 17 days of heavy rain have also united the people of China. China Yongchang has become the common slogan of the whole people and is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. By the way, how is the situation in the United States recently? After handling domestic matters, the old man looked at Wang Yue. China's strength increases surround the world now. The only country worthy of their attention is the United States. According to the information obtained by the Intelligence Department, the United States' recent work focus has been on the advanced subject of the Chosen One. Wang Yu frowned and answered, the specific research content is unknown. The old man nodded slightly, deep in the eyes, but there was a flash of worry. The United States often looks ahead and does not care about the future when doing things. Over the years, the United States has tinkered with many things, and in the end the world has paid for them, and the Chosen One. Always a ticking time bomb. According to the research direction provided by Yang Mo, the 12-sided crystal is suspected to be the handiwork of someone from the demon clan. Absorb the power of crystals and then move towards the path of transcendence. It's like stealing the power of the demon clan. Being looks strong in the short term. It is very likely to encounter backlash in the future, which is a huge risk. Therefore, while countries around the world were embarking on the path of being extraordinary, China resolutely gave up on this direction. In turn, the Yaoqi Biotechnology R&D Center was established to study dodecahedral crystals and made many advances in genes. Be prepared to take the road of universal gene lock improvement. It's been so long, and I don't know how the progress of the Yaoqi base is going. The old man from the Science and Technology Department murmured, his expression full of expectation. The popularity of genetic locks. It is crucial to China's overall rise. The United States Department of Defense. A secret laboratory. A three-legged, human-faced bird monster was tightly bound to the experimental platform by several alloy chains. Is in a coma. Moveless. Point 7 researchers in white coats came forward with surgical tools, preparing to open the skull to remove the 12-sided crystal in his brain. Aside, Steve waited quietly, feeling quite excited. A later chapter will be updated in the evening. Chapter 110, a sudden change in the United States, real and fake. Steve, tied to the experimental table. It was the Ministry of National Defense's GU breeding program that enabled the feeding of 1,000 death row prisoners to cultivate the 4th level 002 imitator. As long as he can absorb the energy of the crystals in his body, you will have the opportunity to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. He had a feeling, once he can step into the 4th level, he will truly break away from the category of mortal. From then on, master more incredible powers, breaking away the mysterious energy group left by 004 Rainmaker is easy. Start the operation. The 7 researchers looked at each other, wearing masks and gloves, hold the scalpel, approaching the unconscious 002 imitator. However, just when the operation was about to start, a sudden change occurred. This 002 imitator, who was supposed to be unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. The pupils, blooming with a strange light. In an instant, the 7 people's eyes were distracted and their expressions were confused, as if they had lost their consciousness. Picked up the scalpel. Sluggishly, it stretching towards his neck, the artery in the neck ruptured instantly and blood spurted out. 7 people fell heavily to the ground and died on the spot. Not good. When Steve saw this, his expression suddenly changed. Step forward quickly. The terrifying electromagnetic force formed a field and enveloped the entire laboratory, trying to suppress the 002 imitator again. On the experimental table, the 3-legged monster with a human face and a bird's head suddenly sat up, looking at Steve with interest. Amazing, finally, I saw a powerful being. After that, his body was twisted and twitching, and he actually started the art of transformation in front of Steve. The next moment, he transformed into Steve. Even the voice is exactly the same as Steve. No different. What a magical power. Steve licked his lips and showed a devilish smile, then he extended his hand, pushed towards the surrounding space. The laboratory sealed by Steve using the electromagnetic field was instantly unsealed. Death. Steve grinned ferociously, and a terrifying beam of light erupted from his fingertips, nearly substantive. Go straight to Steve's heart. You can actually use my power? Steve's pupils trembled slightly, showing an expression of disbelief. At the same time, with rich combat experience, he quickly used his electromagnetic powers to form a protective shield on his chest, blocking the blow from the monster. I have to thank you for this. Steve smiled slightly, but his expression showed strong murderous intent. You want to kill me and replace me? Steve understood everything in an instant, and the chill in his heart surged crazily. Boom. Steve didn't want to say any more, and stepped forward, using the electromagnetic force all over his body to the extreme. It turned into an irresistible fighting force. Fighting with Steve for a while, the instruments in the entire laboratory were crackling and flashing. Woo! Alarm sound instantly spread throughout the Ministry of Defense. In the office, Jobs was drinking coffee and waiting for the experiment to proceed. Suddenly, a loud, piercing siren was heard. The complexion suddenly changed. He quickly walked to the window and looked at the laboratory not far away. The alarm in the laboratory, why did it suddenly sound? His eyelids were beating wildly and his heart was uneasy. I just called the secretary. I saw flames shooting into the sky over there in the laboratory, and there was a loud explosion. Boom! In the light of the fire, 2 figures rushed out. Violating the gravity of the earth, they stood in the air and fought fiercely. Take a closer look. Both of them are clearly superheroes created by their country. Steve, whether it is facial expression or behavior, motion habits, even the way of taking action and the abilities used are surprisingly consistent. The two fought together, and for a while they couldn't decide the outcome. His face was full of horror, and his scalp felt numb. The imitator must be an accident in the 4th order imitator experiment. Only a few moments later, he reacted and knew what the problem was. Military, let the military come over quickly. Taking advantage of both of them being inseparable, he quickly ordered and mobilized the garrison strength of the Ministry of National Defense. 10 minutes later, in the sky, armed helicopters, drone combat swarms, and various modern combat weapons locked onto the 2 people who were fighting. 2 divisions of the military even blocked the Ministry of Defense. It is surrounded by water. Wait, Minister, I am serious, he is the monster. Please let the military help me to destroy this monster. One of them took advantage of the break in the fighting to look anxiously at Jobs on the ground. Shut up. Seeing this, another person said angrily, "I am the real one, Minister, don't be fooled by this monster, let the military know he can imitate my abilities perfectly, I can't defeat him alone." Said the two fought together again, electromagnetic powers emerged crazily, hitting the ground from the sky, and the scene was extremely exaggerated. When Jobs saw this scene, his scalp suddenly felt numb. Raw was his role as a top executive in the United States. "I have seen many big scenes, I have never seen such an outrageous situation as today. Two Steves looks exactly the same, the behavior is exactly the same, the fighting methods are exactly the same. How can this be distinguished? Minister, in my opinion, one of the two must be true and the other false." The secretary on the side suddenly spoke and said thoughtfully, "Jobs," he rolled his eyes, "what is the difference between this and talking nonsense? I mean, how about we ask Steve's wife to identify her? She happens to work in the Ministry of Defense." The secretary smiled dryly and said quickly, "She always. It's not like he can't recognize his husband." Jobs' eyes lit up. He nodded. It didn't take long. Steve's wife rushed to the scene. "You two, stop fighting now," Jobs ordered with a dark face and a loudspeaker. The words just fell. The two Steves pulled away and landed on the ground, looking at each other with stern expressions, surrounded by thousands of heavily armed military elites, staring at the two of them. I was afraid that the two of them would get into trouble. "Jenny, come and see who is Steve." Jobs turned around and looked at a blonde woman. "Don't worry, Minister, I will definitely recognize it." The woman replied confidently, then stepped forward. 2 meters apart. He looked at Steve and Steve carefully. The result, it was found that there was no difference between the two in appearance, even micro-expressions, they are all surprisingly consistent. "My husband had a nickname when he was a child, do any of you know?" Jenny thought for a while and asked. "Little Fatty." The two looked at each other and replied in a somewhat unspeakable way, "What is my husband's favorite fruit?" "Loquat fruit. My husband dreams and talks in his sleep every day." "What does he say?" After more than 10 questions, Jenny, who was originally confident, gradually became confused and somewhat doubtful about life. Chapter 111 Realm Portal. No matter what question she asks, the two Steves in front of me could both answer quickly, and the answers were exactly the same without any hesitation. Even the look in his eyes is full of affection. And her husband in her memory, exactly the same. "Can you recognize it?" Jobs asked in a deep voice. Jenny swallowed, shook her head and said, "I can't tell." "Jenny, I really mean it. Do you believe me? Do you still remember the promise we made together on the shores of Holy Spirit Lake in Florida?" When one of the Steves saw this, he became anxious instantly and not to be outdone. The other Steve. He said quickly, "Jenny, don't believe him, he is a monster in disguise. Your birthday will be in 2 days. I have prepared a gift for you a long time ago, and it is in the safe at our house. To prove your identity." The two of them went crazy and testified, telling one thing after another that only Annie and Steve knew. It's just, as Jenny listened, she became more and more confused. It is even more difficult to determine which one is true. When Jobs saw this, his face became even more ugly. If the 002 imitator is pretending to be someone else, he didn't need to distinguish the true from the false at all, and killed both of them together with the false. But impersonator 002 is the most powerful chosen one in the United States. Its strength ranks first in the world. It is a rare and top-notch extraordinary combat power in the United States. For a while, he didn't know how to deal with this emergency, and judging from the situation of the two fighting just now, after breaking through the 4th level, the 002 imitator, who originally had little combat power, can obviously perfectly copy the power of others and use it skillfully. The current 002 imitator, the danger has risen to an extremely high level. A mishandling it may bring disaster to the United States. Fortunately, Steve is here now, and he can fight the opponent 50-50. This monster is afraid of the military taking action, so it is so honest. "From now on, you two will stand here and you are not allowed to leave even half a step." He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice to the two Steves in front of him, "Anyone who wants to leave is a monster, and the military will kill them at all costs." Hearing this, the two Steves looked at each other, their expressions flickering. "I don't know what I'm thinking next." Jobs quickly turned around and summoned the country's top think tanks and scientific researchers, preparing for a meeting to discuss how to identify Steve. China Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. The heavy rain crisis is finally over. Yang Emo leaned on the chair and took a long breath. "After Thunder God and Lightning Mother, reconstructed the image of China. He left the Thunder God and Lightning Mother Research and Development Base. Back here, the maintenance of Thunder God and Lightning Mother and the iterative upgrade of quantum computers have been handed over to Sun Changqing. Of course, the highest authority over these national weapons rests in his hands. Without his permission, No1 can activate the weapons, Book of Life and Death, Demon Mirror, and Thunder God and Lightning Mother. Today, the whole land of China is clearing up and the sun is shining on the earth. Flood.it is quietly retreating. With China's terrifying execution capabilities, it won't be long before the normal order before the disaster can be restored, and according to the Book of Mountains and Seas, the spirit race is a mysterious race bred by the elves of heaven and earth. There is a wonderful fit with heaven and earth, therefore every Eldar masters a natural power. When it appears, it is often accompanied by various disasters, but China has already tried its best in this round to build Thunder God and Lightning Mother. The threat of the next 2 rounds of trials will be greatly reduced. Now, we can start other aspects of the layout. Yang Mo took a deep breath and pulled out a piece of paper from the desk. Brush. He wrote a brief 7 words, 3 Rome portal plan. Since the 4 rounds of civilization trials, China and other countries around the world have been passively enduring the trials of civilization, allowing monsters to come point one round after another. In front of the monster, all countries are exhausted and struggling to survive, and there is no time to explore the origin of this civilization test. And now, with Thunder God and Lightning Mother in charge, China got plenty of breathing space. At least, in the next 2.5 months, China will have enough energy to explore this civilization trial. If you want to find out the truth about the civilization trial, you must break through the blockade of the earth. Yang Mo murmured softly, always stay on earth. We can only passively welcome disasters and never know the truth behind them, only escape from this cage. Only then will China have the opportunity to implement its own plan and achieve true transcendence. And 3 Realms portal. It is a key part of the science fiction heavenly plan, created in the previous life. Its inspiration, it comes from the transmission channel that can reach the lower world in the mythical heaven. Through this channel, the gods in heaven can travel freely between the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. As long as the 3 worlds portal can be built, the blockade above the earth will be broken. At the same time, America, Department of Defense. In the conference room, is there still nothing you can do? Looking at the top experts below, Jobs frowned. The meeting lasted 2 hours. The experts below have put forward more than 10 suggestions, but after trying, none of them are useful. Through various methods, it is impossible to identify who is Steve among the 2. In the research of monsters, China has always been unique in the world. A monster researcher below pondered for a moment and said, why don't we ask them for advice? The words have not yet finished. In the conference room, everyone couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions. They have never dealt with China, plus, this mess was entirely caused by themselves. Ask Huaxia for advice? I'm afraid it's a joke to China. Then do you have any other options? The researcher shrugged and asked. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Indeed, those methods they just discussed, none are useful. The 4th level 002 imitator cannot be identified at all. Are you sure that China will help us? In other words, can they identify the real Steve and the fake Steve? Jobs took a deep look at the researcher and sighed. Asked in a voice, right now. Steve's presence is crucial to them. Never give up easily. Ask China for advice. It's embarrassing or something. Secondly, what he is most worried about. In fact, he loses face and the problem has not been solved. I can't guarantee it, but the matter has come to this. I think this is the last way. The researcher spread his hands and said helplessly, if neither of them can identify Steve, then we have to find a way to eliminate both Steves. Jobs frowned. I thought about it for a long time. Eventually, he nodded slowly. Today I am busy with family matters, so I am just going home to update. The next chapter is scheduled for 10 o'clock. Feel sorry. Chapter 112. The strange action shocked the world. China Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. Tuck. Come in. Yang Mo, who was conceiving and perfecting the 3 Realms portal plan, frowned. Dean, there is news from the cabinet. Lin Shuayan opened the door and walked in, reporting, there was an accident in the goo cultivation plan in the United States. A 4th level 002 imitation. The person is pretending to be Steve, and it's hard to tell if it's real or not. Please help him identify it. Level 002 imitator? Yang Mo raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Looks like it. The United States in this life is still following the same path as in previous lives. Leave no stone unturned. Improve the level of 002 imitator and want to cultivate a higher level chosen one. It's just they lack understanding of monsters and don't know the horror of the 002 imitator rising to the 4th level, this race. Born with incredible abilities, he can imitate others, preliminary period, the strength is indeed very weak. No fighting power, but as time goes by, its abilities become more and more terrifying. Level 4, can imitate anyone at a lower level than him and copy his abilities 100%. Level 5, can imitate anyone in the same realm and copy their abilities 100%. Level 6, can be imitated. What did the cabinet say? Yang Yamo thought for a while and asked. The cabinet said that you can decide for yourself whether to help or not. Lin Shuiyan smiled bitterly and whispered, I don't think we actually need to help them. For the United States, she has never had a good impression. After hearing this, Yang Yamo frowned slightly, after a little thought, shook his head and said, the United States cannot lose control now. He is laying out the U3 Rome portal plan and is in urgent need of someone who can attract the attention of the civilization trial openly, disperse the pressure from those monsters. If the United States completely loses control and collapses rapidly, then monsters from all over the world will flock to China, with the few tools that China has now to control the country. It's not that I can't hold on. But this will inevitably distract a lot of China's energy. Lin Shuiyan nodded thoughtfully then. He couldn't help but ask, but according to the information provided by the United States, every detail of the 002 imitator's transformation is the same, even their chosen one with the eye of deception, they can't tell the difference. How should we tell the difference? Yang Yamo smiled and didn't answer. Lin Shuiyan looked at Yang Yamo and suddenly reacted, is it a demon mirror? Not bad. Yang Yamo nodded. But Lin Shuiyan was still a little skeptical. The chosen one in the United States didn't even recognize it. Our country's demon mirror can really recognize the 4th level 002 imitation. He couldn't recognize it because he didn't have enough realm to see through the disguise. Yang Yamo chuckled and said confidently, but the principle of the demon mirror is different from the extraordinary system. It reverses it as an electromagnetic wave that restores its true appearance. As long as the monster has not reached the 5th level, its disguise can be seen through. In the past life. In the 11th round, China used 300,000 troops to capture a 5th level Wu clan that battle with the coordination of a large number of advanced information-based high-tech weapons. The number of military casualties reached more than 100,000. Extremely tragic. After research, a lot of information about the 5th level monsters was obtained. One of them, IT, is a 5th level monster that can freely reverse its own physical laws and even stop emitting electromagnetic waves, but the 4th level monster, under the demon mirror, there will be nothing to hide. But the radiation range of our demon mirror is limited, and the United States is far away from us. Lin Shuiyan couldn't help but say, no need. Yang Yamo shook his head and chuckled, asking for help, of course you have to have a begging attitude. Just let the United States bring Steve and Steve near our country. The United States Department of Defense. Has China agreed to help? When Jobs received the news, he couldn't help but feel happy that he didn't expect it. Huaxia actually agreed to help this time regardless of the previous suspicion, and the legendary mysterious weapon, Demon Mirror, will be used. Only due to the limited distance of the Demon Mirror, they can only send the 2 Steves to China to be effective. Quickly, notify the Air Force. He took a deep breath and quickly ordered, send 10 fighter jets, 20 helicopters, 30 special combat aircraft, and another F/A-18 fighter attack planes are also dispatched, and Steve and the 2 must be safely escorted to China. The reason why such a luxurious fighter group is dispatched, the most important thing is to control Steve and the others. The fighting power of these 2 people is extremely incredible, and can be called the 3rd level ceiling. Once out of control, let the monster escape, the consequences will be disastrous. Also, the purpose of this mission is an S-class secret and must not be leaked to anyone, including Steve. He paused and added, at the same time, countries around the world, countries such as Gaul and Sakura, have been paying close attention to the movements of the United States. Suddenly discovered in the United States, a highly luxurious combat regiment was dispatched, heading towards China. As soon as this news came out, it instantly shocked the whole country. What's going on? Is the United States crazy? Suddenly sending so many air forces towards China? I can't understand more and more of this world. This is totally unreasonable for the United States. The heavy rain in their country hasn't been solved yet? Is this going to break the pot? China is worthy of the United States if we fight hard. What does the United States want? Why? For a time, all countries were in turmoil because of this unusual behavior of the United States. The intelligence agencies of various countries have speculated they all turned into melon-eating people. Sakura Country Emergency Department. What? The United States is going to send troops to China? After hearing the news, several senior officials sat up in shock. He showed an incredible expression. Countless speculations came to mind. Could it be, seeing that China has obtained SSS-level evaluations one after another, the United States wants to use force to threaten China and seize those mysterious weapons? Everyone, here comes the question. When the United States attacks China, it will definitely pass through us. Do we want to express our position? A senior executive suddenly spoke and said in a deep voice, if the United States, the coercion is successful, and we may still get some benefits from it. Hear the words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. I started thinking about it. Obviously, this move by the United States makes it clear that it wants to break up with China. This time that we have to stand in line. It is obviously impossible to stand in China. China asked them to get out of here some time ago, but the United States did not notify us of its dispatch of troops this time. A senior executive frowned and hesitated. What if they are not going to China? Wouldn't they have made a big mistake? Look at this posture, 10 fighter jets, 20 fighter jets, helicopters, 30 special combat aircraft, and even F/A-18 fighter attack aircraft were used. Do you think the United States is traveling? The corner of the mouth of the senior executive who spoke first twitched. Next, asked rhetorically. Chapter 113 America. We are really not familiar with Sakura Country. Judging from this configuration, it can already be called a small air combat corps. This action by the United States is definitely not a joke, and judging from the direction of travel of this fighting legion, their destinations can only be their Sakura Country, Bangzi Country, and China. We have reason to believe that the United States is really going to take action against China. The senior executive took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, hear the words to I in the conference room. Everyone looked at each other. Although their Sakura Country is also very strong, but in front of the two superpowers, the United States and China, it is really not enough. He intervened rashly. It angered China, and the consequences were not something they could afford to notice. Since that incident 100 years ago, many people in China have already shouted slogans, saying they want to go to Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms. Of course we can't just be cannon fodder. The senior executive looked at everyone and said confidently, we just need to follow the United States, send some troops, show off, and put in a little effort, win the goodwill of the United States, and then reap the benefits later. As for making China angry, so what if it makes China angry? The United States will definitely take action to protect us. He snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain. In the conference room, after listening to the analysis of this senior executive, everyone began to think thoughtfully. The United States Department of Defense Jobs is using the military's internal communication device to communicate with Commander Duncan, who is responsible for carrying out the mission. Minister, we estimate that we will arrive outside the Chinese waters in 2 hours. Hear the news. Jobs nodded and continued to warn, closely monitor the movements of the two Steves and make sure they arrive safely outside the Chinese waters. Steve is his master. Cultivated. He knew very well how scary Steve was. In addition to the strength of the third-level chosen one, the abilities he masters are extremely special. Be it lethal or destructive, both are extremely amazing. I understand. Over the communicator, Commander Duncan replied. There was a pause, then he reported a new situation. But when we just passed by Sakura Country, we found that Sakura Country also launched 10 fighter planes, following us 300 kilometers away from our flank, also flying towards China. BR what? Jobs looked stunned, somewhat confused. What is wrong with Sakura Country? In this sensitive period, they dare to launch fighter jets towards China and follow them on the flank of the United States. What is this but a provocation? No, this country is sick, right? He had a dark face, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This time the gu-raising plan is out of control. They finally got help from China. If China is dissatisfied because of Sakura Country and does not agree to take action, then they will have no place to cry. 2 hours later, beyond the East China Sea, the high seas area, above the Chinese warship, Zhang Yongguang and his core demon hunting team members were looking into the distance in preparation. Huhuhu, accompanied by the roar of the fighter jet group with a large force escorted by the United States to Steve, finally arrived outside the waters of China. Stop ahead. Zhang Yangguang picked up the long-range wireless communicator and shouted in a deep voice towards the group of American fighter jets. Soon. An American fighter plane at the front sent a request to apply for landing. Zhang Yangguang pondered for a while, ordered to prepare the deck for landing. After the handover between the two parties. To show his sincerity, Commander Duncan personally descended on the warship. On behalf of the United States, I would like to thank China for this generous helping hand. After stepping out of the fighter plane, Duncan quickly saluted Zhang Yangguang. Zhang Yangguang, however, looked cold and said mockingly, "I can't afford your gift. Those who know it think you are here for help. Those who don't know, they think you are here to attack me, China." After hearing this, Duncan blushed immediately. He quickly explained, "Steve is a dangerous person. We were afraid that something might go wrong, so we sent so many troops to escort him." Zhang Yangguang remained unmoved, but pointed in the direction of the flank. His expression was a little cold. "What's the explanation for the 10 fighter planes of Sakura Kingdom?" This, Duncan's face was a little ugly this time. The yellow mud really fell off my crotch. If it is not shit, it can only be shit. The group of people from Sakura country, what a crazy brain. To actually come out to cause trouble at such a critical moment. Faced with China's inquiries, he could only bite the bullet and continue to explain, "We are really not familiar with Sakura country. We are completely unaware of their actions and they were definitely not ordered by us." "Oh?" Zhang Yangguang raised his eyebrows and seemed to be smiling. "Just a moment." Duncan gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. "Turn around," said to the deputy commander, "use our official communication channel to get in touch with Sakura country's fighter planes and tell them to get out." "Huh?" The deputy commander swallowed. "Why don't you go quickly?" Duncan glared at him fiercely and added, "Also, warn them that if they don't retreat within 10 minutes, don't blame us for treating them as enemies. Carry out airstrikes. Are you satisfied with this?" After doing this, he looked at Zhang Yangguang again and lowered his attitude. "We'll wait until Sakura country retreats." Zhang Yangguang was non-committal and did not express his position. 10 minutes later, hundreds of kilometers away. 10 fighter jets from Sakura Kingdom quickly evacuated in confusion. "Look, can we now help our country identify Steve?" Duncan looked at Zhang Yangguang again and asked. Zhang Yangguang nodded. "How do we need to cooperate?" Duncan looked happy and asked quickly. "This operation, Jobs told them that they must identify which monster is Steve in disguise, and bring Steve and the monster back. Just wait patiently." Zhang Yangguang waved his hand and stood on the deck looking at the sky. This is an area on the high seas, heavy rain. It's still pouring down, but dozens of kilometers behind, it was sunny and windy. "Then, shall we bring Steve down first?" Duncan was a little confused and couldn't help but ask. "The two Steves are still on the air fighter plane and are being closely monitored, afraid of any accidents. Bring it down." Zhang Yangguang nodded. After a while, a fighter plane landed on the docking deck. 2 identical Steves walked down from above. A moment, all Americans, including Duncan, looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. "Commander, where is this?" What a Steve looked around and couldn't help but ask. The other Steve was also curious. "Look around." Urged, "This does not seem to be the United States? Can you hurry up and identify the fake? Please wait patiently." Duncan laughed dryly and said perfunctorily to the two of them at the same time, "I am full of curiosity about China's identification methods." Just at this time, Skyrim. A bright moon appeared quietly, looking particularly bright in the heavy rain. Chapter 114. Free is the most expensive follow-up. An incredible scene happened. One of the two Steves standing in front of everyone suddenly turned into a three-legged strange bird with a human face. This change, extremely sudden, even the person involved didn't react. "The whole army is on alert, kill the monsters." Duncan's excited voice echoed in the heavy rain. American fighter planes. He immediately targeted this three-legged strange bird with a human face. "Damn it! What kind of method is this?" The three-legged strange bird looked ferocious, and it was obvious that he did not expect that he would be exposed suddenly and inexplicably. "You've been pretending to be me for so long, die." Steve, with a face full of hatred, was the first to attack the three-legged strange bird. Seeing that something was wrong, the strange bird made a sharp cry. "Fly high." Go through the air, trying to escape the encirclement. Steve followed closely, and the American fighter jets quickly followed. A fight. On the verge of breaking out. "Do you need our help?" Zhang Yangguang on the side saw this and enthusiastically stepped forward and asked. Duncan was stunned for a moment. He said quickly, "If your country is willing to help, I would really appreciate it." Although this is high seas, but it is the closest to China and belongs to China's home court. If China helps, this 002 imitator can definitely be captured and killed as soon as possible. Monsters are the enemy of all mankind. This is what we should do. Zhang Yongguang smiled slightly. Later, in front of Duncan, he ordered the use of warships to pursue. At the same time, the air defense system in China's coastal area is also fully locked onto the fleeing 002 imitator. 3 hours later, after a long chase, the fourth-level 002 imitator was surrounded and suppressed by various forces. His body was injured in many places, and his situation became increasingly critical. Damn humans! He turned his head and glanced at Steve, who was pursuing behind him, the joint fighter group blocking his movement in the sky, and the warships on the sea, looking gloomy. The hatred is overwhelming. Suddenly, he accidentally discovered that there was a gap in the many surroundings. Under the pressure of death crisis, he didn't have time to think too much, flapped his wings frantically, and rushed towards the gap. One breath. It flew dozens of kilometers away, but when he turned his head and looked back, he found that both Steve and the American fighter groups had stopped. Why didn't they give chase? He hesitated a little, but under the severe damage, he could not care much. Take advantage of this opportunity. He quickly headed towards the coastal city ahead, beyond the high seas. On the warship, no one is allowed to enter the Chinese territory ahead. Zhang Yongguang looked sternly and stopped Duncan and others from following up. But the monster rushed in. Duncan said quickly with an eager face, just now, they were about to kill this 002 impersonator, but I don't know why there was a loophole in the encirclement that China and they cooperated with, allowing this 002 imitator to break into China. They were about to give chase, however, he was warned by Zhang Yongguang and had to stop on the high seas. China ahead, you are not allowed to enter without permission. Zhang Yongguang spoke coldly, his tone unquestionable. There is no room for negotiation. This monster is level 4, with amazing combat power. It can also copy Steve's abilities. Its danger level is extremely high. Duncan frowned, still trying to persuade Zhang Yongguang. We will solve this ourselves, there is no need for you to worry. Zhang Yongguang said expressionlessly. At the same time, his eyes looked towards the direction of China. Vaguely. It can be seen that a thunderbolt in the clear sky appeared out of thin air and seemed to be locked somewhere. Next, there are bursts of thunder, and the scene is extremely spectacular. What is? Duncan also noticed this scene and his eyes widened. Maybe it's going to rain. The corners of Zhang Yongguang's mouth were slightly raised, and he was in a happy mood. Followed Dean Yang's arrangements. This plan. A complete success. The United States Department of Defense. What? The monster has gone to China? Jobs was shocked when he heard the news. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. Under the joint siege of the United States and China, plus the super powerful single combat power of Steve, he even let this 002 imitator run away. The direction of escape. What a coincidence. It is in China. China's attitude is also extremely tough and prohibits anyone from setting foot on the country's territory. He looked uncertain. A long time. Kai faintly sighed. I finally understand that free help is the most expensive. No wonder Huaxia didn't ask for any help this time. It turns out, China has taken a fancy to their 4th level 002 imitator from the United States. That's all, only then can this series of things be explained. Minister, what should we do now? Duncan's voice came from the communicator. You try to negotiate with China again and let them return this 002 imitator. He thought for a while and then said, tell them that we are willing to pay any price. This 002 imitator. It took their scientific research department several months to feed them from death row prisoners. The value is extremely huge. The most important thing is the 12-sided crystal in his body allows Steve to break through to the 4th level and possess even more extraordinary powers, thus defeating the mysterious energy group over the city. End the heavy rain. As long as he can get the 4th order crystal back, he will pay any price. A few hours later. China Monster Research Institute. Dean, the body of the 4th level imitator has been transported to the laboratory. Lin Shuiyan walked into the office and said excitedly. The look in Yang Mo's eyes was full of admiration. This time, under the arrangement of Yang Mo, Huaxia captured this 4th level 002 imitator without even a single blow. If you do a little favor for them, you have to get some reward. Yang Mo put down the work at hand and nodded with a chuckle. This time he agreed to help. On the one hand, IT is to stabilize the situation in the United States and control the global situation. On the other hand, IT is this 4th level 002 imitator from the United States. To no, level 4 monsters are equivalent to the Demon Commander realm among the Demon Clan, extremely rare. The 002 imitator, as the backup man of the Queen Mother of the West, has crystals in his body. IT is even more rare, perhaps. In those small countries that have been destroyed, 4th level existences have been born, but there are absolutely no 4th level 002 imitators. IT is a monster that the United States forcibly raised as quickly as possible through precise artificial experiments and feeding. Whether it is the body material of a 4th level monster, IT is still the 4th order crystal in its body for China. Both have great research value. Let the laboratory quickly conduct dissection and research, and then send the crystals in his body to the Yaoqi Biotechnology Research and Development Base. He pondered for a moment and then ordered. Chapter 115 Yang Mo's plan. The first users of Mandui chips mention Yaoqi. With a thought in his mind, he looked at the latest report placed on the table. Researchers at Yaoqi Biotechnology R&D Center, after a month of research, have initially digested the gene sequencing technology he brought from Jisha Academy and comprehensively sequenced the 120,000 genes contained in the Mandui chip. A lot of valuable gene sequence information was obtained. In the mysterious field of genes, China is finally getting started. Also, according to his arrangement, the researchers also conducted genetic screening and investigation on Zhao Ziyan, who had unlocked the genetic lock. In its genetic fragments. No unusual circumstances or backup tactics were detected. As for mass production chips. 3 Immortal tree seeds have been successfully cultivated in the Yaoqi base through the corpses of monsters obtained from the Bati Kingdom. They are all holy wood Mandui. After cultivation, the first batch of Mandui chips gradually mature. 30 pieces in total. The Queen Mother of the West did not leave a backup plan in the Mandui chip, or the backup plan she left behind. With our current technological strength, there is no way to discover it. Yang Mo's eyes flashed, blinking, fingers tapping lightly on the table. I started thinking about it. The research at Yaoqi base is related to the Universal Gene Lock plan, but don't be blindly impulsive facing the Queen Mother of the West. No matter how cautious you are, you cannot be too cautious. After all, he once occupied the Kunlun Mountains, leaving the ancient ancestors helpless for a while. With China's current strength, perhaps she is not even qualified to exist like Queen Mother of the West. Xu Weiyan, get ready and come with me to Yaoqi base in the afternoon. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Shuiyan in front of him. Yaoqi base? After hearing this, Lin Shuiyan's eyes couldn't help but shine, overjoyed. Having been reporting at the institute for so long, she has been responsible for daily affairs and the maintenance of the live broadcast room. I have never had any contact with the other departments under the Monster Research Institute. She knows it too. He had just been deployed by the cabinet and did not fully gain Yang Mo's trust. I didn't expect that. So soon I have the opportunity to go to the mythical and legendary Yaoqi base. Go and get ready. Yang Mo waved his hand and smiled. That afternoon, Kunlun Mountain Yaoqi Biotechnology R&D Center. Dean Zhao Ziyan and others stood at the gate of the base, looking excitedly at Yang Mo, who came off the special plane. During this time, China encountered a major crisis, with heavy rains and raging floods, but here, they seem to be isolated from everything. Everyone is doing their best to digest the gene sequencing technology brought by Yang Mo and cultivate the seeds of the immortal tree. Zhao Ziyan, also extremely cooperative. I hope I can figure out the secrets about myself as soon as possible. Dean, is this the Yaoqi base? Lin Shuiyan followed Yang Mo closely, looking around like a curious baby. Yet he looked at the base in front of him. The base is built on one of the peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. It is very hidden and has a division of troops stationed around it. Always protect the safety of the base. No permission. No one even has a chance to get close to this mountain. The base is surrounded by high walls, tightly cover the inside of the base. Dean, you are finally back. A group of researchers quickly stepped forward and took the initiative to greet you. Who are you? Zhao Ziyan followed at the back, but her attention was on Lin Shuiyan, who was following Yang Mo. There is a hint of hostility. I am the dean's new secretary. Lin Shuiyan did not show any timidity, and also quietly looked at Zhao Ziyan in front of her. On appearance, Zhao Ziyan is even better than her, with an unworldly and gorgeous temperament. You have something to do and you can't get away, so the cabinet transferred her to the courtyard. Yang Mo glanced at the two women and introduced, you two can communicate when you have the opportunity. Afterwards, he looked at the other researchers and said, "Everyone, get ready. We will gather in the conference room in half an hour." Hear the words, everyone was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and nodded solemnly. The dean had just finished handling the fourth round of crisis in the country and rushed here in a hurry. He must have important arrangements. Half an hour later, conference room, sitting there are 42 core researchers at Yaoqi base. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Yang Mo looked at everyone and slowly said, with everyone's efforts, we have completed the analysis of 120,000 gene fragments of the human body. Sequenced and achieved good results. Below. Everyone's face just showed joy. I heard Yang Mo change his subject, said in a deep voice, but this speed is still too slow. In the human body's genetic treasure house, in addition to 120,000 gene fragments, each gene fragment stores a vast sea of subtle information. If we can't study this information thoroughly, China will never be able to create its own gene lock, let alone achieve a national leap of 1.4 billion people. Hearing this, the 42 researchers looked dim and lowered their heads. As a leader in this field, they all know it. Nowadays, China is facing great pressure. The legendary 5 tribes become more powerful as time goes by. Once China cannot keep up with the intensity of the monsters, the current situation that seems to be blooming will collapse like a raging fire. Cooking oil. Conference room suddenly fell into silence. The atmosphere was a bit solemn. After a long time, Yang Motsai spoke again. Breaking the calm, therefore, I decided to use the first batch of cultivated Mandui chips within the base. The words have not yet finished. The 42 researchers all stared wide-eyed, looked at Yang Mo in shock. His face was full of disbelief. Mandui chip, give it to them first. To know the function of the Mandui chip can unlock the genetic lock in the body. You greatly unleash the potential of the human body. After this period of research on Zhao Ziyan, they have obtained detailed data after unlocking the gene lock. Zhao Ziyan's physical fitness and intellectual potential, all have been improved as never before. The most significant IT is the ability to learn. No matter how difficult the subject knowledge is, she can master it with just one glance. During this month, under the influence, Zhao Ziyan's professional knowledge of genetics is no less than any of them here. This is the magic of gene locks. Although they cultivated 30 Mandui chips, they never thought that the first batch of Mandui chips would be given to them for use. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be given priority to high-level users? Don't be too happy, everyone. Feeling the excitement of everyone, Yang Mo frowned and said, the Mandui chip can indeed allow people to break the limits and evolve infinitely, but there are also not a small hidden danger. Chapter 116 China. Please respect the monster's independent choice. Actually, after the cabinet learned about the mass production of Mandui chips, the first batch of quota conditions were put forward, requiring that 50% of Mandui chips be given to senior executives for use. He withstood the pressure. Fight with reason. All these 30 Mandui chips were left behind. The reason? Of course, there may be Queen Mother of the West's backup plan in the Mandui chip, used rashly. If something unexpected happens to the top management, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to China. So, after repeated discussions, all the first batch of quotas were simply given to the researchers at Yaoqi base. On the one hand, scientific researchers most need the improvement of gene locks, which can make a qualitative leap in their research capabilities. IT will help speed up the analysis of Mandui chips. Develop a genetic lock belonging to China as soon as possible. On the other hand, if the Mandui chip is really a time bomb, it will not cause too much damage to China. Everyone must consider carefully whether to accept the opening of the gene lock. Yang Mo looked solemn and spoke in a deep voice. Below, after listening, everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, currently, no backhand of the Queen Mother of the West has been found, which does not mean that there is no backhand of the Queen Mother of the West. The safest method IT is the Chinese version of the Mandui chip that was independently developed, but as one of the first users, they have to bear all kinds of risks. I do. Suddenly. In the conference room, an old professor over 60 years old stood up first. I am willing to. Another middle-aged researcher stood up and took the initiative to meet Yang Mo's gaze, and me. Count me in. Some people stood up one after another. Proactively raise your hand to sign up and be willing to take this unknown risk. There is nothing sensational or self-moving, but everyone's eyes, but unusually firm. When Yang Mo saw this, his heart trembled slightly. Later, write down the names of the first 30 researchers who stood up. Unified arrangements are made to unlock the gene lock. At the same time, the United States Department of Defense, Minister, there is news from Commander Duncan. The secretary hurried into the office and reported to Jobs. Let us respect the monster's independent choice. The monster belongs to whichever country it is in. Damn it! Jobs slammed his fist on the table. My whole body was shaking with anger. The fourth time that he has made many concessions and promised countless conditions, but he still refuses to accept them, refused to return the fourth level monster. It also talks about respecting the monster's independent choice. Minister, do you think it is possible that the fourth level imitator is still at large and China has not caught him? The secretary suddenly spoke and guessed, China, the only destructive weapon is the Book of Life and Death, but it has no effect on the 002 imitator. No way. But Jobs rolled his eyes and snorted, since China dares to put a fourth level monster into China, it must have regarded it as its own. I have been dealing with China for so long. He is against China, already quite familiar with it. China never fights an uncertain battle, and it also suffers from the phobia of insufficient firepower, although I don't know how China will respond. But one day past, that fourth level monster is now either captured or completely dead. There is no third possibility. In this case, you inform the Foreign Affairs Department and ask them to issue an announcement to the world. Just say, Jobs took a deep breath and muttered, "Thank you for this step, which helped our country solve the fourth level epidemic. Monster crisis, because the monster accidentally escaped, please return it, we are willing to pay any price in exchange." I will do it now. The secretary's eyes lit up and he acted quickly. This move. It's a naked conspiracy. 1 hour later. An official announcement from the United States shocked the world. In the announcement, the United States burst into tears, accusing the other party of how they had robbed and corrupted a fourth level monster they had worked so hard to cultivate. At the same time, from the victim's perspective, request the return of the fourth level monster and promise to pay any price. It makes those who hear it sad, and those who see it shed tears. However, as soon as the announcement came out, it did not arouse the indignation and sympathy of the surviving countries. On the contrary, the official responses from various countries are surprisingly consistent. They all chose to remain silent. Be mute. On the contrary, the people of all countries have turned into melon-eating masses. I didn't expect that the United States would be here today. Ha ha ha, I read the announcement from the United States. To summarize, China did them a big favor and received a small reward, but they don't want to. I still prefer the unruly United States, and I hope it can recover. The United States has started to suffer miserably. Have you forgotten how you bullied other countries before? I can only say tit for tat. Report. Oil pipeline platform. Under the announcement video released by the United States, the number of replies instantly exceeded thousands. Support the United States. Only a very small number. Most people were gloating about the misfortune, as if they were watching a joke. Sakura Country Emergency Department. The United States actually went to China for help? Several senior officials looked at the latest announcement from the United States and lowered their heads in shame. The senior person who suggested it before, he even wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Not long ago, they sent reinforcements troops, originally thinking of following behind the boss to provide assistance. The result, the American commander directly warned them to get out. Now think about it. They really look like clowns. We shouldn't join in the fun. Everyone sighed and almost cried because of their own actions. Doing it now, they are not human inside or out. How can we gain a foothold in the future? No, there is still a chance to make up for it. The senior person who made the suggestion suddenly raised his head and analyzed. The United States issued this announcement and accused them, and they need someone to stand up and help them. Waving the flag and shouting, "We can definitely." He hasn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by another senior executive and asked, "Tell me, why did this announcement take so long and other countries became dumb?" Hear the words. The senior executive was speechless and quickly responded, "This can only show that other countries are unwilling to offend China again. Countries have made their own choices. The United States has previously won over other countries. With Steve's strength, international prestige is indeed at its peak, but with the advent of China's meteorological weapons, the attitudes of various countries have once again undergone a 180-degree turn." Chapter 117. Our enemy is outside the Earth. Then the senior executive hesitated and looked at everyone. Like other countries, be wise and protect yourself, pretend you don't see it. Half a day later, the United States Department of Defense, no response? How could there be no response? When Jobs received the report from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his eyes widened. They complain so tearfully yet he has a good rhythm. Eventually, it failed to make any waves internationally. Although there are heavy rains all over the world and countries are busy with themselves, there is always time to reply to the news, right? But the announcement took so long. Of the remaining 50 countries in the world, None of them stood up to justice for the United States. Think of this. He couldn't help but feel chilled, so they would rather offend us than offend China. He gritted his teeth and quickly recognized the reality. My heart is extremely bitter. It seems now they don't want to get that fourth order 12-sided crystal back. He slumped in the chair, his mood becoming more and more complicated. Jing. The United States has even come up with this method. It seems that the 002 imitator is very important to them. The old man from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs shook his head. This announcement accused them with tears, but unfortunately, no country responded. Even Sakura Country, the loyal loser of the United States, chose to remain silent. Dean Yang guessed that they want to use this fourth order 12-sided crystal to raise Steve's realm to fourth order. Wang Yu pondered. Slowly Su said, different from their path, when faced with disasters and crises, the United States increasingly believes in the power of individuals. Not only did he create an American hero, Steve, but he also vigorously purchased 12-sided crystals from other countries, cultivate the chosen ones in batches. The hope of the whole country is pinned on those few people. There is no need to pay attention to the American side. The leader's eyes flickered and the old man suddenly said, the focus of this meeting is the new plan submitted by Dean Yang. Hear the words. Wang Yu and others looked solemn and looked at the top-secret plan on the table. The name, Three Realms Portal. In plan, Yang Mo proposed that before the advent of Thunder God and Lightning Mother, he should take the initiative to break through the blockade of the mysterious unknown force, escape from the Earth, and find the truth behind the civilization trial, and the Three Worlds Portal is the first step in exploration. Dean Yang said that our enemy is outside the Earth. The leading old man took a deep breath and murmured softly, yes, outside the Earth. The old man from the military nodded with emotion. This plan of Dean Yang is too bold. Now the whole world is very busy. Ke Yang Mo. As soon as the fourth round of disaster was settled, this new plan was eagerly submitted. Goal, pointing to the outside of the Earth. Not only is it bold, but it is also unbelievable. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology had a look of amazement on his face and said excitedly, it is planned to build the gate of the three realms in myths and legends, which will penetrate the space, connecting all the worlds. This is truly opening your eyes to the world. Hundreds of years ago, the age of discovery has launched on the Earth, allowing countries around the world to open their eyes to the world for the first time. But compared to Yang Mo's portal, it seems too childish. Once the portal is built, the barriers between China and other heavens and realms will be broken down, ushering in the era of all heavens and realms. There is no need to be happy too early. Wang Yu smiled bitterly and reminded, Dean Yang's plan also said that the Earth is behind the scenes now. The Black Hand space is in a state of blockade, and the conditions for building a portal to achieve jailbreak are quite stringent. Everyone heard this, the excitement calmed down and the discussion started in earnest. A grey curtain above the Earth. The IT was left behind by the mastermind behind the civilization trial to prevent civilized fire from escaping. There means mysterious Three Worlds Portal. The first thing to solve is the space blockade on this level. Secondly, after breaking through the space blockade, you also need to determine the plane coordinates of other worlds, then build a bridge between the two worlds to connect the Earth with another world. According to Dean Yang's research, when each round of trials starts, those monsters will descend from the grey curtain in the form of meteors. This shows that at that time, a certain transmission channel was opened in the grey screen, and monsters in each round were released to the Earth. Therefore, in terms of obtaining coordinates, we need to conduct counter-detection at the beginning of each round of trials and try to capture the world location of these descending monsters. In the plan of Three Worlds Portal, this step is crucial, determines the first world that China will counter-invade. That's right, limited by insufficient knowledge of other worlds, the only other world that China has access to is the coordinates of the world where the monsters are located. In addition, to build this door, there are three core prerequisite technologies. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology flipped through the plan, calmed down and analyzed. They are controllable nuclear fusion technology, space wormhole technology, quantum transmission technology. As conceived, Three Worlds Portal is a device in the field of space transmission that can connect any two worlds and shorten the distance between them. The principle. It's a bit similar to shrinking into an inch in mythology and immortality novels, but it's more complicated than shrinking into an inch. What it shortens is the spatial geographical location of the two worlds, like a wormhole. It connects an area of the universe that may span billions of light years to the same point. Just go through the wormhole, you can span billions of light years in an instant, but in the universe, the conditions for the existence of wormholes are often extremely harsh and are naturally generated. The Three Worlds Portal is an artificially created wormhole. To accomplish this, 1. Must be proficient in space wormhole technology, and then distort space to connect two worlds that are countless distances apart. This IT is the Three Realms Portal. Quantum transmission technology ensures that people or objects can be smoothly transmitted from one side of the Earth to another. At the same time. This technology can also ignore space and use the principle of quantum entanglement for real-time communication. In the future, after China's advanced troops entered another world, Huaxia can sit on the Earth and understand the movements of other worlds in real time, as well as the progress of exploration. Finally, every activation of the Three Worlds Portal requires vast amounts of energy, which needs to be provided by controllable nuclear fusion. Out of the three technologies, our country has only mastered one. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology sighed lightly. This idea, inspiring indeed, but to implement it, it is far more difficult than the previous Book of Life and Death, Demon Mirror, and Thunder God and Lightning Mother. No matter how difficult it is, we will make it. The old man who led it suddenly spoke and said with a final decision. The tone was extremely certain. P.S. I would like to recommend this book by a friend to you. I was born to sin, please tell me the lower limit. If you like this subject, you can read it. Introduction. The crime rate in the city plummeted by 50% because I went in. The invasion is weird, avoid Sanha City, because I'm out. Chapter 118. Yang Mo, take you to a higher institution for further study. He knew it very well. The civilization trial is taking the lead. Stay safe. I can only sleep well overnight. China's enemies have been watching from outside the Earth. Only take the initiative, expand layout and planning. Only then can China have a real foothold in the world. And I in the plan. Yang Mo also speculated that other worlds have abundant resources that can increase China's development speed. If you can occupy a world, use it as a resource for China's development. China's improvement speed. It will reach an unimaginable point. Counting the time, the mysterious stone tablet in Linzi base should be opened again. The leading old man paused for a moment and murmured softly, with a look on his face, with a hint of expectation, Linzi base. Yang Mo rushed here after explaining the affairs of Yaoqi base. At this time. A huge stone monument 3 meters high is trembling slightly. The light blooms, extremely dazzling. Yang Mo looked at it quietly. Behind him stood an old professor of space physics. The name is Su Minghui. He is one of the pioneers in macrophysics in China. I wonder if the stone tablet can bring more people in. Yang Mo thought silently in his heart. So far, the steel was open 3 times, but he entered all of them alone, although it has brought out 3 epoch-making technologies, but the efficiency is really too low. Every time he needs to remember and then bring out these techniques, therefore he brought an extra person with him this time. The headmaster at Jixia Academy is very knowledgeable and everyone benefits a lot from every lecture he gives. What he planned to ask this time happened to be about space wormholes. If Su Minghui can also enter, the efficiency will be greatly improved, and he will not need to repeat it twice. Boom, the stone tablet hummed, the trembling is getting bigger and bigger, the light shines brighter and brighter. A suction force was generated out of thin air, pulling the consciousness of Yang Mo and Su Minghui behind him into an unknown and mysterious space. At the foot of a certain mountain, the breeze is gentle and the sun is bright, all around. It's all pristine rural scenery. Su Minghui looked at the scene in front of him in shock, full of disbelief. He was standing in front of the mysterious stone tablet just now. It can happen in a blink of an eye. We came to a farmland. It's like a dream. Wait, Dean, your dress. He turned around and noticed the thoughtful Yang Mo behind him. The other party's dress, unexpectedly, at some point, it changed into an ancient costume. Wear ancient costumes, wearing her hair in an ancient bun. There is nothing modern about him at all. Jixia Academy can bring people in. Yang Mo was slightly happy. This discovery means that he can bring different scientific researchers into Jixia Academy in the future. Listen to the open class of Jixia Academy. How come my clothes and my appearance have become that of ancient people? Not long after, Su Minghui noticed another change in his appearance, full of surprise. This is the internal space of the mysterious stone tablet. Yang Mo looked at him and explained with a smile, you are in a state of consciousness now. Every time you come in, you will be forcibly replaced by 2. Dressing up from thousands of years ago. Hearing this, Su Minghui's expression lit up and he couldn't help but ask, you said you could take me to a higher education institution, could it be here? Half a day ago, Yang Mo found him and said he could take him to a higher institution to study space physics. At first he didn't believe it. It's not that I doubt Yang Mo. But because he is now one of the best in physics in China and has a certain reputation in the field of global physics. Look around the world, there is no institution qualified for him to further his studies. At most it is an academic exchange. Then he followed Yang Mo to the Lindsay base with suspicion. Then he appeared here. Not bad. Yang Mo nodded, pointed forward and said, "The mountain in front of you is a school where you can further your studies and make further progress." Su Minghui raised his head subconsciously, looked ahead. Just at this time, two scholars dressed in ancient costumes passed by them anxiously. "Hurry up, the mountain leader is going to give a lecture." Speed by. He ran up the mountain. Could they be students from that school? Su Minghui had a thought in his mind and couldn't help but guess. "Hurry up, let's follow." Yang Mo patted his shoulder and quickly followed the two people in front. In front of him, he actually greeted the two of them. "Jing, Ji, I want to know, what day is today? Do you know us?" One of them stopped and turned to look at Yang Mo. In the eyes, it is full of strangeness and surprise. "Zhong, hurry up, the mountain leader is petty. If you are late, you will be finished." Another person tugged on the man's sleeve and reminded him. "Today is the first day of the new year." Zhong reacted, simply replied to Yang Mo, quickly turned around and trotted towards the mountain. "Dean, do you know them?" Su Minghui stepped forward and asked curiously. Just now, Yang Mo accurately called out the names of these two people, but they didn't seem to recognize Yang Mo. "I greeted them when I came in a few times before." Yang Mo frowned slightly. Sure enough, shocked and heartbroken, neither recognized him. Everything in the stone tablet was reset again. "Let's go." He took a deep breath and silently remembered the date of New Year's Day in his heart. Later, take Su Minghui and follow quickly. It didn't take long. We arrived halfway up the mountain and saw the familiar gate of Jisha Academy. Jisha Academy. Seeing this scene, Su Minghui's eyes widened again, looking even more shocked. Although he is a professor of physics, but I know a little bit about the history of China. Jisha Academy. It was exactly 2,000 years ago that the famous Qi Kingdom Academy was born, where hundreds of schools of thought were born. How appeared in the stone tablet? "You two, the mountain leader is about to give a lecture. Why are you still hanging around?" A voice sounded. Su Minghui's surprise was interrupted. "I saw it under the gate of the academy." An old gatekeeper who was over 80 years old raised his eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you standing there stupidly? Have you brought your tokens?" "Your tokens?" Su Minghui swallowed and looked at Yang Mo subconsciously. "Old sir, this is my token." Yang Mo was familiar with the road, took a token from his waist and handed it over. "Where's yours?" The old gatekeeper turned sideways and glanced at Su Minghui. Su Minghui was stunned for a moment. He quickly looked at his waist. "I don't know when I found it. There is actually a wooden token on his waist." Learned from Yang Mo. He handed the token to the old man. After some inspection, the old man returned the token to the two of them. "Make way," waving his hand. "Go in." Chapter 119. Jizhou is dead, let's go. Yang Mo patted the stunned Su Minghui and took the lead to walk into Jisha Academy. All the way, they are all ancient pavilions and wooden corridors. Antique. Looks, it seems to be built according to the Chinese architectural style 2,000 years ago. Su Minghui followed Yang Mo, looking around like a curious baby. He was amazed. Who would have thought there is another world inside the dark stone tablet? Xuming incorporates mesons. What means can be used to achieve this, at least with China's current technological level? This is completely impossible. We're here. Yang Mo's voice sounded. Su Minghui then discovered that the two of them had walked to a wide square without knowing it. Not far away, dozens of students dressed in traditional costumes were sitting on the futons in an upright position, and the front. An old man over 80 years old, stroking his beard with one hand and holding a bamboo slip in the other, was about to give a lecture. The old man suddenly turned sideways. He noticed the two Yang Mo people outside the square and looked surprised. "A new student came today? Come here." Su Minghui was stunned for a moment. Standing there, I still haven't reacted. Yang Mo, however, was familiar with the road and walked straight towards the square. "It is your destiny to join my academy for the first time. Do you have any questions to ask me?" The old man looked at the two of them and said slowly, "Yes." Yang Mo nodded. "What do you want to ask?" The old man nodded and asked slowly. This, Yang Mo had a thought in his mind and asked tentatively, "Chief, look, there are two of us here this time. Can we ask 2 questions?" "According to the rules of the academy, you can only ask 1 question." The old man emphasized with a straight face. Yang Mo coughed lightly. A little disappointed. It seems the loopholes in this school are not easy to exploit, otherwise, next time, he will bring in 1,800 people to squeeze the mountain leader dry. What's your problem? The old man glanced at Yang Mo and Su Minghui, and asked again, we want to learn space wormhole technology. Yang Mo stated the purpose of this trip. Su Minghui behind him couldn't help but widen his eyes after hearing this, swallowed. His eyes were searching back and forth between Yang Mo and the old man. At this moment, he finally understood that the Supreme University and super lecturer Yang Mo mentioned should be this square and the old man in front of him, but this old man. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone who understands high technology. I happen to know a thing or two about this technology. The old man spoke confidently and nodded. You two, sit down and listen to me explain it to you in detail. Br hear the words. Su Minghui opened his mouth wide and looked blankly at the confident old man. In macroscopic physics, the theory of space wormholes has been proposed for decades, but has never been able to achieve a breakthrough. Not even a single natural wormhole has been discovered in the universe. Sit down. Yang Mo patted Su Minghui, found two futons nearby and sat down. Su Minghui looked in entranced. I heard the old man's voice again. Space wormholes involve the theory of space folding. It is a method of applying higher dimensions to low-dimensional space. To put it simply, it is to fold the bamboo slips like this. Ahead, the old man held the bamboo slip in his hand and pulled the two diagonal corners, folded and bent it. As you can see, in this way, the two opposite corners farthest apart on the bamboo slips overlap. This overlapping point is the wormhole. Through this, you can freely shuttle between the two spaces, eliminating the need for a straight line distance in between. On the square, the old man talked eloquently, and various space theories were at his fingertips. A few words. Then the space wormhole theory was explained clearly and thoroughly. Su Minghui was immediately shocked, eyes shining. Correct your mentality. As a student, I started studying eagerly. Among them, there are many space physics theories that he has never been exposed to. You study hard, and if you don't understand, just ask. I'll walk around for a while. Seeing that Su Minghui had entered the state, Yang Mo lowered his voice and explained. Later, looking for an opportunity, sneakily left the square where the lecture was held. The first 3 times I came in, he is the only one. In order to obtain those super era technologies, he could only sit in the square honestly. And this time, a rare opportunity. He must make good use of it and try to explore Jiangjixia Academy. 3 hours later, inside the academy. In a pavilion, Yang Mo walked around and around. Finally have a certain understanding of the structure of the entire academy. The facilities in the academy are complete and all types of buildings are available, except the square where lectures are held. There is also a well for drinking water, canteen for eating, guest house for accommodation, attic for storing letters, more than 10 classrooms for lectures. I don't know where Jizhou lives. Yang Mo frowned and muttered. The mountain chief once said Jizhou, the principal of this academy, may know information about this civilization trial. But you have to see the sacrificial wine. You need to pass the big exam of the academy. Although I don't know what the big exam is, I don't need to think about it to know that this kind of exam must be difficult. Instead of taking things step by step, he might as well try his luck and try to have a chance encounter in the academy. But it's a pity, he wandered around for 3 hours. Everyone I saw were servants of the academy, the staff responsible for cleaning the academy and cooking. He also inquired about them, but these staff members all said that they had never seen any sacrificial wine. Why are you looking for sacrificial wine? Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded. Yang Mo came back to his senses and found a little girl standing outside the pavilion. The little girl is about 7 or 8 years old. She has 2 braids and is wearing a light blue schoolboy dress with several delicate cloud patterns embroidered on the corners. A pair of round black eyes, staring at him with a defensive face. Yang Mo looked at the little girl in front of him in surprise. I have been observing you for a long time. You just asked someone about the whereabouts of the sacrificial wine. What do you want to do? The little girl put her hands on her hips and sounded a clear and childish voice. I would like to ask a question to the sacrificial wine. Yang Mo didn't hide anything and asked at the same time, are you a student too? Aren't you going to class now? The little girl in front of him, look at the clothing, probably also a student in the academy. It's class time now. He came all the way. All students are either listening to the lecture by the mountain leader in the square, or taking classes in the classroom. You haven't been to class either? The little girl curled her lips and asked. Yang Mo, looking at the little girl, he couldn't help but rubbed her little head and coaxed softly, be good, go to class quickly. At your age, you have to focus on your studies. It's not good to skip class. Finished. He turned around and wandered towards the next place. I plan to continue to try my luck and see if I can encounter the sacrificial wine. Stop looking for it, the sacrificial wine is dead. The little girl's face was full of shame and anger, and a clear voice came from behind. Chapter 120. How can there be peace in the years, just because someone is carrying the burden forward? Yang Mo's pupils shrank, turned around, looked at the little girl whose face was flushed. Sacrificial wine, dead? He's dead a long time ago. The little girl pouted and said angrily, also, don't rub my head in the future. Didn't the mountain chief say that through can we see wine sacrifices during the big exam? Yang Mo frowned. The mountain chief and others are old and confused. The little girl was about to say something when her expression suddenly turned a little frightened. Hurry, help me stop them. She begged. Yang Mo, just let go of your feet, run quickly in the opposite direction. Yang Mo was stunned, looking back subconsciously. I saw a few people dressed as middle-aged Confucian scholars from the academy running towards me with anxious expressions. Aching, why are you running? Come back to class with us. As for Yang Mo, they were ignored by a few of them. It didn't take long. The little girl and these middle-aged Confucian scholars disappeared from Yang Mo's sight. Her name is Aching? Yang Mo frowned slightly and remembered the name, Lindsay based out a certain ward. Dean, and Professor Su are awake. Yang Mo slowly opened his eyes and saw a group of researchers surrounding him, and on another hospital bed. Su Minghui also opened his eyes blankly and looked around the ward. After a while, sit up suddenly and look at Yang Mo, he said excitedly. Dean, I understand. This was a surprise, shocked the rest of the researchers in the ward. They all looked at Su Minghui, not sure why. Get ready. Yang Mo nodded with a smile and explained, I have mobilized domestic space physics researchers to form a research group, with you as the team leader, and strive to put space wormhole technology, digestion. I will not live up to the dean's expectations. Su Minghui nodded solemnly. This time, it was Yang Mo who led him into the mysterious stone tablet. This is nothing short of a great creation. In addition to obtaining space wormhole technology, in the process of further study, his understanding in the field of space physics became deeper. The end of a 100-foot pole. Go one step further. If he is given a few more opportunities to attend lectures, he is confident that he will surpass his predecessors and become the greatest physicist in human history. The dean did not lie to him. Jisha Academy is really a top school. You guys, please go out, I want to be alone. Yang Mo rubbed his forehead while listening to the noisy sounds around him. Soon Yang Mo was the only one left in the ward. Chief Shan or Aching, which one is telling the truth? He murmured in his heart, recalling what happened in Jisha Academy this time. Su Minghui listened to the class in the square. He took some time to explore Jisha Academy, but unexpectedly met the little girl who also skipped classes. The other party should also be a student in the academy, but tell him that Jizhou is dead. Next time I enter the academy, I have to find an opportunity to ask Aching. He thought silently in his heart. At the same time, globally, the fourth round of trials has reached the 22nd day. Heavy rain, shrouded in the borders of various countries. 90% of the city was flooded. Under the arrangements of various countries, the surviving people implemented the migration plan and moved to the plateau areas within the territory. The living space of the people has been further compressed. To stabilize public sentiment, every time a 004 rainmaker is killed, every country will hold a press conference. Announce good news. As for the casualties in this heavy rain disaster, the approach of all countries is surprisingly consistent, choosing to keep silent and conceal data. However, monsters that have not been solved in the first 3 rounds take this opportunity, united again, invading those plateau areas and plundering the survivors crazily every day. There are reports that a certain town was massacred and a certain village was occupied by monsters. Under the crisis of life and death, countries have finally made breakthroughs in the research of extraordinary beings. Gull Country, White Bear Country, Sakura Country, etc., following the United States, all gave birth to their own third-level transcendent beings. Although his combat power is not as strong as Steve's, but with the help of third-level transcendent beings and modern army weapons, countries once again launched a counterattack to maintain the situation in a delicate balance. America, Department of Defense. According to statistics, the number of people who died in our country during the 4th round of trials has exceeded 10 million. Jobs looked at the statistics submitted by the Civil Affairs Department. The mood is extremely heavy. This round of trials is coming to an end, and they in the United States have killed more than 700 004 rainmakers, but the death toll, it has reached an unprecedented level of tragedy, exceeded the previous 3 rounds, during heavy rain and flooding. Most of the old people and children were buried in it. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and said to the scientific researcher behind him, "Let's restart the goo cultivation plan." But the scientific researcher's face looked a little bit ugly, reminded, the power of the 4th level 002 imitator is weird and unpredictable, and it is very likely to lose control again. Since the last accident, their laboratory suspended the goo cultivation plan and sealed all the data. Facts proved 4th level imitator. It's far beyond what they can handle. If problems arise again, you can't go to China for help again, right? We only have this option. With a heavy heart, Jobs said with a wry smile, only by giving birth to the 4th level chosen one can we have the chance to eliminate all 004 rainmakers and defeat the mysterious energy group, otherwise more and more of us will die. According to the detection of the Hydrological Department, today, water levels are rising in all 50 states in the United States. Because the 004 rainmaker is not dead, he is still creating heavy rains in new areas and generating mysterious energy groups. If you leave it alone, the heavy rain will not stop and will gradually encroach on all the territory of the United States. Low elevation areas were flooded. The plateau area has become an isolated island. In the end, there may not even be one place that can be used as a place for people to live. China, since the heavy rain stopped, hundreds of rivers flow into the sea, water levels drop. The work of rebuilding homes began in full swing. People who had relocated from their homes returned to their respective cities one after another, from top to bottom. Each department performs its own duties. The previous order was quickly restored. Work and life have returned to normal again. Go to work when you have to go to work. The school year is about to start. This time, exactly mid-September, the start of school was postponed for a month due to heavy rains, and it was put on the agenda again. Each university has issued announcements one after another. The start date of school has been determined. Each company has also informed employees and internal groups that they have resumed normal clocking into work. The sky is clear, the breeze is not dry. All over China, it was peaceful. The monster disasters in the first 4 rounds are as if they had never happened, but everyone who has experienced a disaster knows very well that the peaceful years they are enjoying now are just because there are many people who are silently carrying the burden and moving forward. There will be comments about the release later.